Chapter 25 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 25. The Royal Academy, the Farnfield Estate. Ethelberta was a firm believer in the kindly effects of artistic education upon the masses. She held that a defilement of mind often arose from ignorance of eye, and, her philanthropy being, by the simple force of her situation, of that sort which lingers in the neighbourhood of home, she concentrated her efforts in this kind upon Sol and Dan. Accordingly, the Academy exhibition having now just opened, she ordered the brothers to appear in their best clothes at the entrance to Burlington House just after noontide on the Saturday of the first week, this being the only day and hour at which they could attend without losing a half, and therefore it was necessary to put up with the inconvenience of arriving at a crowded and enervating time. When Ethelberta was set down in the quadrangle, she perceived the faithful pair, big as the Zamzummimins of old time, standing like sentinels in the particular corner that she had named to them. For Sol and Dan would as soon have attempted petty larceny as broken faith with their admired lady sister Ethelberta. They welcomed her with a painfully lavish exhibition of large new gloves, and chests covered with broad triangular areas of padded blue silk, occupying the position that the shirt-front had occupied in earlier days, and supposed to be lineally descended from the tie of a neckerchief. The dress of their sister for to-day was exactly that of a respectable workman's relative who had no particular ambition in the matter of fashion, a black stuff gown, a plain bonnet to match. A veil she wore for obvious reasons. Her face was getting well known in London, and it had already appeared at the private view in an uncovered state, when it was scrutinized more than the paintings around. But now homely and useful labour was her purpose. Catalogue in hand, she took the two brothers through the galleries, teaching them in whispers as they walked, and occasionally correcting them, first for too reverential a bearing towards the well-dressed crowd, among whom they persisted in walking with their hats in their hands and with the contrite bearing of meek people in church, and secondly for a tendency which they too often showed towards straying from the contemplation of the pictures as art to indulge in curious speculations on the intrinsic nature of the delineated subject, the gilding of the frames, the construction of the skylights overhead, or admiration for the bracelets, lockets, and lofty eloquence of persons around them. "Now," said Ethelberta in a warning whisper, "we're coming near the picture which was partly painted from myself, and Dan, when you see it, don't you exclaim 'Hello!' or 'That's Berta to a T!' or anything at all. It would not matter were it not dangerous for me to be noticed here to-day. I see several people who would recognize me on the least provocation." "Not a word," said Dan. "Don't you be afeard about that. I feel that I bain't upon my own ground to-day, and wouldn't do anything to cause an upset, drown me if I would. Would you, Sol?" In this temper they all pressed forward, and Ethelberta could not but be gratified at the reception of Ladywell's picture, though it was accorded by the critics not very profound. It was an operation of some minutes to get exactly opposite, and when, side by side, the three stood there, they overheard the immediate reason of the pressure. "Farewell, thou art too dear for my possessing," had been lengthily discoursed upon that morning by the coryphaeus of popular opinion, and the spirit having once been poured out, sons and daughters could prophesy. But in truth Ladywell's work, if not emphatically original, was happily centred on a middle stratum of taste, and, apart from this adventitious help, commanded, and deserved to command, a wide area of appreciation. While they were standing here in the very heart of the throng, Ethelberta's ears were arrested by two male voices behind her, whose words formed a novel contrast to those of the other speakers around. "Some men, you see, with extravagant expectations of themselves, coolly get them gratified, while others hope rationally and are disappointed. Luck, that's what it is, and the more easily a man takes life, the more persistently does luck follow him." "Of course, because if he's industrious he does not want luck's assistance. Natural laws will help him instead." "Well, if it is true that Ladywell has painted a good picture, he has done it by an exhaustive process. He has painted every possible bad one till nothing more of that sort is left for him. You know what lady's face served as the original to this, I suppose?" "Mrs. Petherwin's, I hear." "Yes, Mrs. Alfred Ney that's to be." "What! That elusive fellow caught at last?" "So it appears. But she herself is hardly so well secured as yet, it seems, though he takes the uncertainty as coolly as possible. I knew nothing about it till he introduced the subject as we were standing here on Monday, and said in an off-hand way, 'I mean to marry the lady.' I asked him how. 'Easily,' he said, 'I will have her if there are 100 at her heels.' You will understand that this was quite in confidence." "Of course, of course." Then there was a slight laugh, and the companions proceeded to other gossip. Ethelberta, calm and compressed in manner, sidled along to extricate herself, not daring to turn round, and Dan and Sol followed, till they were all clear of the spot. The brothers, who had heard the words equally well with Ethelberta, made no remark to her upon them, assuming that they referred to some peculiar system of courtship adopted in high life, with which they had rightly no concern. Ethelberta ostensibly continued her business of tutoring the young workman just as before, though every emotion in her had been put on the alert by this discovery. She had known that Ney admired her, yet his presumption in uttering such a remark as he was reported to have uttered, confidentially or otherwise, nearly took away her breath. Perhaps it was not altogether disagreeable to have her breath so taken away. "I mean to marry that lady." She whispered the words to herself 20 times in the course of the afternoon. Sol and Dan were left considerably longer to their private perceptions of the false and true in art than they had been earlier in the day. When she reached home, Ethelberta was still far removed in her reflections, and it was noticed afterwards that about this time in her career her openness of manner entirely deserted her. She mostly was silent as to her thoughts, and she wore an air of unusual stillness. It was the silence and stillness of a starry sky, where all is force and emotion. This deep, undecipherable habit sometimes suggested, though it did not reveal, Ethelberta's busy brain to her sisters, and they said to one another, "I cannot think what's coming to Berta. She is not so nice as she used to be." The evening under notice was passed desultory enough after the discovery of Ney's self-assured statement. Among other things that she did after dark, while still musingly examining the probabilities of the report turning out true, was to wander to the large attic where the children slept, a frequent habit of hers at night, to learn if they were snug and comfortable. They were talking now from bed to bed, the person under discussion being herself. Herself seemed everywhere to-day. "I know that she's a fairy," Myrtle was insisting, "because she must be, to have such pretty things in her house, and wear silk dresses such as Mother and we in Picardy haven't got, and have money to give us whenever we want it." "Emmeline says perhaps she knows the fairy's godmother, and is not a fairy herself, because Berta is too tall for a real fairy." "She must be one, for when there was a notch burnt in the hem of my pretty blue frock, she said it would be gone in the morning if I would go to bed and not cry, and in the morning it was gone, and all nice and straight as new." Ethelberta was recalling to mind how she had sat up and repaired the damage alluded to by cutting off half an inch of the skirt all round and hemming it anew, when the breathing of the children became regular, and they fell asleep. Here were bright little minds ready for a training, which, without money and influence, she could never give them. The wisdom which knowledge brings, and the power which wisdom may bring, she had always assumed would be theirs in her dreams for their social elevation. By what means were these things to be ensured to them, if her skill in bread-winning should fail her? Would not a well-contrived marriage be of service? She covered and tucked in one more closely, lifted another upon the pillow, and straightened the soft limbs to an easy position, then sat down by the window and looked out at the flashing stars. Thoughts of Ney's audacious statement returned again upon Ethelberta. He had said that he meant to marry her. Of what standing was the man who had uttered such an intention respecting one to whom a politic marriage had become almost a necessity of existence? She had often heard Ney speak indefinitely of some estate, "my little place," he had called it, which he had purchased not very long ago. All she knew was that its name was Farnfield, that it lay 30 or 40 miles out of London in a south-westerly direction, a railway station in the district bearing the same name, so that there was probably a village or small town adjoining. Whether the dignity of this landed property was that of domain, farmstead, allotment, or garden plot, Ethelberta had not the slightest conception. She was almost certain that Ney never lived there, but that might signify nothing. The exact size and value of the estate would, she mused, be curious, interesting, and almost necessary information to her who must become mistress of it, were she to allow him to carry out his singularly cool and crude, if tender, intention. Moreover, its importance would afford a very good random sample of his worldly substance throughout, from which alone, after all, could the true spirit and worth and seriousness of his words be apprehended. Impecuniosity may revel in unqualified vows, and brim over with confessions as blithely as a bird of May, but such careless pleasures are not for the solvent, whose very dreams are negotiable, and are expressed with due care accordingly. That Ney had used the word she had far more than prima facie appearances for believing. Ney's own conduct towards her, though peculiar rather than devoted, found in these words alone a reasonable key. But, supposing the estate to be such a verbal hallucination as, for instance, hers had been at Arrathorn, when her poor, unprogressive, hopelessly impracticable Christopher came there to visit her, and was so wonderfully undeceived about her social standing, what a fiasco and what a cuckoo cry would his utterances about marriage seem then? Christopher had often told her of his expectations from Arrowthorn Lodge, and of the blunders that had resulted in consequence. Had not Ethelberta's affection for Christopher partaken less of lover's passion than of old-established tutelary tenderness, she might have been reminded by this reflection of the transcendent fidelity he had shown under that trial, a severe a trial, considering the abnormal, almost morbid development of the passion for position in present-day society, as can be prepared for men who move in the ordinary, unheroic channels of life. By the following evening, the consideration of this possibility, that Ney's position might furnish scope for such a disillusive discovery by herself as hers had afforded to Christopher, decoyed Ethelberta into a curious little scheme. She was piqued into a practical undertaking by the man who could say to his friend with such sang-froid, "I mean to marry that lady." Merely telling Peggotty to prepare for an evening excursion of which she was to talk to no one, Ethelberta made ready likewise, and they left the house in a cab about half an hour before sunset, and drove to the Waterloo station. With the decline and departure of the sun, a fog gathered itself out of the low meadow-land that bordered the railway as they went along towards the west, stretching over it like a placid lake, till, at the end of the journey, the mist became generally pervasive, though not dense. Avoiding observation as much as they conveniently could, the two sisters walked from the long wooden shed which formed the station here, into the roomy air, and along the road to the open country. Peggotty occasionally questioned Ethelberta on the object of the strange journey. She did not question closely, being satisfied that in such sure hands as Ethelberta's she was safe. Deeming it unwise to make any inquiry just yet beyond the simple one of the way to Farnfield, Ethelberta led her companion along a newly fenced road across a heath. In due time they came to an ornamental gate with a curved sweep of wall on each side, signifying the entrance to some enclosed property or other. Ethelberta, being quite free from any digested plan for encouraging Ney to his resolve to wive, was startled to find a hope in her that this very respectable beginning before their eyes was the entrance to the Farnfield property, that she hoped it was nevertheless unquestionable. Just beyond lay a turnpike house, where was dimly visible a woman in the act of putting up a shutter to the front window. Compelled by this time to come to special questions, Ethelberta instructed Peggotty to ask of this person if the place they had just passed was the entrance to Farnfield Park. The woman replied that it was. Directly she had gone indoors, Ethelberta turned back again towards the park gate. "What have we come for, Berta?" said Peggotty, as she turned also. "I'll tell you some day," replied her sister. It was now much past 8 o'clock, and from the nature of the evening, dusk. The last stopping up train was about 10, so that half an hour could well be afforded for looking round. Ethelberta went to the gate, which was found to be fastened by a chain and padlock. "Ah, the London season," she murmured. There was a wicket at the side, and they entered. An avenue of young fir trees 3 or 4 feet in height extended from the gate into the mist, and down this they walked. The drive was not in very good order, and the two women were frequently obliged to walk on the grass to avoid the rough stones in the carriage-way. The double line of young firs now abruptly terminated, and the road swept lower, bending to the right, immediately in front being a large lake, calm and silent as a second sky. They could hear from somewhere on the margin the purl of a weir, and around were clumps of shrubs, araucarias and deodars being the commonest. Ethelberta could not resist being charmed with the repose of the spot, and hastened on with curiosity to reach the other side of the pool, where, by every law of manorial topography, the mansion would be situate. The fog concealed all objects beyond a distance of 20 yards or thereabout, but it was nearly full moon, and though the orb was hidden, a pale diffused light enabled them to see objects in the foreground. Reaching the other side of the lake, the drive enlarged itself most legitimately to a large oval, as for a sweep before a door, a pile of rockwork standing in the midst. But where should have been the front door of a mansion was simply a rough rail fence about 4 feet high. They drew near and looked over. In the enclosure, and on the site of the imaginary house, was an extraordinary group. It consisted of numerous horses in the last stage of decrepitude, the animals being such mere skeletons that at first Ethelberta hardly recognized them to be horses at all. They seemed rather to be specimens of some attenuated heraldic animal, scarcely thick enough through the body to throw a shadow, or enlarged castings of the fire-dog of past times. These poor creatures were endeavouring to make a meal from herbage so trodden and thin that scarcely a wholesome blade remained. The little that there was consisted of the sourer sorts common on such sandy soils, mingled with tufts of heather and sprouting ferns. "Why have we come here, dear Berta?" said Piketty, shuddering. "I hardly know," said Ethelberta. Adjoining this enclosure was another and smaller one, formed of high boarding, within which appeared to be some sheds and outhouses. Ethelberta looked through the crevices, and saw that in the midst of the yard stood trunks of trees, as if they were growing, with branches also extending, but these were sawn off at the points where they began to be flexible, no twigs or boughs remaining. Each torso was not unlike a huge hat-stand, and, suspended to the pegs and prongs, were lumps of some substance which at first she did not recognize. They proved to be a chronological sequel to the previous scene. Horses' scowls, ribs, quarters, legs, and other joints were hung thereon, the whole forming a huge open-air larder, emitting not too sweet a smell. But what Stygian sound was this? There had arisen at the moment upon the mute and sleepy air a varied howling from 100 tongues. It had burst from a spot close at hand, a low wooden building by a stream which fed the lake, and reverberated for miles. No further explanation was required. "We are close to a kennel of hounds," said Ethelberta, as Piketty held tightly to her arm. "They cannot get out, so you need not fear. They have a horrid way of suddenly beginning thus at different hours of the night, for no apparent reason, though perhaps they hear us. These poor horses are waiting to be killed for their food." The experience, altogether, from its intense melancholy, was very depressing, almost appalling to the two lone young women, and they quickly retraced their footsteps. The pleasant lake, the purl of the weir, the rudimentary lawns, shrubberies, and avenue had changed their character quite. Ethelberta fancied at that moment that she could not have married, nay, even had she loved him, so horrid did his belongings appear to be. But for many other reasons she had been gradually feeling within this hour that she would not go out of her way at a beck from a man whose interest was so unimpassioned. Thinking no more of him as a possible husband, she ceased to be afraid to make inquiries about the peculiarities of his possessions. In the high road they came on a local man, resting from wheeling a wheelbarrow, and Ethelberta asked him with the air of a countrywoman who owned the estate across the road. "The man owning that is one of the name of Ney," said the native, wiping his face. "'Tis a family that have made a very large fortune by the knacker business and tanning, though they be only sleeping partners in it now, and live like lords. Mr. Nay was going to pull down the old huts here and improve the place and build a mansion. In short, he went so far as to have the grounds planted and the roads marked out and the fish pond made and the place christened Farmfield Park. But he did no more. I shall never have a wife, he said, so why should I want a house to put her in? He's a terrible hater of women, I hear, particularly of the lower class. Indeed? Yes, and since then he has let half the land to the Honourable Mr. Mountclear, a brother of Lord Mountclear's. Mr. Mountclear wants the spot for a kennel, and as the land is too poor and sandy for cropping, Mr. Nay let him have it. 'Tis his hounds that you hear howling. They passed on. "But why did we come down here?" said Pickety. "To see the nakedness of the land. It was a whim only, and as it will end in nothing, it is not worth while for me to make further explanation." It was with a curious sense of renunciation that Ethelberta went homeward. Nay was handsome, grim-natured, rather wicked, and an indifferentist, and these attractions interested her as a woman. But the news of this evening suggested to Ethelberta that herself and Nay were too nearly cattle of one colour for a confession on the matter of lineage to be well received by him, and, without confidence of every sort on the nature of her situation, she was determined to contract no union at all. The sympathy of unlikeness might lead the scion of some family, hollow and fungus with antiquity, and as yet unmarked by a mésalliance, to be won over by her story, but the antipathy of resemblance would be ineradicable. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 26. Ethelberta's Drawing Room. While Ethelberta during the next few days was dismissing that evening journey from her consideration as an incident altogether foreign to the organized course of her existence, the hidden fruit thereof was rounding to maturity in a species unforeseen. Inferences, unassailable as processes, are, nevertheless, to be suspected, from the almost certain deficiency of particulars on some side or other. The truth in relation to Nay's supposed frigidity was brought before her at the end of the following week, when Dan and Sol had taken Pickety, Cornelia, and the young children to Kew for the afternoon. Early that morning, hours before it was necessary, there had been such a chatter of preparation in the house as was seldom heard there. Sunday hats and bonnets had been retrimmed with such cunning that it would have taken a milliner's apprentice at least to discover that any thread in them was not quite new. There was an anxious peep through the blind at the sky at daybreak by Georgina and Myrtle, and the perplexity of these rural children was great at the weather signs of the town, where atmospheric effects had nothing to do with clouds, and fair days and foul came apparently quite by chance. Punctually at the hour appointed, two friendly human shadows descended across the kitchen window, followed by Sol and Dan, much to the relief of the children's apprehensions that they might forget the day. The brothers were by this time acquiring something of the airs and manners of London workmen. They were less spontaneous and more comparative, less genial but smarter, in obedience to the usual law by which the emotion that takes the form of humour in country workmen becomes transmuted to irony among the same order in town. But the fixed and dogged fidelity to one another under apparent coolness, by which this family was distinguished, remained unshaken in these members as in all the rest, leading them to select the children as companions in their holiday in preference to casual acquaintance. At last they were ready, and departed, and Ethelberta, after chatting with her mother a while, proceeded to her personal duties. The house was very silent that day, Gwendolen and Joey being the only ones left below stairs. Ethelberta was wishing that she had thrown off her state and gone to Kew to have an hour of childhood over again in a romp with the others, when she was startled by the announcement of a male visitor, none other than Mr. Nay. Ethelberta's attitude on receipt of this information sufficiently expressed a revived sense that the incidents of Mr. Nay on her path might have a meaning after all. Nay had certainly said he was going to marry her, and now here he was come to her house, just as if he meant to do it forthwith. She had mentally discarded him, Yet she felt a shock which was scarcely painful, and a dread which was almost exhilarating. Her flying visit to Farmfield she thought little of at this moment. From the fact that the mind prefers imaginings to recapitulation, conjecture to history, Ethelberta had dwelt more upon Nay's possible plans and anticipations than upon the incidents of her evening journey, and the former assumed a more distinct shape in her mind's eye than anything on the visible side of the curtain. Nay was perhaps not quite so placidly nonchalant as in ordinary. Still, he was by far the most trying visitor that Ethelberta had lately faced, and she could not get above the stage, not a very high one for the mistress of a house, of feeling her personality to be inconveniently in the way of his eyes. He had somewhat the bearing of a man who was going to do without any fuss what gushing people would call a philanthropic action. "I have been intending to write a line to you," said Nay, "but I felt that I could not be sure of writing my meaning in a way which might please you. I am not bright at a letter, never was. The question, I mean, is one that I hope you will be disposed to answer favourably, even though I may show the awkwardness of a fellow person who has never put such a question before. Will you give me a word of encouragement, just to hope that I may not be unacceptable as a husband to you? Your talents are very great, and of course I know that I have nothing at all in that way. Still, people are happy together sometimes, in spite of such things. Will you say yes, and settle it now?" "I was not expecting you had come upon such an errand as this," said she, looking up a little, but mostly looking down. "I cannot say what you wish, Mr. Nay." "Perhaps I have been too sudden and presumptuous. Yes, I know I have been that. However, directly I saw you, I felt that nobody ever came so near my idea of what is desirable in a lady, and it occurred to me that only one obstacle should stand in the way of the natural results, which obstacle would be your refusal. In common kindness, consider. I dare say I am judged to be a man of inattentive habits. I know that's what you think of me. But under your influence I should be very different. So pray do not let your dislike to little matters influence you." "I would not indeed. But believe me, there can be no discussion of marriage between us," said Ethelberta decisively. "If that's the case, I may as well say no more. To burden you with my regrets would be out of place, I suppose," said Nay, looking calmly out of the window. "Apart from personal feeling, there are considerations which would prevent what you contemplated," she murmured. "My affairs are too lengthy, intricate, and unpleasant for me to explain to anybody at present, and that would be a necessary first step." "Not at all. I cannot think that preliminary to be necessary at all. I would put my lawyer in communication with yours, and we would leave the rest to them. I believe that is the proper way. You could say anything in confidence to your family man, and you could inquire through him anything you might wish to know about me. All you would need to say to myself are just the two little words, 'I will,' in the church here at the end of the crescent." "I am sorry to pain you, Mr. Nay, so sorry," said Ethelberta, "but I cannot say them." She was rather distressed that, despite her discouraging words, he still went on with his purpose, as if he imagined what she so distinctly said to be no bar, but rather a stimulant, usual under the circumstances. "It does not matter about paining me," said Nay, "but don't take that into consideration at all. But I did not expect you to leave me so entirely without help, to refuse me absolutely, as far as words go, after what you did. If it had not been for that, I should never have ventured to call. I might otherwise have supposed your interest to be fixed in another quarter, but your acting in that manner encouraged me to think you could listen to a word." "What do you allude to?" said Ethelberta. "How have I acted?" Nay appeared reluctant to go any further, but the allusion soon became sufficiently clear. "I wish my little place at Farmfield had been worthy of you," he said, brusquely. "However, that's a matter of time only. It is useless to build a house there yet. I wish I had known that you would be looking over it at that time of the evening. A single word, when we were talking about it the other day, that you were going to be in the neighbourhood, would have been sufficient. Nothing could have given me so much delight as to have driven you round." He knew that she had been to Farmfield. That knowledge was what had inspired him to call upon her to-day. Ethelberta breathed a sort of exclamation, not right out, but stealthily, like a parson's dam. Her face did not change, since a face must be said not to change while it preserves the same pleasant lines in the mobile parts as before. But anybody who has preserved his pleasant lines under the half-minute's peer of the invidious camera, and found what a wizened, starched kind of thing they stiffened to towards the end of the time, will understand the tendency of Ethelberta's lovely features now. "Yes, I walked round," said Ethelberta faintly. Nay was decidedly master of the position at last, but he spoke as if he did not value that. His knowledge had furnished him with grounds for calling upon her, and he hastened to undeceive her from supposing that he could think ill of any motive of hers which gave him those desirable grounds. "I suppose you by that to give some little thought to me occasionally," he resumed in the same slow and orderly tone. "How could I help thinking so? It was your doing that which encouraged me. Now was it not natural? I put it to you." Ethelberta was almost exasperated at perceiving the awful extent to which she had compromised herself with this man by her impulsive visit. Lightly and philosophically as he seemed to take it, as a thing in short which every woman would do by nature unless hindered by difficulties, it was no trifle to her as long as he was ignorant of her justification, and this she determined that he should know at once at all hazards. "It was through you in the first place that I did look into your grounds," she said excitedly. "It was your presumption that caused me to go there. I should not have thought of such a thing else. If you had not said what you did say, I never should have thought of you or Farmfield either. Farmfield might have been in Kamtchatkaya for all I cared." "I hope sincerely that I never said anything to disturb you." "Yes, you did. Not to me, but to somebody," said Ethelberta, with her eyes overfull of retained tears. "What have I said to somebody that can be in the least objectionable to you?" inquired Nay, with much concern. You said you meant to marry me, just as if I had no voice in the matter, and that annoyed me and made me go there out of curiosity." Nay changed colour a little. "Well, I did say it. I own that I said it," he replied at last. Probably he knew enough of her nature not to feel long disconcerted by her disclosure, however she might have become possessed of the information. The explanation was certainly a great excuse to her curiosity, but if Ethelberta had tried, she could not have given him a better ground for making light of her objections to his suit. "I felt that I must marry you, that we were predestined to marry ages ago, and I feel it still," he continued, with listless ardour. "You seem to regret your interest in Farmfield, but to me it is a charm, and has been ever since I heard of it." "If you only knew all," she said helplessly, showing, without perceiving it, an unnecessary humility in the remark, since there was no more reason just then that she should go into details about her life than that he should about his. But melancholy and mistaken thoughts of herself as a counterfeit had brought her to this. "I do not wish to know more," said Nay. "And would you marry any woman off-hand, without being thoroughly acquainted with her circumstances?" she said, looking at him curiously, and with a little admiration, for his unconsciously phlegmatic treatment of her motives in going to Farmfield had a not unbecoming daring about it in Ethelberta's eye. "I would marry a woman off-hand when that woman is you. I would make you mine this moment, did I dare, or, to speak with absolute accuracy, within 24 hours. Do assent to it, dear Mrs. Petherwin, and let me be sure of you for ever. I'll drive to Doctors' Commons this minute, and meet you to-morrow morning at 9 in the church just below. It is a simple impulse, but I would adhere to it in the coolest moment. Shall it be arranged in that way, instead of our waiting through the ordinary routine of preparation? I am not a youth now, but I can see the bliss of such an act as that, and the contemptible nature of methodical proceedings beside it." He had taken her hand. Ethelberta gave it a subtle movement backwards to imply that he was not to retain the prize, and said, "One whose inner life is almost unknown to you, and whom you have scarcely seen except at other people's houses?" "We know each other far better than we may think at first," said Nay. "We are not people to love in a hurry, and I have not done so in this case. As for worldly circumstances, the most important items in a marriage contract are the persons themselves, and as far as I am concerned, If I get a lady fair and wise, I care for nothing further. I know you are beautiful, for all London knows it. I know you are talented, for I have read your poetry and heard your romances. And I know you are politic and discreet, for I have examined your property," said she, with a weak smile. Nay bowed. "And what more can I wish to know? Come, shall it be?" "Certainly not to-morrow." "I would be entirely in your hands in that matter. I will not urge you to be precipitate. I could not expect you to be ready yet. My suddenness perhaps offended you, but having thought deeply of this bright possibility, I was apt to forget the forbearance that one ought to show at first in mentioning it. If I have done wrong, forgive me." "I will think of that," said Ethelberta, with a cooler manner. "But seriously, all these words are nothing to the purpose. I must remark that I prize your friendship, but it is not for me to marry now. You have convinced me of your goodness of heart and freedom from unworthy suspicions. Let that be enough. The best way in which I, in my turn, can convince you of my goodness of heart is by asking you to see me in private no more." "And do you refuse to think of me as—" "Why do you treat me like that, after all?" said Ney, surprised at this want of harmony with his principle that one convert to matrimony could always find a second ready-made. "I cannot explain," said she impatiently. "I would, and I would not. Explain, I mean, not marry. I don't love anybody, and I have no heart left for beginning. It is only honest in me to tell you that I am interested in watching another man's career, though that is not to the point either, for no close relationship with him is contemplated. But I do not wish to speak of this any more. Do not press me to it." "Certainly I will not," said Ney, seeing that she was distressed and sorrowful. "But do consider me in my wishes. I have a right to ask it, for it is only asking a continuance of what you have already begun to do. To-morrow I believe I shall have the happiness of seeing you again." She did not say no, and long after the door had closed upon him she remained fixed in thought. "How can he be blamed for his manner?" she said, "after knowing what I did?" Ethelberta, as she sat, felt herself much less a Pethawin than a Chickerell, much less a poetess richly freighted with fancy than an adventuress with a nebulous prospect. Ney was one of the few men whose presence seemed to attenuate her dignity in some mysterious way to its very least proportions, and that act of espial, which had so quickly and inexplicably come to his knowledge, helped his influence still more. She knew little of the nature of the town bachelor. There were opaque depths in him which her thoughts had never definitely plumbed. Notwithstanding her exaltation to the atmosphere of the Pethawin family, Ethelberta was very far from having the thoroughbred London woman's knowledge of sets, grades, coteries, cliques, forms, glosses, and niceties, particularly on the masculine side. Setting the years from her infancy to her first look into town against those linking that epoch with the present, the former period covered not only the greater time, but contained the mass of her most vivid impressions of life and its ways. But in recognizing her ignorance of the ratio between words to women and deeds to women in the ethical code of the bachelor of the club, she forgot that human nature in the gross differs little with situation, and that a gift which, if the germs were lacking, no amount of training in clubs and coteries could supply, was mother wit like her own. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 27. Mrs. Belmane's Cripplegate Church. Ney's remark that he believed he should see Ethelberta again the next day referred to a contemplated pilgrimage of an unusual sort which had been arranged for that day by Mrs. Belmane upon the ground of an incidental suggestion of Ethelberta's. One afternoon in the week previous they had been chatting over tea at the house of the former lady, Ney being present as a casual caller, when the conversation was directed upon Milton by somebody opening a volume of the poet's works that lay on a table near. "Milton, thou shouldst be living at this hour. England hath need of thee," said Mrs. Belmane, with the degree of flippancy which is considered correct for immortal verse, the Bible, God, etc., in these days? And Ethelberta replied, lit up by a quick remembrance, "It is a good time to talk of Milton, for I have been much impressed by reading the Life, and I have decided to go and see his tomb. Couldn't we not all go? We ought to quicken our memories of the great and of where they lie by such a visit occasionally." "We ought," said Mrs. Belmayne. "And why shouldn't we?" continued Ethelberta with interest. "To Westminster Abbey," said Mr. Belmayne, a common man of 30, younger than his wife, who had lately come into the room. "No, to where he lies comparatively alone, Cripplegate Church." "I always thought that Milton was buried in Poets' Corner," said Mr. Belmayne. "Oh, so did I," said Ney, "but I have such an indifferent head for places that my thinking goes for nothing." "Well, it would be a pretty thing to do," said Mrs. Belmayne, "and instructive to all of us. If Mrs. Pether would like to go, I should. We can take you in the carriage and call round for Mrs. Doncaster on our way, and set you both down again coming back." "That would be excellent," said Ethelberta. "There is nowhere I like going to so much as the depths of the city. The absurd narrowness of the world-renowned streets is so surprising, so crooked and shady as they are too, and full of the quaint smells of old cupboards and cellars. Walking through one of them reminds me of being at the bottom of some crevasse or gorge, the proper surface of the globe being the tops of the houses." "You will come to take care of us, John? And you, Mr. Ney, would like to come? We will tell Mr. Ladywell that he may join us if he cares to," said Mrs. Belmayne. "Oh, yes," said her husband quietly, and Ney said he should like nothing better, after a faint aspect of apprehension at the remoteness of the idea from the daily track of his thoughts. Mr. Belmayne, observing this, and mistaking it for an indication that Ney had been dragged into the party against his will by his over-hasty wife, arranged that Ney should go independently, and meet them there at the hour named, if he chose to do so, to give him an opportunity of staying away. Ethelberta also was by this time doubting if she had not been too eager with her proposal. To go on such a sentimental errand might be thought by her friends to be simply troublesome, their adherence having been given only in the regular course of complaisance. She was still comparatively an outsider here, her life with Lady Petherwing having been passed chiefly in alternations between English watering-places and continental towns. However, it was too late now to muse on this, and it may be added that from the first to last Ethelberta never discovered from the Belmaynes whether her proposal had been an infliction or a charm, so perfectly were they practised in sustaining that complete divorce between thinking and saying which is the hall-mark of high civilization. But, however she might doubt the Belmaynes, she had no doubt as to Ney's true sentiments. The time had come when he, notwithstanding his air of being oppressed by almost every lively invention of town and country for charming griefs to rest, would not be at all oppressed by a quiet visit to the purlieus of St. Giles's, Cripplegate, since she was the originator and was going herself. It was a bright, hope-inspiring afternoon in this mid-May time, when the carriage containing Mr. and Mrs. Belmayne, Mrs. Doncaster, and Ethelberta crept along the encumbered streets towards Barbican, till, turning out of that thoroughfare into Red Cross Street, they beheld the bold shape of the old tower they sought, clothed in every neutral shade, standing clear against the sky, dusky and grim in its upper stage, and hoary grey below, where every corner of every stone was completely rounded off by the waves of wind and storm. All people were busy here. Our visitors seemed to be the only idle persons the city contained, and there was no dissonance, there never is, between antiquity and such beehive industry. For pure industry, in failing to observe its own existence and aspect, partakes of the unobtrusive nature of material things. This intramural stir was a flywheel transparent by excessive motion, through which Milton and his day could be seen as if nothing intervened. Had there been ostensibly harmonious accessories, a crowd of observing people in search of the poetical, conscious of the place and the scene, what a discord would have arisen there! But everybody passed by Milton's grave except Ethelberta and her friends, and for the moment the city's less invidious conduct appeared to her more respectful as a practice than her own. But she was brought out of this rumination by the halt at the church door, and completely reminded of the present by finding the church open, and Nay, the till yesterday unimpassioned Nay, waiting in the vestibule to receive them, just as if he lived there. Ladywell had not arrived. It was a long time before Ethelberta could get back to Milton again, for Nay was continuing to impend over her future more and more visibly. The objects along the journey had distracted her mind from him, but the moment now was as a direct renewal and prolongation of the declaration time yesterday, and as if in furtherance of the conclusion of the episode. They all alighted and went in, the coachman being told to take the carriage to a quiet nook further on, and return in half an hour. Mrs. Belmayne and her carriage some years before had accidentally got jammed crosswise in Cheapside through the clumsiness of the man in turning up a side street, blocking that great artery of the civilized world for the space of a minute and a half, when they were pounced upon by half a dozen policemen and forced to back ignominiously up a little slit between the houses where they did not mean to go, amid the shouts of the hindered drivers. And it was her nervous recollection of that event which caused Mrs. Belmayne to be so precise in her directions now. By the time that they were grouped round the tomb, the visit had assumed a much more solemn complexion than any one among them had anticipated. Ashamed of the influence that she discovered Nay to be exercising over her, and opposing it steadily, Ethelberta drew from her pocket a small edition of Milton, and proposed that she should read a few lines from Paradise Lost. The responsibility of producing a successful afternoon was upon her shoulders. She was, moreover, the only one present who could properly manage blank verse, and this was sufficient to justify the proposal. She stood with her head against the marble slab just below the bust, and began a selected piece, Nay standing a few yards off on her right, looking into his hat in order to listen accurately, Mr. and Mrs. Belmayne and Mrs. Doncaster seating themselves in a pew directly facing the monument. The ripe, warm colours of afternoon came in upon them from the west, upon the sallow piers and arches, and the infinitely deep brown pews beneath, the aisle over Ethelberta's head being in misty shade, through which glowed a lurid light from a dark-stained window behind. The sentences fell from her lips in a rhythmical cadence, one by one, and she could be fancied a priestess of him before whose image she stood, when with a vivid suggestiveness she delivered here, not many yards from the central money-mill of the world, yet out from the very tomb of her author, the passage containing the words, "Mammon led them on, Mammon, the least erected spirit that fell from heaven." When she finished reading, Ethelberta left the monument, and then each one present strayed independently about the building, Ethelberta turning to the left along the passage to the south door. Nay, from whose usually apathetic face and eyes there had proceeded a secret smouldering light as he listened and regarded her, followed in the same direction, and vanished at her heels into the churchyard, whither she had now gone. Mr. and Mrs. Belmayne exchanged glances, and instead of following the pair, they went with Mrs. Doncaster into the vestry, to inquire of the person in charge for the register of the marriage of Oliver Cromwell, which was solemnized here. The church was now quite empty, and its stillness was as a vacuum into which an occasional noise from the street overflowed and became rarefied away to nothing. Something like 5 minutes had passed when a hansom stopped outside the door, and Ladywell entered the porch. He stood still, and looking inquiringly round for a minute or two, sat down in one of the high pews, as if under the impression that the others had not yet arrived. While he sat there, Nay reappeared at the south door opposite, and came slowly in. Ladywell, in rising to go to him, saw that Nay's attention was engrossed by something he held in his hand. It was his pocket-book, and Nay was looking at a few loose flower petals which had been placed between the pages. When Ladywell came forward, Nay looked up, started, and closed the book quickly, so that some of the petals fluttered to the ground between the two men. They were striped red and white, and appeared to be leaves of the harlequin rose. "Ah, there you are, Ladywell," he said, recovering himself. "We had given you up. My aunt said that you would not care to come. They're all in the vestry." How it came to pass that Nay designated those in the vestry as all, when there was one in the churchyard, was a thing that he himself could hardly have explained, so much more had it to do with instinct than with calculation. "Oh, never mind them, don't interrupt them," said Ladywell. "The plain truth is that I have been very greatly disturbed in mind, and I could not appear earlier by reason of it. I had some doubt about coming at all." "I'm sorry to hear that." "Nay, I may as well tell you and have done with it. I have found that a lady of my acquaintance has two strings to her bow, or I am very much in error." "What, Mrs. Petherwin?" said Ney uneasily. "But I thought that fancy was over with you long ago. Even your acquaintance with her was at an end, I thought." "In a measure it is at an end, but let me tell you that what you call a fancy has been anything but a fancy with me, to be over like a spring shower. To speak plainly, Ney, I consider myself badly used by that woman, damn badly used." "Badly used?" said Ney mechanically, and wondering all the time if Ladywell had been informed that Ethelberta was to be one of the party to-day. "Well, I ought not to talk like that," said Ladywell, adopting a lighter tone. "All is fair in courtship, I suppose, now as ever. Indeed, I mean to put a good face upon it. If I am beaten, I am. But it is very provoking, after supposing matters to be going on smoothly, to find out that you are quite mistaken." "I told you were quite mistaken in supposing she cared for you." "That's just the point I was not mistaken in," said Ladywell warmly. "She did care for me, and I stood as well with her as any man could stand, until this fellow came, whoever he is. I sometimes feel so disturbed about it that I have a good mind to call upon her and ask his name. Wouldn't you, Ney? Will you accompany me?" "I would in a moment, but I strongly advise you not to go," said Ney earnestly. "It would be rash, you know, and rather unmannerly, and would only hurt your feelings." "Well, I'm always ready to yield to a friend's arguments. A sneaking scamp, that's what he is. Why doesn't he show himself?" "Don't you really know who he is?" said Ney, in a pronounced and exceptional tone, on purpose to give Ladywell a chance of suspecting, for the position was getting awkward. But Ladywell was blind as Bartimaeus in that direction, so well had indifference to Ethelberta's charms been feigned by Ney until he thought seriously of marrying her. Yet, unfortunately for the interests of calmness, Ladywell was less blind with his outward eye. In his reflections his glance had lingered again upon the pocket-book which Ney still held in his hand, and upon the 2 or 3 rose-leaves on the floor, until he said idly, superimposing humorousness upon misery, as men in love can, "Rose-leaves, Ney? I thought you didn't care for flowers. What makes you amuse yourself with such sentimental objects as those, only fit for women or painters like me? If I had not observed you with my own eyes, I should have said that you were about the last man in the world to care for things of that sort. Whatever makes you keep rose-leaves in your pocket-book?" "The best reason on earth," said Ney. "A woman gave them to me." "That proves nothing unless she is a great deal to you," said Ladywell, with the experienced air of a man who, whatever his inferiority in years to Ney, was far beyond him in knowledge of that sort by virtue of his recent trials. "She's a great deal to me." "If I did not know you to be such a confirmed misogynist, I should say that this is a serious matter." "It is serious," said Ney quietly. "The probability is that I shall marry the woman who gave me these. Anyhow, I have asked her the question, and she has not altogether said no." "I'm glad to hear it, Ney," said Ladywell heartily. "I'm glad to hear that your star is higher than mine." Before Ney could make further reply, Ladywell was attracted by the glow of green sunlight reflected through the south door by the grass of the churchyard, now in all its spring freshness and luxuriance. He bent his steps thither, followed anxiously by Ney. "I had no idea there was such a lovely green spot in the city," Ladywell continued, passing out. "Trees, too, planted in the manner of an orchard. What a charming place!" The place was truly charming just at that date. The untainted leaves of the lime and plane trees and the newly sprung grass had in the sun a brilliancy of beauty that was brought into extraordinary prominence by the sable soil showing here and there, and the charcoal stems and trunks out of which the leaves budded. They seemed an importation, not a produce, and their delicacy such as would perish in a day. "What is this round tower?" Ladywell said again, walking towards the iron-grey bastion, partly covered with ivy and Virginia creeper, which stood obtruding into the enclosure. "Oh, did you know that was here? That's a piece of the old city wall," said Ney, looking furtively around at the same time. Behind the bastion the churchyard ran into a long narrow strip, grassed like the other part, but completely hidden from it by the cylinder of ragged masonry. On rounding this projection, Ladywell beheld within a few feet of him a lady whom he knew too well. "Mrs. Petherwin here!" exclaimed he, proving how ignorant he had been of the composition of the party he was to meet, and accounting at the same time for his laxity in attending it. "I forgot to tell you," said Ney awkwardly behind him, "that Mrs. Petherwin was to come with us." Ethelberta's look was somewhat blushful and agitated, as if from some late transaction. She appeared to have been secluding herself there till she should have recovered her equanimity. However, she came up to him and said, "I did not see you before this moment. We have been thinking you would not come." While these words were being prettily spoken, Ladywell's face became pale as death. On Ethelberta's bosom were the stem and green calyx of a rose, almost all its flower having disappeared. It had been a harlequin rose, for 2 or 3 of its striped leaves remained to tell the tale. She could not help noticing his fixed gaze, and she said quickly, "Yes, I have lost my pretty rose. This may as well go now." And she plucked the stem from its fastening in her dress and flung it away. Poor Ladywell turned round to meet Mr. and Mrs. Belmayne, whose voices were beginning to be heard just within the church door, leaving Ney and Ethelberta together. It was a graceful act of young Ladywell's that, in the midst of his own pain at the strange tale the rose-leaves suggested, Ney's rivalry, Ethelberta's mutability, his own defeat, he was not regardless of the intense embarrassment which might have been caused had he remained. The two were silent at first, and it was evident that Ethelberta's mood was one of anger at something that had gone before. She turned aside from him to follow the others, when Ney spoke in a tone somewhat bitter and somewhat stern. "What, going like that after being compromised together? Why don't you close with me? Ladywell knows all. I've already told him that the rose-leaves were given to me by my intended wife. We seem to him to be practising deceptions all of a piece, and what folly it is to play off so. As to what I did, that I ask your forgiveness for." Ethelberta looked upon the ground and maintained a compressed lip. Ney resumed, "If I showed more feeling than you care for, I insist that it was not more than was natural under the circumstances, if not quite proper. Opinions may differ, but my experience goes to prove that conventional squeamishness at such times as there is more talked and written about than practised. Plain behaviour must be expected when marriage is in the question. Nevertheless, I do say, and I cannot say more, that I am sincerely sorry to have offended you by exceeding my privileges. I will never do so again." "Don't say privileges. You have none." "I'm sorry that I thought otherwise, and that others will think so too. Ladywell is at any rate bent on thinking so. It might have been made known to him in a gentle way, but God disposes." "There is nothing to make known. I don't understand," said Ethelberta, going from him. By this time Ladywell had walked round the gravel walks with the 2 other ladies and Mr. Belmayne, and they were all turning to come back again. The young painter had deputed his voice to reply to their remarks, but his understanding continued poring upon other things. When he came up to Ethelberta, his agitation had left him. She too was free from constraint, while Ney was some distance off, carefully examining nothing in particular in an old fragment of wall. The little party was now united again as to its persons, though in spirit far otherwise. They went through the church in general talk, Ladywell sad but serene, and Ethelberta keeping far removed both from him and from Ney. She had at this juncture entered upon that sphinx-like stage of existence in which, contrary to her earlier manner, she signified to no one of her ways, plans, or sensations, and spoke little on any subject at all. There were occasional smiles now, which came only from the face, and speeches from the lips merely. The journey home was performed as they had come, Ladywell not accepting the seat in Ney's cab which was phlegmatically offered him. Mrs. Doncastle's acquaintance with Ethelberta had been slight until this day, but the afternoon's proceeding had much impressed the matron with her younger friend. Before they parted she said, with the sort of affability which is meant to signify the beginning of permanent friendship, "A friend of my husband, Lord Mountclair, has been anxious for some time to meet you. He is a great admirer of the poems, and more still of the story-telling invention, and your power in it. He has been present many times at the Mayfair Hall to hear you. When will you dine with us to meet him? I know you will like him. Will Thursday be convenient?" Ethelberta stood for a moment reflecting, and reflecting hoped that Mrs. Doncastle had not noticed her momentary perplexity. Crises were becoming as common with her as blackberries, and she had foreseen this one a long time. It was not that she was to meet Lord Mountclair, for he was only a name and a distant profile to her. It was that her father would necessarily be present at the meeting, in the most anomalous position that human nature could endure. However, having often proved in her disjointed experience that the shortest way out of a difficulty lies straight through it, Ethelberta decided to dine at the Doncastles, and, as she murmured that she should have great pleasure in meeting any friend of theirs, set about contriving how the encounter with her dearest relative might be made safe and unsuspected. She made them adieu blithely, but the thoughts engendered by the invitation stood before her as sorrowful and rayless ghosts which could not be laid. Often at such conjunctures as these, when the futility of her great undertaking was more than usually manifest, did Ethelberta long like a tired child for the conclusion of the whole matter, when her work would be over and the evening come, when she might draw her boat upon the shore, and in some thymy nook await eternal night with a placid mind. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 28. Ethelberta's Mr. Chickerell's Room. The question of nay or no nay had reached a pitch of insistence which no longer permitted of dallying, even by a popular beauty. His character was becoming defined to Ethelberta as something very differently composed from that of her first imagining. She had set him down to be a man whose external inexcitability owed nothing to self-repression, but stood as the natural surface of the mass within. Ney's urban torpor, she said, might have been in the first instance produced by art, but, were it thus, it had gone so far as to permeate him. This had been disproved, first surprisingly by his reported statement, wondrously in the second place by his call upon her and sudden proposal, thirdly, to a degree simply astounding, by what had occurred in the city that day. For Ney, before the fervour had subsided which was produced in him by her look and general power while reading Paradise Lost, found himself alone with her in a nook outside the church, and there had almost demanded her promise to be his wife. She had replied by asking for time, and idly offering him the petals of her rose that had shed themselves in her hand. Ney, in taking them, pressed her fingers more warmly than she thought she had given him warrant for, which offended her. It was certainly a very momentary affair, and when it was over seemed to surprise himself almost as much as it had vexed her. But it had reminded her of one truth which she was in danger of forgetting. The town gentleman was not half so far removed from Sol and Dan and the hard-handed order in general in his passions as in his philosophy. He still continued to be the male of his species, and when the heart was hot with a dream, Pall Mall had much the same aspect as Wessex. Well, she had not accepted him yet. Indeed, for the moment they were in a pet with one another. Yet that might soon be cleared off, and then recurred the perpetual question, would the advantage that might accrue to her people by her marriage be worth the sacrifice? One palliative feature must be remembered when we survey the matrimonial ponderings of the poetess and romancer. What she contemplated was not meanly to ensnare a husband just to provide incomes for her and her family, but to find some man she might respect, who would maintain her in such a stage of comfort as should, by setting her mind free from temporal anxiety, enable her to further organize her talent and provide incomes for them herself. Plenty of saleable originality was left in her as yet, but it was getting crushed under the rubbish of her necessities. She was not sure that Nay would stand the test of her revelations. It would be possible to lead him to marry her without revealing anything. The events of the last few days had shown her that. Yet Ethelberta's honesty shrank from the safe course of holding her tongue. It might be pleasant to many a modern gentleman to find himself allied with a lady, none of whose ancestors had ever pandered to a court, lost an army, taken a bride, oppressed a community, or broken a bank. But the added disclosure that, in avoiding these stains, her kindred had worked and continued to work with their hands for bread, might lead such a one to consider that the novelty was dearly purchased. Ethelberta was upon the whole dissatisfied with her progress thus far. She had planned many things, and fulfilled few. Had her father been by this time provided for and made independent of the world, as she had thought he might be, not only would her course with regard to Nay be quite clear, but the impending awkwardness of dining with her father behind her chair could not have occurred. True, that was a small matter beside her regret for his own sake that he was still in harness, and a mere change of occupation would be but a tribute to a fastidiousness which he did not himself share. She had frequently tried to think of a vacation for him that would have a more dignified sound, and be less dangerously close to her own path. The post of caretaker at some provincial library, country stationer, registrar of births and deaths, and many others had been discussed and dismissed in face of the unmanageable fact that her father was serenely happy and comfortable as a butler, looking with dread at any hint of change short of perfect retirement. Since, then, she could not offer him this retirement, what right had she to interfere with his mode of life at all? In no other social groove on earth would he thrive as he throve in his present one, to which he had been accustomed from boyhood, and where the remuneration was actually greater than in professions 10 times as stately in name. For the rest, too, Ethelberta had indulged in hopes, the high education of the younger ones being the chief of these darling wishes. Picardy wanted looking to badly enough. Sol and Dan required no material help. They had quickly obtained good places of work under a Pimlico builder, for though the brothers scarcely showed as yet the light-fingered deftness of London artisans, the want was in a measure compensated by their painstaking, and employers are far from despising country hands who bring with them strength, industry, and a desire to please. But their sister had other lines laid down for them than those of level progress. To start them some day as masters instead of men was a long-cherished wish of Ethelberta's. Thus she had quite enough machinery in her hands to keep decently going, even were she to marry a man who would take a kindly view of her peculiar situation, and afford her opportunities of strengthening her powers for her kindred's good. But what would be the result of it 18 months hence, the date at which her occupation of the house in Exonbury Crescent came to an end? She was still a widow, with no accumulated capital, her platform talents grown homely and stunted through narrow living, and her tender vein of poesy completely dispersed by it. To calmly relinquish the struggle at that point would have been the act of a Stoic, but not of a woman, particularly when she considered the children, the hopes of her mother for them, and her own condition, though this was least, under the ironical cheers which would greet her slip back into the mire. It here becomes necessary to turn for a moment to Master Joey Chickerell, Ethelberta's troublesome page and brother. The face of this juvenile was that of a Greco-Roman satyr to the furthest degree of completeness. Viewed in front, the outer line of his upper lip rose in a double arch nearly to his little round nostrils, giving an expression of a jollity so delicious to himself as to compel a perpetual drawing in of his breath. During half-laughs his lips parted in the middle, and remained closed at the corners, which were small round pits like his nostrils, the same form being repeated as dimples a little further back upon his cheek. The opening for each eye formed a sparkling crescent, both upper and under lid having the convexity upwards. But during some few days preceding the dinner party at the Doncastles, all this changed. The luxuriant curves departed. A compressed lineality was to be observed everywhere. The pupils of his eyes seemed flattened, and the carriage of his head was limp and sideways. This was a feature so remarkable and new in him that Piketty noticed it, and was lifted from the melancholy current of her own affairs in contemplating his. "Well, what's the matter?" said Piketty. "Oh, nothing," said Joey. "Nothing? How can you say so?" "The world's a hollow mockery, that's what I say." "Yes, so it is to some, but not to you," said Piketty, sighing. "Don't talk argument, Piketty. I only hope you'll never feel what I feel now. If it wasn't for my duties here, I know what I'd do. I'd list, that's what I'd do. But having my position to fill here as the only responsible manservant in the house, I can't leave." "Has anybody been beating you?" "Beating? Do I look like a person who gets beatings? No, it is a madness," said Joey, putting his hand upon his chest. "The case is, I'm in love." "Oh, Joey, a boy no bigger than you are," said Piketty reprovingly. Her personal interest in the passion, however, provoked her to inquire in the next breath, "Who is it? Do tell, Joey." "No bigger than I. What have bigness to do with it? That's just like your old-fashioned notions. Bigness is no more wanted in courting nowadays than in soldiering or smoking or any other duty of man. Husbands is rare, and a promising courter who means business will fetch his price in these times, big or small, I assure ye. I might have been engaged a dozen times over as far as the bigness goes. You should see what a miserable little fellow my rival is afore you talk like that. Now you know I've got a rival. Perhaps you'll own there must be something in it." "Yes, that seems like the real thing. But who is the young woman?" "Well, I don't mind telling you, Piketty. It is Mrs. Doncastle's new maid. I called to see father last night, and had supper there, and you should have seen how lovely she were, eating sparrowgrass sideways as if she were born to it. But of course there's a rival, there always is. I might have known that, and I will crush him." "But Mrs. Doncastle's new maid, if that was she I caught a glimpse of the other day, is ever so much older than you, a dozen years." "What's that to a man in love? Pooh! I wish you would leave me, Piketty. I wants to be alone." A short time after this Piketty was in the company of Ethelberta, and she took occasion to mention Joey's attachment. Ethelberta grew exceedingly angry directly she heard of it. "What a fearful nuisance that boy is becoming!" she said. "Does father know anything of this?" "I think not," said Piketty. "Oh no, he cannot. He would not allow any such thing to go on. She is so much older than Joey." "I should think he wouldn't allow it. The fact is, I must be more strict about this growing friendliness between you all and the Doncastle servants. There shall be absolutely no intimacy or visiting of any sort. When father wants to see any of you, he must come here, unless there is a most serious reason for your calling upon him. Some disclosure or reference to me otherwise than as your mistress will certainly be made else, and then I am ruined. I will speak to father myself about Joey's absurd nonsense this evening. I am going to see him on another matter." And Ethelberta sighed. "I'm to dine there on Thursday," she added. "To dine there, Berta? Well, that is a strange thing. Why, father will be close to you." "Yes," said Ethelberta quietly. "How I should like to see you sitting at a grand dinner table among lordly dishes and shining people, and father about the room unnoticed. Berta, I've never seen a dinner party in my life, and father said that I should some day. He promised me long ago." "How will he be able to carry out that, my dear child?" said Ethelberta, drawing her sister gently to her side. "Father says that for an hour and a half the guests are quite fixed in the dining-room, and as unlikely to move as if there were trees planted round the table. Do let me go and see you, Berta," Piketty added coaxingly. "I would give anything to see how you look in the midst of elegant people talking and laughing, and you, my own sister, all the time, and me looking on like puss in the corner." Ethelberta could hardly resist the entreaty, in spite of her recent resolution. "We will leave that to be considered when I come home to-night," she said. "I must hear what father says." After dark the same evening, a woman, dressed in plain black and wearing a hood, went to the servants' entrance of Mr. Doncastle's house, and inquired for Mr. Chickerell. Ethelberta found him in a room by himself, and on entering she closed the door behind her and unwrapped her face. "Can you sit with me a few minutes, father?" she said. "Yes, for a quarter of an hour or so," said the butler. "Has anything happened? I thought it might be Piketty." "No, all well as yet, but I thought it best to see you upon one or two matters which are harassing me a little just now. The first is, that stupid boy Joey has got entangled in some way with the lady's maid at this house. A ridiculous affair it must be by all account, but it is too serious for me to treat lightly. She will worm everything out of him, and a pretty business it will be then."
"God bless my soul! Why, the woman is old enough to be his mother. I've never heard a sound of it till now. What do you propose to do?"
"I have hardly thought. I cannot tell at all, but we will consider that after I have done. The next thing is, I am to dine here Thursday, that is, to-morrow."
"You going to dine here, are you?" said her father in surprise. "Dear me, that's news. We have a dinner party to-morrow, but I was not aware that you knew our people."
"I have accepted the invitation," said Ethelberta, "but if you think I had better stay away, I will get out of it by some means. Heavens, what does that mean? Will anybody come in?" she added, rapidly pulling up her hood and jumping from the seat as the loud tones of a bell clanged forth in startling proximity.
"Oh, no, it's all safe," said her father. "It's the area door, nothing to do with me. About the dinner, I don't see why you may not come. Of course you will take no notice of me, nor shall I of you. It is to be rather a large party. Lord What's-his-name is coming, and several good people."
"Yes, he's coming to meet me, it appears. But, father," she said, more softly and slowly, "how wrong it will be for me to come so close to you and never recognize you. I don't like it. I wish you could have given up service by this time. It would have been so much less painful for us all round. I thought we might have been able to manage it somehow."
"Nonsense, nonsense!" said Mr. Chickerell crossly. "There's not the least reason why I should give up. I want to save a little money first. If you don't like me as I am, you must keep away from me. Don't be uneasy about my comfort. I am right enough, thank God. I can mind myself for many a year yet."
Ethelberta looked at him with tears in her eyes, but she did not speak. She never could help crying when she met her father here.
"I've been in service now for more than 37 years," her father went on. "It is an honourable calling. And why should you maintain me because you earn a few pounds by your gifts, and an old woman left you her house and a few sticks of furniture? If she had left you any money, it would have been a different thing. But as you have to work for every penny you get, I cannot think of it. Suppose I should agree to come and live with you, and then you should be ill, or such like, and I no longer able to help myself. Oh, no, I'll stick where I am, for here I am as safe as to food and shelter, at any rate. Surely, Ethelberta, it is only right that I, who ought to keep you all, should at least keep your mother and myself. As to our position, that we cannot help, and I don't mind that you are unable to own me."
"I wish I could own you, all of you."
"Well, you chose your course, my dear, and you must abide by it. Having put your hand to the plough, it would be foolish to turn back."
"It would, I suppose. Yet I wish I could get a living by some simple, humble occupation, and drop the name of Petherwin, and be Berta Chickerell again, and live in a green cottage as we used to do when I was small. I'm miserable to a pitiable degree sometimes, and sink into regrets that I ever fell into such a groove as this. I don't like covert deeds, such as coming here to-night, and many are necessary with me from time to time. There is something without which splendid energies are a drug, and that is a cold heart. There's another thing necessary to energy too, the power of distinguishing your visions from your reasonable forecasts when looking into the future, so as to allow your energy to lay hold of the forecasts only. I begin to have a fear that mother is right when she implies that I undertook to carry out visions and all. But 10 of us are so many to cope with. If God Almighty had only killed off 3/4 of us when we were little, a body might have done something for the rest. But as we are, it is hopeless."
"There is no use in your going into high doctrine like that," said Chickerell. "As I said before, you chose your course. You've begun to fly high, and you'd better keep there."
"And to do that there is only one way. That is, to do it surely, so that I have some groundwork to enable me to keep up to the mark in my profession. That way is marriage."
"Marriage? Who are you going to marry?"
"God knows, perhaps Lord Mountclear. Stranger things have happened."
"Yes, so they have, though not many wretcheder things. I would sooner see you in your grave, Ethelberta, than Lord Mountclear's wife, or the wife of anybody like him. great as the honour would be."
"Of course, that was only something to say. I don't know the man even."
"I know his valet. However, marry who you may, I hope you'll be happy, my dear girl. You'll be still more divided from us in that event. But when your mother and I are dead, it will make little difference."
Ethelberta placed her hand upon his shoulder and smiled cheerfully. "Now, father, don't despond. All will be well, and we shall see no such misfortune as that for many a year. Leave all to me. I am a rare hand at contrivances."
"You are indeed, Berta. It seems to me quite wonderful that we should be living so near together and nobody suspect the relationship because of the precautions you have taken."
"Yet the precautions were rather Lady Petherwin's than mine, as you know. Consider how she kept me abroad. My marriage being so secret made it easy to cut off all traces, unless anybody had made it a special business to search for them. That people should suspect as yet would be by far the most wonderful thing of the two. But we must, for one thing, have no visiting between our girls and the servants here, or they will soon suspect." Ethelberta then laid down a few laws on the subject, and, explaining the other details of her visit, told her father soon that she must leave him. He took her along the passage and into the area. They were standing at the bottom of the steps saying a few parting words about Picardy's visit to see the dinner, when a female figure appeared by the railing above, slipped in at the gate, and flew down the steps past the father and daughter. At the moment of passing she whispered breathlessly to him, "Is that you, Mr. Chickerell?"
"Yes," said the butler.
She tossed into his arms a quantity of wearing apparel, and adding, "Please take them upstairs for me. I'm late," rushed into the house. "Good heavens, what does that mean?" said Ethelberta, holding her father's arm in her uneasiness.
"That's the new lady's maid just come in from an evening walk, that young scamp's sweetheart, if what you tell me is true. I don't yet know what her character is, but she runs neck and neck with time closer than any woman I ever met. She stays out at night like this till the last moment, and often throws off her dashing courting clothes in this way as she runs down the steps, to save a journey to the top of the house to her room before going to Mrs. Doncastle's, who is in fact at this minute waiting for her. Only look here." Chickerell gathered up a hat decked with feathers and flowers, a parasol, and a light muslin train skirt, out of the pocket of the latter tumbling some long golden tresses of hair. "What an extraordinary woman!" said Ethelberta. "A perfect Cinderella. The idea of Joey getting desperate about a woman like that! No doubt she has come in from meeting him." "No doubt. A blockhead. That's his taste, is it? I'll soon see if I can't cure his taste if it includes towards Mrs. Menlove."
"Mrs. what?"
"Menlove, that's her name. She came about a fortnight ago."
"And is that Menlove? What shall we do?" exclaimed Ethelberta. "The idea of the boy singling out her! Why, it is ruin to him, to me, and to us all." She hastily explained to her father that Menlove had been Lady Petherwin's maid, and her own, at some time before the death of her mother-in-law; that she had only stayed with them through a 3 months' tour because of her flightiness, and hence had learnt nothing of Ethelberta's history, and probably had never thought at all about it. But nevertheless they were as well acquainted as a lady and her maid well could be in the time. "Like all such doubtful characters," continued Ethelberta, "she was one of the cleverest and lightest-handed women we ever had about her. When she first came, my hair was getting quite weak, but by brushing it every day in a peculiar manner, and treating it as only she knew how, she brought it into splendid condition."
"Well, this is the devil to pay, upon my life," said Mr. Chickerell, with a miserable gaze at the bundle of clothes and the general situation at the same time. "Unfortunately for her friendship, I have snubbed her 2 or 3 times already, for I don't care about her manner. You know she has a way of trading on a man's sense of honour till it puts him into an awkward position. She is perfectly well aware that, whatever scrape I find her out in, I shall not have the conscience to report her because I am a man, and she is a defenceless woman, and so she takes advantage of one's feeling by making me, or either of the other men servants, her bottle-holder, as you see she has done now."
"This is all simply dreadful," said Ethelberta. "Joey is shrewd and trustworthy, but in the hands of such a woman as that! I suppose she did not recognize me?"
"There was no chance of that in the dark."
"Well, I cannot do anything in it," said she. "I cannot manage Joey at all."
"I will see if I can. said Mr. Chickerell. "Courting at his age, indeed! What shall we hear next?" Chickerell then accompanied his daughter along the street till an empty cab passed them, and, putting her into it, he returned to the house again. Chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 29. Ethelberta's dressing room. Mr. Doncastle's house. The dressing of Ethelberta for the dinner party was an undertaking into which Piketty threw her whole skill as tirewoman. Her energies were brisker that day than they had been at any time since the Julians first made preparations for departure from town, for a letter had come to her from Faith, telling of their arrival at the old cathedral city, which was found to suit their inclinations and habits infinitely better than London, and that she would like Piketty to visit them there some day. Piketty felt, and so probably felt the writer of the letter, that such a visit would not be very practicable just now. But it was a pleasant idea, and for fastening dreams upon was better than nothing. Such musings were encouraged also by Ethelberta's remarks as the dressing went on. "We will have a change soon," she said. "We will go out of town for a few days. It will do good in many ways. I am getting so alarmed about the health of the children. Their faces are becoming so white and thin and pinched that an old acquaintance would hardly know them. And they were so plump when they came. You are looking as pale as a ghost, and I dare say I am too. A week or two at Knowlesea would see us right." "Oh, how charming!" said Piketty gladly. Knowlesea was a village on the coast not very far from Melchester, the new home of Christopher. Not very far, that is to say, in the eye of a sweetheart, but, seeing that there was, as the crow flies, a stretch of 35 miles between the two places, and that more than 1/3 the distance was without a railway, an elderly gentleman might have considered their situations somewhat remote from each other. "Why have you chosen Knowlesea?" inquired Piketty. "Because of aunt's letter from Rouen. Have you seen it?" "I did not read it through." "She wants us to get a copy of the register of her baptism, and she is not absolutely certain which of the parishes in and about Knowlesea they were living in when she was born. Mother, being a year younger, cannot tell, of course. First I thought of writing to the clergyman of each parish, but that would be troublesome, and might reveal the secret of my birth. But if we go down there for a few days, and take some lodgings, we shall be able to find out all about it at leisure. Gwendolen and Joey can attend to mother and the people downstairs, especially as father will look in every evening until he goes out of town to see if they are getting on properly. It will be such a weight off my soul to slip away from acquaintances here." "Will it?" "Yes. At the same time I ought not to speak so, for they have been very kind. I wish we could go to Rouen afterwards. Aunt repeats her invitation as usual. However, there is time enough to think of that." Ethelberta was dressed at last, and, beholding the lonely look of poor Piketty when about to leave the room, she could not help having a sympathetic feeling that it was rather hard for her sister to be denied so small an enjoyment as a menial peep at a feast when she herself was to sit down to it as guest. "If you still want to go and see the procession downstairs, you may do so," she said reluctantly, "provided that you take care of your tongue when you come in contact with men, love, and adhere to father's instructions as to how long you may stay. It may be in the highest degree unwise, but never mind, go." Then Ethelberta departed for the scene of action just at the hour of the sun's lowest decline, when it was fading away, yellow and mild as candlelight, and when upper windows facing north-west reflected to persons in the street dissolving views of tawny cloud with brazen edges, the original picture of the same being hidden from sight by soiled walls and slaty slopes. Before entering the presence of host and hostess, Ethelberta contrived to exchange a few words with her father. "In excellent time," he whispered, full of paternal pride at the superb audacity of her situation here in relation to his. "About half of them are come." "Mr. Ney?" "Not yet. He's coming." "Lord Mountclair?" "Yes, he came absurdly early, 10 minutes before anybody else. so that Mrs. D. could hardly get on her bracelets and things soon enough to scramble downstairs and receive him. And he's as nervous as a boy. Keep up your spirits, dear, and don't mind me." "I will, father, and let Pickety see me at dinner if you can. She is very anxious to look at me. She'll be here directly." And Ethelberta, having been announced, joined the chamberful of assembled guests, among whom, for the present, we lose sight of her. Meanwhile, the evening outside of the house was deepening in tone, and the lamps began to blink up. Her sister having departed, Pickety hastily arrayed herself in a little black jacket and a chip hat, and tripped across the park to the same point. Chickerell had directed a maidservant known as Jane to receive his humbler daughter and make her comfortable, and that friendly person, who spoke as if she had known Pickety 25 years, took her to the housekeeper's room, where the visitor deposited her jacket and hat, and rested a while. A quick-eyed, light-haired, slight-built woman came in when Jane had gone. "Are you Miss Chickerell?" she said to Pickety. "Yes," said Pickety, guessing that this was Menlove, and fearing her a little. "Jane tells me that you come to visit your father, and would like to look at the company going to dinner. Well, they are not much to see, you know, but such as they are, you are welcome to the sight of. Come along with me." "I think I would rather wait for father, if you will excuse me, please." "Your father's busy now. It's no use for you to think of saying anything to him." Pickety followed her guide up a back staircase to the height of several flights, and then, crossing a landing, they descended to the upper part of the front stairs. "Now look over the balustrade, and you will see them all in a minute," said Mrs. Menlove. "Oh, you need not be timid. You can look out as far as you like. We're all independent here. No slavery for us. It is not as it is in the country, where servants are considered to be of different blood and bone from their employers, and to have no eyes for anything but their work. Here, they're coming." Pickety then had the pleasure of looking down upon a series of human crowns, some black, some white, some strangely built upon, some smooth and shining, descending the staircase in disordered column and great discomfort, their owners trying to talk, but breaking off in the midst of syllables to look to their footing. The young girl's eyes had not drooped over the handrail more than a few moments, when she softly exclaimed, "There she is! There she is! How lovely she looks, does she not?" "Who?" said Mrs. Menlove. Pickety recollected herself, and hastily drew in her impulses. "My dear mistress," she said blandly, "that is she on Mr. Doncastle's arm. And look, who is that funny old man the elderly lady is helping downstairs?" "He's our honoured guest, Lord Mountclair. Mrs. Doncastle will have him all through the dinner, and after that he will devote himself to Mrs. Petherwin, your dear mistress. He keeps looking towards her now, and no doubt thinks it a nuisance that she is not with him. Well, Eustace to stay here. Come a little further, we'll follow them." Menlove began to lead the way downstairs, but Pickety held back. "Won't they see us?" she said. "No, and if they do, it doesn't matter. Mrs. Doncastle would not object in the least to the daughter of her respected head man being accidentally seen in the hall." They descended to the bottom, and stood in the hall. "Oh, there's father!" whispered Pickety, with childlike gladness, as Chickerell became visible to her by the door. The butler nodded to his daughter, and became again engrossed in his duties. "I wish I could see her, my mistress, again," said Pickety. "You seem mightily concerned about your mistress," said Menlove. "Do you want to see if you have dressed her properly?" "Yes, partly, and I like her too. She's very kind to me." "You'll have a chance of seeing her soon. When the door is nicely open you can look in for a moment. I must leave you now for a few minutes, but I will come again." Menlove departed, and Pickety stood waiting. She wondered how Ethelberta was getting on, and whether she enjoyed herself as much as it seemed her duty to do in such a superbly hospitable place. Pickety then turned her attention to the hall, every article of furniture therein appearing worthy of scrutiny to her unaccustomed eyes. Here she walked and looked about for a long time, till an excellent opportunity offered itself of seeing how affairs progressed in the dining-room. Through the partly opened door there became visible a sideboard, which first attracted her attention by its richness. It was indeed a noticeable example of modern art workmanship, in being exceptionally large, with curious ebony mouldings at different stages, and, while the heavy cupboard doors at the bottom were enriched with inlays of paler wood, other panels were decorated with tiles, as if the massive composition had been erected on the spot as part of the solid building.
However, it was on a space higher up that Picotty's eyes and thoughts were fixed. In the great mirror above the middle ledge she could see reflected the upper part of the dining-room, and this suggested to her that she might see Ethelberta and the other guests reflected in the same way by standing on a chair, which, quick as thought, she did. To Picotty's dazed young vision, her beautiful sister appeared as the chief figure of a glorious pleasure parliament of both sexes, surrounded by whole regiments of candles grouped here and there about the room. She and her companions were seated before a large flower-bed, or small hanging garden, fixed at about the level of the elbow, the attention of all being concentrated rather upon the uninteresting margin of the bed, and upon each other, than on the beautiful natural objects growing in the middle, as it seemed to Picotty. In the ripple of conversation Ethelberta's clear voice could occasionally be heard, and her young sister could see that her eyes were bright and her face beaming, as if divers social wants and looming penuriousness had never been within her experience. Mr. Doncaster was quite absorbed in what she was saying. So was the queer old man whom Menlove had called Lord Mountclair. "The dashing young widow looks very well, does she not?" said a person at Picotty's elbow. It was her conductor, Menlove, now returned again, whom Picotty had quite forgotten. "She will do some damage here to-night, you will find," continued Menlove. "How long have you been with her?" "Oh, a long time. I mean, rather a short time," stammered Picotty. "I know her well enough. I was her maid once, or rather her mother-in-law's, but that was long before you knew her. I did not by any means find her so lovable as you seem to think her when I had to do with her at close quarters. An awful flirt, awful. Don't you find her so?" "I don't know." "If you don't yet, you will know. But come down from your perch. The dining-room door will not be open again for some time, and I'll show you about the rooms upstairs. This is a larger house than Mrs. Petherwin's, as you'll see. Just come and look at the drawing-rooms." Wishing much to get rid of Menlove, yet fearing to offend her, Picotty followed upstairs. Dinner was almost over by this time, and when they entered the front drawing-room a young man-servant and maid were there rekindling the lights. "Now let's have a game of cat and mouse," said the maid-servant cheerily. "There's plenty of time before they come up." "Agreed," said Menlove promptly. "You will play, will you not, Miss Chickerell?" "No, indeed," said Picotty, aghast. "Never mind, then. You look on." Away then ran the housemaid and Menlove, and the young footman started at their heels. Round the room, over the furniture, under the furniture, through the furniture, out of one window, along the balcony, in at another window, again round the room. So they glided with the swiftness of swallows and the noiselessness of ghosts. Then the housemaid drew a Jew's harp from her pocket, and struck up a lively waltz sotto voce. The footman seized Menlove, who appeared nothing loath, and began spinning gently round the room with her, to the time of the fascinating measure. Which fashion halls from countesses to queens, and maids and valets danced behind the scenes. Picotty, who had been accustomed to unceiled country cottages all her life, wherein the scamper of a mouse is heard distinctly from floor to floor, exclaimed in a terrified whisper at viewing all this, "They'll hear you underneath, they'll hear you, and we shall all be ruined." "Oh, not at all," came from the cautious dancers. "These are some of the best-built houses in London, double floors, filled in with material that will deaden any row you like to make, and we make none. But come and have a turn yourself, Miss Chickerell." The young man relinquished Menlove, and on the spur of the moment seized Picotty. Picotty flounced away from him in indignation, backing into a corner with ruffled feathers, like a pullet trying to appear a hen. "How dare you touch me?" she said, with rounded eyes. "I'll tell somebody downstairs of you, who'll soon see about it." "What a baby! She'll tell her father." "No, I shan't. Somebody you are all afraid of, that's who I'll tell." "Nonsense," said Menlove. "He meant no harm." Playtime was now getting short, and further antics being dangerous on that account, the performers retired again downstairs, Picotty, of necessity, following. Her nerves were screwed up to the highest pitch of uneasiness by the grotesque habits of these men and maids, who were quite unlike the country servants she had known, and resembled nothing so much as pixies, elves, or gnomes, peeping up upon human beings from their shady haunts underground, sometimes for good, sometimes for ill, sometimes doing heavy work, sometimes none, teasing and worrying with impish laughter half suppressed, and vanishing directly mortal eyes were bent on them. Separate and distinct from overt existence under the sun, this life could hardly be without its distinctive pleasures, all of them being more or less pervaded by thrills and titillations from games of hazard and the perpetual risk of sensational surprises. Long before this time Piketty had begun to be anxious to get home again, but Menlove seemed particularly to desire her company, and pressed her to sit a while, telling her young friend, by way of entertainment, of various extraordinary love adventures in which she had figured as heroine when travelling on the Continent. These stories had one and all a remarkable likeness in a certain point. Menlove was always unwilling to love the adorer, and the adorer was always unwilling to live afterwards on account of it. "Ha, ha, ha!" in men's voices was heard from the distant dining-room as the two women went on talking. "And then," continued Menlove, "there was that duel I was the cause of between the courier and the French valet. Dear me, what a trouble that was, yet I could do nothing to prevent it. This courier was a very handsome man. They're all handsome sometimes." "Yes, they are. My aunt married one." "Did she? Where do they live?" "They keep in a hotel at Rouen," murmured Piketty, in doubt whether this should have been told or not. "Well, he used to follow me to English church every Sunday regularly, and I was so determined not to give my hand where my heart could never be, that I slipped out at the other door while he stood expecting me by the one I entered. Here I met Monsieur Pierre, when, as ill luck would have it, the other came round the corner, and seeing me talking to the valet, he challenged him at once." "Ha, ha, ha!" was heard again afar. "Did they fight?" said Piketty. "Yes, I believe they did. We left Nice the next day, but I heard some time after of a duel not many miles off, and although I could not get hold of the names, I make no doubt it was between these two gentlemen. I never knew which of them fell. Poor fellow, whichever it was." "Ha, ha, 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 ha!" came from the dining-room. "Whatever are those boozy men laughing at, I wonder?" said Menlove. "They're always so noisy when the ladies have gone upstairs. Upon my soul, I'll run up and find out." "No, no, don't!" entreated Piketty, putting her hand on her entertainer's arm. It seems wrong. It's no concern of ours." "Wrong be hanged. Anything on an impulse," said Mrs. Menlove, skipping across the room and out of the door, which stood open, as did others in the house, the evening being sultry and oppressive. Piketty waited in her seat until it occurred to her that she could escape the lady's maid by going off into her father's pantry in her absence. But before this had been put into effect, Menlove appeared again. "Such fun as they are having up there," she said. "Somebody asked Mr. Ney to tell a story which he had told at some previous time, but he was very reluctant to do so, and pretended he could not recollect it. Well, then the other man, I couldn't distinguish him by his voice, began telling it to prompt Mr. Ney's memory, and as far as I could understand, it was about some lady who thought Mr. Ney was in love with her, and to find whether he was worth accepting or not, she went with her maid at night to see his estate, and wandered about it and got lost, and was frightened, and I don't know what besides. Then Mr. Ney laughed too, and said he liked such common sense in a woman. No names were mentioned, but I fancy from the awkwardness of Mr. Ney at being compelled to tell it, that the lady is one of those in the drawing-room. I should like to know which it was." "I know. I have heard something about it," said Piketty, blushing with anger. "It was nothing at all like that. I wonder Mr. Ney had the audacity ever to talk of the matter, and to misrepresent it so greatly." "Tell all about it, do," said Menlove. "Oh no," said Piketty. I promise not to say a word." "It is your mistress, I expect." "You may think what you like, but the lady is anything but a mistress of mine." The flighty Menlove pressed her to tell the whole story, but finding this useless, the subject was changed. Presently her father came in, and, taking no notice of Menlove, told his daughter that she had been called for. Piketty very readily put on her things, and, on going outside, found Joey awaiting her. Mr. Chickerell followed closely, with sharp glances from the corner of his eye, and it was plain from Joey's nervous manner of lingering in the shadows of the area doorway instead of entering the house, that the butler had in some way set himself to prevent all communion between the fair lady's maid and his son, for that evening at least. He watched Piketty and her brother off the premises, and the pair went on their way towards Exonbury Crescent, very few words passing between them. Piketty's thoughts had turned to the proposed visit to Nulsea, and Joey was sulky under disappointment and the blank of thwarted purposes. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 30. On the Housetop. "Peggotty, are you asleep?" Ethelberta whispered softly at dawn the next morning, by the half-opened door of her sister's bedroom.
"No, I keep waking, it is so warm." "So do I. Suppose we get up and see the sun rise. The east is filling with flame."
"Yes, I should like it," said Peggotty. The restlessness which had brought Ethelberta hither in slippers and dressing-gown at such an early hour owed its origin to another cause than the warmth of the weather, but of that she did not speak as yet. Peggotty's room was an attic with windows in the roof, a chamber dismal enough at all times and very shadowy now. While Peggotty was wrapping up, Ethelberta placed a chair under the window, and, mounting upon this, they stepped outside and seated themselves within the parapet. The air was as clear and fresh as on a mountain-side. Sparrows chattered, and birds of a species unsuspected at later hours could be heard singing in the park hard by, while here and there on ridges and flats a cat might be seen going calmly home from the devilries of the night to resume the amiabilities of the day.
"I'm so sorry I was asleep when you reached home," said Peggotty. "I was so anxious to tell you something I heard of, and to know what you did. But my eyes would shut, try as I might, and then I tried no longer. Did you see me at all, Berta?"
"Never once. I had an impression that you were there. I fancied you were from father's carefully vacuous look whenever I glanced at his face."
"But were you careful about what you said, and did you see Menlove?
I felt all the time that I had done wrong in letting you come. The gratification to you was not worth the risk to me."
"I saw her and talked to her, but I'm certain she suspected nothing. I enjoyed myself very much, and there was no risk at all."
"I am glad it is no worse news. However, you must not go there again. Upon that point I am determined."
"It was a good thing I did go, all the same. I'll tell you why when you've told me what happened to you."
"Nothing of importance happened to me." "I expect you got to know the lord you were to meet?"
"Oh yes, Lord Mountclair."
"And it's dreadful how fond he is of you, quite ridiculously taken up with you. I saw that well enough. Such an old man, too. I wouldn't have him for the world." "Don't jump at conclusions so absurdly, Peggotty. Why wouldn't you have him for the world?"
"Because he's old enough to be my grandfather, and yours too."
"Indeed he is not. He's only middle-aged."
"Oh, Berta, 65 at least."
"He may or may not be that, and if he is, it is not old. He's so entertaining that one forgets all about age in connection with him."
"He laughs like this, he, he, he."
Peggotty introduced as much antiquity into her face as she could by screwing it up and suiting the action to the word. "This very odd thing occurred," said Ethelberta, to get Peggotty off the track of Lord Mountclair's peculiarities, as it seemed. "I was saying to Mr. Ney that we were going to Knowlesea for a time, feeling that he would not be likely to know anything about such an out-of-the-way place, when Lord Mountclair, who was near, said, 'I shall be at Ankworth Court in a few days, probably at the same time you are at Knowlesea. The Imperial Archaeological Association holds its meetings in that part of Wessex this season, and Corvsgate Castle, near Knowlesea, is one of the places on our list.' Then he hoped I would be able to attend. Did you ever hear anything so strange? Now I should like to attend very much, not on Lord Mountclair's account, but because such gatherings are interesting, and I have never been to one. Yet there is this to be considered. Would it be right for me to go without a friend to such a place? Another point is that we shall live in menagerie style at Knowlesea for the sake of the children, and we must do it economically in case we accept Aunt Charlotte's invitation to Rouen. Hence, if he or his friends find us out there, it will be awkward for me. So the alternative is Knowlesea or some other place for us."
"Let it be Knowlesea, now we have once settled it," said Peggotty anxiously. "I've mentioned to Faith Julian that we shall be there."
"Mentioned it already? You must have written instantly."
"I had a few minutes to spare, and I thought I might as well write."
"Very well, we will stick to Knowlesea," said Ethelberta, half in doubt.
"Yes. Otherwise it will be difficult to see about Aunt's baptismal certificate. We will hope nobody will take the opportunity to pry into our household. And now, Peggotty, I want to ask you something. something very serious. How would you like me to marry Mr. Ney?"
Ethelberta could not help laughing with a faint shyness as she asked the question under the searching east ray.
"He has asked me to marry him," she continued, "and I want to know what you would say to such an arrangement. I don't mean to imply that the event is certain to take place, but, as a mere supposition, what do you say to it, Pickety?"
Ethelberta was far from putting this matter before Pickety for advice or opinion, but, like all people who have an innate dislike to hole and corner policy, she felt compelled to speak of it to some one.
"I should not like him for you at all," said Pickety vehemently. "I'd rather you had Mr. Ladywell." "Oh, don't name him." "I wouldn't have Mr. Ney at any price. Nevertheless, it is about him that I was going to tell you."
Pickety proceeded to relate Menlove's account of the story of Ethelberta's escapade, which had been dragged from Ney the previous evening by the friend to whom he had related it, before he was so enamoured of Ethelberta as to regard that performance as a positive virtue in her.
"Nobody was told or even suspected who the lady of the anecdote was," Pickety concluded, "but I knew instantly, of course, and I think it very unfortunate that we ever went to that dreadful ghostly estate of his, Berta."
Ethelberta's face heated with mortification. She had no fear that Ney had told names or other particulars which might lead to her identification by any friend of his, and she could make allowances for bursts of confidence. But there remained the awkward fact that he himself knew her to be the heroine of the episode. What annoyed her most was that Ney could ever have looked upon her indiscretion as a humorous incident, which he certainly must have done at some time or other to account for his telling it. Had he been angry with her, or sneered at her for going, she could have forgiven him. But to see her manoeuvre in the light of a joke, to use it as illustrating his grim theory of womankind, and neither to like nor to dislike her the more for it from first to last, this was to treat her with a cynicism which was intolerable. That Ney's use of the incident as a stock anecdote ceased long before he had decided to ask her to marry him, she had no doubt, but it showed that his love for her was of that sort in which passion makes war upon judgment, and prevails in spite of will. Moreover, he might have been speaking ironically when he alluded to the act as a virtue in a woman, which seemed the more likely when she remembered his cool bearing towards her in the drawing-room. Possibly it was an antipathetic reaction, induced by the renewed recollection of her proceeding. "I will never marry Mr. Ney," she said with decision. "That shall settle it. You need not think over any such contingency, Pickety. He is one of those horrid men who love with their eyes, the remainder part of him objecting all the time to the feeling. And even if his objections prove the weaker, and the man marries, his general nature conquers again by the time the wedding trip is over, so that the woman is miserable at last, and had better not have had him at all." "That applies still more to Lord Mountclair, to my thinking. I never saw anything like the look of his eyes upon you." "Oh, no, no, you understand nothing if you say that. But one thing be sure of, there is no marriage likely to take place between myself and Mr. Ney. I have longed for a sound reason for disliking him, and now I have got it. Well, we'll talk no more of this. Let us think of the nice little pleasure we have in store, our stay at Dulcie. There we will be as free as the wind, and when we are down there, I can drive across to Corvsgate Castle, if I wish, to attend the Imperial Association meeting, and nobody will know where I came from. Dulcie is not more than 5 miles from the castle, I think." Pickety was by this time beginning to yawn, and that Ethelberta did not feel nearly so wakeful as she had felt half an hour earlier. Tall and swarthy columns of smoke were now soaring up from the kitchen chimneys around, spreading horizontally when at a great height, and forming a roof of haze which was turning the sun to a copper colour, and by degrees spoiling the sweetness of the new atmosphere that had rolled in from the country during the night, giving it the usual city smell. The resolve to make this rising the beginning of a long and busy day, which would set them beforehand with the rest of the world, weakened with their growing weariness, and an impulse to lie down just for a quarter of an hour before dressing ended in a sound sleep that did not relinquish its hold upon them till late in the forenoon. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 31. Knowlsea, a lofty down, a ruined castle. Knowlsea was a seaside village, lying snug within two headlands as between a finger and thumb. Everybody in the parish who was not a boatman was a quarrier, unless he were the gentleman who owned half the property and had been a quarryman, or the other gentleman who owned the other half and had been at sea. The knowledge of the inhabitants was of the same special sort as their pursuits. The quarryman in white fustian understood practical geology, the laws and accidents of dips, faults, and cleavage, far better than the ways of the world and mammon. The seafaring men in Guernsey frocks had a clearer notion of Alexandria, Constantinople, the Cape, and the Indies than of any inland town in their own country. This for them consisted of a busy portion, the Channel, where they lived and laboured, and a dull portion, the vague, unexplored miles of interior at the back of the ports, which they seldom thought of. Some wives of the village, it is true, had learned to let lodgings, and others to keep shops. The doors of these latter places were formed of an upper hatch, usually kept open, and a lower hatch, with a bell attached, usually kept shut. Whenever a stranger went in, he would hear a whispering of astonishment from a back room, after which a woman came forward, looking suspiciously at him as an intruder, and advancing slowly enough to allow her mouth to get clear of the meal she was partaking of. Meanwhile the people in the back room would stop their knives and forks in absorbed curiosity as to the reason of the stranger's entry, who by this time feels ashamed of his unwarrantable intrusion into this hermit's cell, and thinks he must take his hat off. The woman is quite alarmed at seeing that he is not one of the 15 native women and children who patronize her, and nervously puts her hand to the side of her face, which she carries slanting. The visitor finds himself saying what he wants in an apologetic tone, when the woman tells him that they did keep that article once, but do not now, that nobody does, and probably never will again. And as he turns away she looks relieved that the dilemma of having to provide for a stranger has passed off with no worse mishap than disappointing him. A cottage which stood on a high slope above this townlet and its bay resounded one morning with the notes of a merry company. Ethelberta had managed to find room for herself and her young relations in the house of one of the boatmen, whose wife attended upon them all. Captain Flower, the husband, assisted her in the dinner preparations, when he slipped about the house as lightly as a girl, and spoke of himself as cook's mate. The house was so small that the sailor's rich voice, developed by shouting in high winds during a 20 years' experience in the coasting trade, could be heard coming from the kitchen between the chirpings of the children in the parlour. The furniture of this apartment consisted mostly of the painting of a full-rigged ship, done by a man whom the captain had specially selected for the purpose, because he had been 27 years at sea before touching a brush, and thereby offered a sufficient guarantee that he understood how to paint a vessel properly. Before this picture sat Ethelberta in a light linen dress, and with tightly knotted hair, now again Berta Chickerell as of old, serving out breakfast to the rest of the party, and sometimes lifting her eyes to the outlook from the window, which presented a happy combination of Grange scenery with marine. Upon the irregular slope between the house and the quay was an orchard of aged trees, wherein every apple ripening on the boughs presented its rubicund side towards the cottage, because that building chanced to lie upwards in the same direction as the sun. Under the trees were a few Cape sheep, and over them the stone chimneys of the village below. Outside these lay the tanned sails of a ketch or smack, and the violet waters of the bay, seamed and creased by breezes insufficient to raise waves. Beyond all, a curved wall of cliff, terminating in a promontory, which was flanked by tall and shining obelisks of chalk rising sheer from the trembling blue race beneath. By one sitting in the room that commanded this prospect, a white butterfly among the apple trees might be mistaken for the sails of a yacht far away on the sea, and in the evening, when the light was dim, what seemed like a fly crawling upon the window-pane would turn out to be a boat in the bay. When breakfast was over, Ethelberta sat leaning on the window-sill considering her movements for the day. It was the time fixed for the meeting of the Imperial Association at Corvsgate Castle, the celebrated ruin 5 miles off, and the meeting had some fascinations for her. For one thing, she had never been present at a gathering of the kind, although what was left in any shape from the past was her constant interest, because it recalled her to herself and fortified her mind. Persons waging a harassing social fight are apt, in the interest of the combat, to forget the smallness of the end in view, and the hints that perishing historical remnants afforded her of the attenuating effects of time even upon great struggles corrected the apparent scale of her own. She was reminded that in a strife for such a ludicrously small object as the entry of drawing-rooms, winning, equally with losing, is below the zero of the true philosopher's concern. There could never be a more excellent reason than this for going to view the meagre stumps remaining from flourishing bygone centuries, and it had weight with Ethelberta this very day. But it would be difficult to state the whole composition of her motive. The approaching meeting had been one of the great themes at Mr. Doncastle's dinner-party, and Lord Mountclere, on learning that she was to be at Millsea, had recommended her attendance at some, if not all, of the meetings, as a desirable and exhilarating change after her laborious season's work in town. It was pleasant to have won her way so far in high places that her health of body and mind should be thus considered. Pleasant, less as personal gratification than that it casually reflected a proof of her good judgment in a course which everybody among her kindred had condemned by calling a foolhardy undertaking. And she might go without the restraint of ceremony. Unconventionality, almost eccentricity, was de rigueur for one who had been first heard of as a poetess, from whose red lips magic romance had since trilled for weeks to crowds of listeners as from a perennial spring. So Ethelberta went, after a considerable pondering how to get there without the needless sacrifice either of dignity or cash. It would be inconsiderate to the children to spend £1 on a broom when as much as she could spare was wanted for their holiday. It was almost too far to walk. She had, however, decided to walk, when she met a boy with a donkey who offered to lend it to her for 3 shillings. The animal was rather sad-looking, but Ethelberta found she could sit upon the pad without discomfort. Considering that she might pull up some distance short of the castle and leave the ass at a cottage before joining her 4-wheeled friends, she struck the bargain and rode on her way. This was, first by a path on the shore where the tide dragged huskily up and down the shingle without disturbing it, and thence up the steep crest of land opposite, whereon she lingered a while to let the ass breathe. On one of the spars of chalk into which the hill here had been split was perched a cormorant, silent and motionless, with wings spread out to dry in the sun after his morning's fishing, their white surface shining like mail. Retiring without disturbing him, and turning to the left along the lofty ridge which ran inland, the country on each side lay beneath her like a map, domains behind domains, parishes by the score, harbours, fir-woods, and little inland seas mixing curiously together. Thence she ambled along through a huge cemetery of barrows, containing human dust from prehistoric times. Standing on the top of a giant's grave in this antique land, Ethelberta lifted her eyes to behold 2 sorts of weather pervading nature at the same time. Far below, on the right hand, it was a fine day, and the silver sunbeams lighted up a many-armed inland sea which stretched round an island with fir-trees and gorse, and amid brilliant crimson heaths, wherein white paths and roads occasionally met the eye in dashes and zigzags like flashes of lightning. Outside, where the broad channel appeared, a brilline and opalized variegation of ripples, currents, deeps, and shallows lay as fair under the sun as a New Jerusalem, the shores being of gleaming sand. Upon the radiant heather bees and butterflies were busy, she knew, and the birds on that side were just beginning their autumn songs. On the left, quite up to her position, was dark and cloudy weather, shading a valley of heavy greens and browns, which, at its further side, rose to meet the sea in tall cliffs, suggesting even here at their back how terrible were their aspects seaward in a growling south-west gale. Here grassed hills rose like knuckles gloved in dark olive, and little plantations between them formed a still deeper and sadder monochrome. A zinc sky met a leaden sea on this hand, the low wind groaned and whined, and not a bird sang. The ridge along which Ethelberta rode divided these two climates like a wall. It soon became apparent that they were wrestling for mastery immediately in her pathway. The issue long remained doubtful, and, this being an imaginative hour with her, she watched, as typical of her own fortunes, how the front of battle swayed, now to the west, flooding her with sun, now to the east, covering her with shade. Then the wind moved round to the north, a blue hole appeared in the overhanging cloud, at about the place of the North Star, and the sunlight spread on both sides of her. The towers of the notable ruin it visited rose out of the furthermost shoulder of the upland as she advanced, its site being the slope and crest of a smoothly nibbled mount at the toe of the ridge she had followed. When observing the previous uncertainty of the weather on this side, Ethelberta had been led to doubt if the meeting would be held here to-day, and she was now strengthened in her opinion that it would not, by the total absence of human figures amid the ruins, though the time of appointment was past. This disposed of another question which had perplexed her, where to find a stable for the ass during the meeting, for she had scarcely liked the idea of facing the whole body of lords and gentlemen upon the animal's back. She now decided to retain her seat, ride round the ruin, and go home again, without troubling further about the movements of the association or acquaintance with the members composing it. Accordingly, Ethelberta crossed the bridge over the moat, and rode under the first archway into the outer ward. As she had expected, not a soul was here. The arrow slits, portcullis grooves, and staircases met her eyes as familiar friends, for in her childhood she had once paid a visit to the spot. Ascending the green incline and through another arch into the second ward, she still pressed on, till at last the ass was unable to clamber an inch further. Here she dismounted, and tying him to a stone which projected like a fang from a raw edge of wall, performed the remainder of the ascent on foot. Once among the towers above, she became so interested in the windy corridors, mildewed dungeons, and the tribe of doors peering invidiously upon her from overhead, that she forgot the flight of time. Nearly 3/4 of an hour passed before she came out from the immense walls, and looked from an opening to the front over the wide expanse of the outer ward by which she had ascended. Ethelberta was taken aback to see there a file of shining carriages which had arrived during her seclusion in the keep. From these began to burst a miscellany of many-coloured draperies, blue, buff, pied, and black. They united into one, and crept up the incline like a cloud, which then parted into fragments, dived into old doorways, and lost substance behind projecting piles. Recognizing in this the ladies and gentlemen of the meeting, her first thought was how to escape, for she was suddenly overcome with dread to meet them all single-handed as she stood. She drew back and hurried round to the side, as the laughter and voices of the assembly began to be audible, and, more than ever vexed that she could not have fallen in with them in some unobtrusive way, Ethelberta found that they were immediately beneath her. Venturing to peep forward again, what was her mortification at finding them gathered in a ring, round no object of interest belonging to the ruin, but round her faithful beast, who had loosened himself in some way from the stone, and stood in the middle of a plat of grass, placidly regarding them. Being now in the teeth of the association, there was nothing to do but to go on, since, if she did not, the next few steps of their advance would disclose her. She made the best of it, and began to descend in the broad view of the assembly, from the midst of which proceeded a laugh. He, he, he! Ethelberta knew that Lord Mountclair was there. "The poor thing has strayed from its owner," said one lady, as they all stood eyeing the apparition of the ass. "It may belong to some of the villagers," said the President in a historical voice, "and it may be appropriate to mention that when they were kept here in olden times, they were largely used as beasts of burden in victualling the castle previous to the last siege in the year 1645. "It is very weary, and has come a long way, I think," said the lady, adding in an imaginative tone, "The humble creature looks so aged and is so quaintly saddled that we may suppose it to be only an animated relic of the same date as the other remains." By this time Lord Mountclair had noticed Ethelberta's presence, and, straightening himself to 10 years younger, he lifted his hat in answer to her smile, and came up jauntily. It was a good time now to see what the Viscount was really like. He appeared to be about 65, and the dignified aspect which he wore to a gazer at a distance became depreciated to jocund slyness upon nearer view, when the small type could be read between the leading lines. Then it could be seen that his upper lip dropped to a point in the middle, as if impressing silence upon his too demonstrative lower one. His right and left profiles were different, one corner of his mouth being more compressed than the other, producing a deep line thence downwards to the side of his chin. Each eyebrow rose obliquely outwards and upwards, and was thus far above the little eye, shining with the clearness of a pond that has just been able to weather the heats of summer. Below this was a preternaturally fat jowl, which, by thrusting against cheeks and chin, caused the arch old mouth to be almost buried at the corners. A few words of greeting passed, and Ethelberta told her how she was fearing to meet them all, united and primed with their morning's knowledge as they appeared to be.
"Well, we've not done much yet," said Lord Mountclere. "As for myself, I've given no thought at all to our day's work. I hadn't forgotten your presence to attend, if you could possibly drive across, and I frequently look towards the hill where the road descends. Will you now permit me to introduce some of my party, as many of them as you care to know by name? I think they would all like to speak to you."
Ethelberta then found herself nominally made known to 10 or a dozen ladies and gentlemen who had wished for special acquaintance with her. She stood there, as all women stand who have made themselves remarkable by their originality or devotion to any singular cause, as a person freed of her hampering and inconvenient sex, and, by virtue of her popularity, unfettered from the conventionalities of manner prescribed by custom for household womankind. The charter to move abroad unchaperoned, which society for good reasons grants only to women of 3 sorts, the famous, the ministering, and the improper, Ethelberta was in a fair way to make splendid use of. Instead of walking in protected lanes, she experienced that luxury of isolation which normally is enjoyed by men alone, in conjunction with the attention naturally bestowed on a woman young and fair. Among the presentations were Mr. and Mrs. Tin, member and members mainspring for North Wessex, Sir Cyril and Lady Belansbury, Lady Jane Joy, and the Honourable Edgar Mountclere, the Viscount's brother. There also hovered near her the learned Dr. Yore, Mr. Small, a profound writer who never printed his works, the Reverend Mr. Brooke, rector, the very Reverend Dr. Taylor, dean, and the undoubtedly Reverend Mr. Tinkleton, nonconformist, who had slipped into the fold by chance. These and others looked with interest at Ethelberta, the old county fathers hard, as at a questionable town phenomenon, the county sons tenderly, as at a pretty creature, and the county daughters with great admiration, as at a lady reported by the mammas to be no better than she should be. It will be seen that Ethelberta was the sort of woman that well-rooted local people might like to look at on such a free and friendly occasion as an archaeological meeting, where, to gratify a pleasant whim, the picturesque form of acquaintance is for the nonce preferred to the useful, the spirits being so brisk as to swerve from strict attention to the select and sequent gifts of heaven, blood, and acres, to consider for an idle moment the subversive Mephistophelian endowment, brains.
"Our progress in the survey of the castle has not been far as yet," Lord Mountclere resumed. "Indeed, we've only just arrived, the weather this morning being so unsettled. When you came up we were engaged in a preliminary study of the poor animal you see there. How it could have got up here we cannot understand."
He pointed as he spoke to the donkey which had brought Ethelberta thither, whereupon she was silent, and gazed at her untoward beast as if she had never before beheld him. The ass looked at Ethelberta as though he would say, "Why don't you own me, after safely bringing you over those weary hills?" But the pride and emulation which had made her what she was would not permit her, as the most lovely woman there, to take upon her shoulders the ridicule that had already been cast upon the ass. Had he been young and gaily caparisoned, she might have done it, but his age, the clumsy trappings of rustic make, and his needy, woeful look of hard servitude, were too much to endure. "Many come and picnic here," she said serenely, "and the animal may have been left till they return from some walk."
"True,"
said Lord Mountclere, without the slightest suspicion of the truth. The humble ass hung his head in his usual manner, and it demanded little fancy from Ethelberta to imagine that he despised her. And then her mind flew back to her history and extraction, to her father, perhaps at that moment inventing a private plate powder in an underground pantry, and with a groan at her inconsistency and being ashamed of the ass, she said in her heart, "My God, what a thing am I!" They all then moved on to another part of the castle, the Viscount busying himself round and round her person like the head scraper at a pig killing, and as they went indiscriminately mingled, jesting lightly or talking in earnest, she beheld ahead of her the form of Nay among the rest. Now there could only be one reason on earth for Nay's presence, a remark that she might attend, for Nay took no more interest in antiquities than in the back of the moon. Ethelberta was a little flurried. Perhaps he had come to scold her, or to treat her badly in that indefinable way of his by which he could make a woman feel as nothing without any direct act at all. She was afraid of him, and, determining to shun him, was thankful that Lord Mountclere was near, to take off the edge of Nay's manner towards her if he approached. "Do you know in what part of the ruins the lecture is to be given?" she said to the Viscount. "Wherever you like," he replied gallantly. "Do you propose a place, and I'll get Dr. Yuval to adopt it. Say, shall it be here, or where they are standing?" How could Ethelberta refrain from exercising a little power when it was put into her hands in this way? "Let it be here," she said, "if it makes no difference to the meeting." "It shall be," said Lord Mountclere. And then the lively old nobleman skipped like a roe to the President and to Dr. Yuval, who was to read the paper on the castle, and they soon appeared coming back to where the Viscount's party and Ethelberta were beginning to seat themselves. The bulk of the company followed, and Dr. Yuval began. He must have had a countenance of leather, as indeed from his colour he appeared to have, to stand unmoved in his position, and read and look up to give explanations without a change of muscle, under the dozens of bright eyes that were there converged upon him like the sticks of a fan, from the ladies who sat around him in a semicircle upon the grass. However, he went on calmly, and the women sheltered themselves from the heat with their umbrellas and sunshades, their ears lulled by the hum of insects and by the drone of the doctor's voice. The reader buzzed on with the history of the castle, tracing its development from a mound with a few earthworks to its condition in Norman times. He related monkish marvels connected with the spot, its resistance under Matilda to Stephen, its probable shape while a residence of King John, and the sad story of the damsel of Brittany, sister of his victim Arthur, who was confined here in company with the two daughters of Alexander, King of Scotland. He went on to recount the confinement of Edward II. Herein, previous to his murder at Berkeley, the gay doings in the reign of Elizabeth, and so downward through time to the final overthrow of the stern old pile. As he proceeded, the lecturer pointed with his finger at the various features appertaining to the date of his story, which he told with splendid vigour when he had warmed to his work, till his narrative, particularly in the conjectural and romantic parts, where it became coloured rather by the speaker's imagination than by the pigments of history, gathered together the wandering thoughts of all. It was easy for him then to meet those fair concentered eyes, when the sunshades were thrown back and complexions forgotten, in the interest of the history. The doctor's face was then no longer criticised as a rugged boulder, a dried fig, an oak carving, or a walnut shell, but became blotted out like a mountain top in a shining haze by the nebulous pictures conjured by his tale. Then the lecture ended, and the questions were asked, and individuals of the company wandered at will, the light dresses of the ladies sweeping over the hot grass and brushing up thistledown which had hitherto lain quiescent, so that it rose in a flight from the skirts of each like a comet's tail. Some of Lord Mountclere's party, including himself and Ethelberta, wandered now into a cool dungeon, partly open to the air overhead, where long arms of ivy hung between their eyes and the white sky. While they were here, Lady Jane Joy and some other friends of the Viscount told Ethelberta that they were probably coming on to Nulsey. She instantly perceived that getting into close quarters in that way might be very inconvenient, considering the youngsters she had under her charge, and straightway decided upon a point that she had debated for several days, a visit to her aunt in Normandy. In London it had been a mere thought, but the Channel had looked so tempting from its brink that the journey was virtually fixed as soon as she reached Nulsey, and found that a little pleasure steamer crossed to Cherbourg once a week during the summer, so that she would not have to enter the crowded routes at all. "I'm afraid I shall not see you in Nulsey," she said. "I'm about to go to Cherbourg and then to Rouen."
"How sorry I am. When do you leave?"
"At the beginning of next week," said Ethelberta, settling the time there and then.
"Did I hear you say that you were going to Cherbourg and Rouen?" Lord Mountclair inquired.
"I think to do so," said Ethelberta.
"I'm going to Normandy myself,"
said a voice behind her, and without turning she knew that Ney was standing there. They next went outside, and Lord Mountclair offered Ethelberta his arm on the ground of assisting her down the burnished grass slope. Ethelberta, taking pity upon him, took it, but the assistance was all on her side. She stood like a statue amid slips and totterings, some of which taxed her strength heavily, and her ingenuity more, to appear as the supported and not the supporter. The incident brought Ney still further from his retirement, and she learnt that he was one of a yachting party which had put in at Knowlesea that morning. She was greatly relieved to find that he was just now on his way to London, whence he would probably proceed on his journey abroad. Ethelberta adhered as well as she could to her resolve that Ney should not speak with her alone, but by dint of perseverance he did manage to address her without being overheard.
"Will you give me an answer?" said Ney. "I've come on purpose."
"I cannot just now. I have been led to doubt you."
"Doubt me? What new wrong have I done?"
"Spoken jestingly of my visit to Farmfield."
"Good! I did not speak or think of you. When I told that incident I had no idea who the lady was. I did not know it was you till 2 days later, and I at once held my tongue. I vow to you upon my own soul and life that what I say is true. How shall I prove my truth better than by my errand here?"
"Don't speak of this now. I am so occupied with other things. I am going to Rouen, and will think of it on my way."
"I am going there too. When do you go?"
"I shall be in Rouen next Wednesday, I hope."
"May I ask where?"
"Hôtel Beau Séjour."
"Will you give me an answer there? I can easily call upon you. It is now a month and more since you first led me to hope."
"I did not lead you to hope, at any rate clearly."
"Indirectly you did. Although I am willing to be as considerate as any man ought to be in giving you time to think over the question, there is a limit to my patience. Any necessary delay I will put up with, but I won't be trifled with. I hate all nonsense and can't stand it."
"Indeed. Good morning."
"But, Mrs. Petherwin, just one word."
"I have nothing to say."
"I will meet you at Rouen for an answer. I would meet you in Hades for the matter of that. Remember this. Next Wednesday, if I live, I shall call upon you at Rouen."
She did not say nay.
"May I?"
he added. "If you will."
"But say it shall be an appointment."
"Very well." Lord Mountclair was by this time toddling towards them to ask if they would come on to his house, Enkworth Court, not very far distant, to lunch with the rest of the party. Ney, having already arranged to go on to town that afternoon, was obliged to decline, and Ethelberta thought fit to do the same, idly asking Lord Mountclair if Enkworth Court lay in the direction of a gorge that was visible where they stood.
"No, considerably to the left," he said. "The opening you are looking at would reveal the sea if it were not for the trees that block the way. Now, those trees have a history. There are half a dozen elms which I planted myself when I was a boy. How time flies!"
"It is unfortunate that they stand just as to cover the blue bit of sea. That addition would double the value of the view from here."
"You would prefer the blue sea to the trees?"
"In that particular spot I should. They might have looked just as well, and yet have hidden nothing worth seeing. The narrow slit would have been invaluable there."
"They shall fall before the sun sets, in deference to your opinion," said Lord Mountclair.
"That would be rash indeed," said Ethelberta, laughing, "when my opinion on such a point may be worth nothing whatever."
"Where no other is acted upon, it is practically the universal one," he replied gaily.
And then Ethelberta's elderly admirer bade her adieu, and away the whole party drove in a long train over the hills towards the valley wherein stood Enkworth Court. Ethelberta's carriage was supposed by her friends to have been left at the village inn, as were many others, and her retiring from view on foot attracted no notice. She watched them out of sight, and she also saw the rest depart, those who, their interest in archaeology having begun and ended with this spot, had, like herself, declined the hospitable Viscount's invitation, and started to drive or walk at once home again. Thereupon the castle was quite deserted except by Ethelberta, the ass, and the jackdaws, now floundering at ease again in and about the ivy of the keep.
Not wishing to enter Nolsey till the evening shades were falling, she still walked amid the ruins, examining more leisurely some points which the stress of keeping herself companionable would not allow her to attend to while the assemblage was present. At the end of the survey, being somewhat weary with her clambering, she sat down on the slope commanding the gorge where the trees grew, to make a pencil sketch of the landscape as it was revealed between the ragged walls. Thus engaged, she weighed the circumstances of Lord Mountclear's invitation, and could not be certain if it were prudishness or simple propriety in herself which had instigated her to refuse. She would have liked the visit for many reasons, and if Lord Mountclair had been anybody but a remarkably attentive old widower, she would have gone. As it was, it had occurred to her that there was something in his tone which should lead her to hesitate. Were any among the elderly or married ladies who had appeared upon the ground in a detached form as she had done, and many had appeared thus, invited to Egworth? And if not, why were they not? That Lord Mountclear admired her there was no doubt, and for this reason it behoved her to be careful. His disappointment at parting from her was, in one aspect, simply laughable, from its odd resemblance to the unfeigned sorrow of a boy of 15 at a first parting from her first love. In another aspect it caused reflection, and she thought again of his curiosity about her doings for the remainder of the summer. While she sketched and thought thus, the shadows grew longer and the sun low, and then she perceived a movement in the gorge. One of the trees forming the curtain across it began to wave strangely. It went further to one side and fell. Where the tree had stood was now a rent in the foliage, and through the narrow rent could be seen the distant sea. Ethelberta uttered a soft exclamation. It was not caused by the surprise she had felt, nor by the intrinsic interest of the sight, nor by want of comprehension. It was a sudden realization of vague things hitherto dreamed of from a distance only, a sense of novel power put into her hands without request or expectation. Her landscape was to be altered to suit her whim. She had in her lifetime moved essentially larger mountains, but they had seemed of far less splendid material than this, for it was the nature of the gratification rather than its magnitude which enchanted the fancy of a woman whose poetry, in spite of her necessities, was hardly yet extinguished. But there was something more with which poetry had little to do. Whether the opinion of any pretty woman in England was of more weight with Lord Mountclear than memories of his boyhood, or whether that distinction was reserved for her alone, this was a point that she would have liked to know. The enjoyment of power in a new element, an employment somewhat resembling in kind that which is given by a first ride or swim, held Ethelberta to the spot, and she waited, but sketched no more. Another tree-top swayed and vanished as before, and the slit of sea was larger still. Her mind and eye were so occupied with this matter that, sitting in her nook, she did not observe a thin young man, his boots white with the dust of a long journey on foot, who arrived at the castle by the valley road from Nolsey. He looked a while at the ruin, and, skirting its flank instead of entering by the great gateway, climbed up the scarp and walked in through a breach. After standing for a moment among the walls, now silent and apparently empty, with a disappointed look, he descended the slope, and proceeded along on his way. Ethelberta, who was in quite another part of the castle, saw the black spot diminishing to the size of a fly as he receded along the dusty road, and soon after she descended on the other side, where she remounted the ass and ambled homeward as she had come, in no bright mood. What, seeing the precariousness of her state, was the day's triumph worth, after all, unless, before her beauty abated, she could ensure her position against the attacks of chance? To be thus is nothing, but to be safely thus. She said it more than once on her journey that day. On entering the sitting-room of their cot up the hill, she found it empty, and, from a change perceptible in the position of small articles of furniture, something unusual seemed to have taken place in her absence. The dwelling being of that sort in which whatever goes on in one room is audible through all the rest, Pickety, who was upstairs, heard the arrival and came down. Pickety's face was rosed over with the brilliance of some excitement. "What do you think I have to tell you, Berta?" she said. "I have no idea," said her sister. "Surely,"
she added, her face intensifying to a wan sadness. "Mr. Julian has not been here." "Yes," said Pickety, "and we went down to the sands, he and Myrtle and Georgina and Emmeline and I, and Cordelia came down when she put away the dinner, and then we dug wriggles out of the sand with Myrtle's spade. We got such a lot and had such fun. They're in a dish in the kitchen. Mr. Julian came to see you, but at last he could wait no longer, and when I told him you were at the meeting in the castle ruins, he said he would try to find you there on his way home, if you could get there before the meeting broke up." "Then it was he I saw far away on the road. Yes, it must have been." She remained in gloomy reverie a few moments, and then said, "Very well, let it be. Pickety, get me some tea. I do not want dinner." But the news of Christopher's visit seemed to have taken away her appetite for tea also, and, after sitting a little while, she flung herself down upon the couch, and told Pickety that she had settled to go and see their Aunt Charlotte. "I am going to write to Sol and Dan to ask them to meet me there," she added. "I want them, if possible, to see Paris. It will improve them greatly in their trades, I am thinking, if they can see the kinds of joinery and decoration practised in France. They agreed to go, if I should wish it, before we left London. You, of course, will go as my maid." Pickety gazed upon the sea with a crestfallen look, as if she would rather not cross it in any capacity just then. "It would scarcely be worth going to the expense of taking me, would it?" she said. The cause of Pickety's sudden sense of economy was so plain that her sister smiled. But young love, however foolish, is to a thinking person far too tragic a power for ridicule, and Ethelberta forbore, going on as if Pickety had not spoken. "I must have you with me. I may be seen there. So many are passing through Rouen at this time of the year. Cornelia can take excellent care of the children while we are gone. I want to get out of England, and I will get out of England. There is nothing but vanity and vexation here." "I am sorry you were away when he called," said Pickety gently. "Oh, I don't mean that. I wish there were no different ranks in the world, and that contrivance were not a necessary faculty to have at all. Well, we are going to cross by the little steamer that puts in here, and we are going on Monday." She added in another minute, "What had Mr. Julian to tell us that he came here? How did he find us out?" "I mentioned that we were coming here in my letter to Faith. Mr. Julian says that perhaps he and his sister may also come for a few days before the season is over. I should like to see Miss Julian again. She is such a nice girl." "Yes." Ethelberta played with her hair and looked at the ceiling as she reclined. "I've decided after all," she said, "that it would be better to take Cornelia as my maid, and leave you here with the children. Cornelia is stronger as a companion than you, and she will be delighted to go. Do you think you are competent to keep Myrtle and Georgina out of harm's way?" "Oh, yes, I will be exceedingly careful," said Pickety with great vivacity. "And if there is time I can go on teaching them a little." Then Pickety caught Ethelberta's eye, and, colouring red, sank down beside her sister, whispering, "I know why it is. But if you would rather have me with you, I will go, and not once wish to stay." Ethelberta looked as if she knew all about that, and said, "Of course there will be no necessity to tell the Julians about my departure until they have fixed the time for coming, and cannot alter their minds." The sound of the children with Cornelia, and their appearance outside the window, pushing between the fuchsia bushes which overhung the path, put an end to this dialogue. They entered armed with buckets and spades, a very moist and sandy aspect pervading them as far up as the high water mark of their clothing, and began to tell Ethelberta of the wonders of the deep. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 32. A Room in Enkworth Court. "Are you sure the report is true?" "I am sure that what I say is true, my lord, but it is hardly to be called a report. It is a secret, known at present to nobody but myself and Mrs. Doncastle's maid." The speaker was Lord Mountclair's trusty valet, and the conversation was between him and the Viscount in a dressing-room at Enkworth Court on the evening after the meeting of archaeologists at Corvsgate Castle. The daughter of a butler. Does Mrs. Doncastle know of this yet, or Mr. Ney, or any of their friends?"
"No, my lord."
"You are quite positive?"
"Quite positive. I was, by accident, the first that Mrs. Menlove named the matter to, and I told her it might be much to her advantage if she took particular care it should go no further."
"Mrs. Menlove? Who is she?"
"The lady's maid at Mrs. Doncastle's, my lord."
"Oh, of course. You may leave me now, Tipman."
Lord Mountclair remained in thought for a moment.
"A clever little puss to hoodwink us all like this. He! he murmured. "Her education, how finished! And her beauty, so seldom that I meet with such a woman. Cut down my elms to please a butler's daughter. What a joke! Certainly a good joke. To interest me in her on the right side instead of the wrong was strange. But it can be made to change sides. He! It can be made to change sides. Tipman!"
Tipman came forward from the doorway.
"Will you take care that that piece of gossip you mentioned to me is not repeated in this house? I strongly disapprove of tale-bearing of any sort, and wish to hear no more of this. Such stories are never true. Answer me, do you hear? Such stories are never true."
"I beg pardon, but I think your lordship will find this one true," said the valet quietly.
"Then where did she get her manners and education? Do you know?"
"I do not, my lord. I suppose she picked them up by her wits."
"Never mind what you suppose," said the old man impatiently. "Whenever I ask a question of you, tell me what you know, and no more."
"Quite so, my lord. I beg your lordship's pardon for supposing."
Have the fashion books and plates arrived yet?"
"La Follette has, my lord, but not the others."
"Let me have it at once. Always bring it to me at once. Are there any handsome ones this time?"
"They are much the same class of female as usual, I think, my lord," said Tipman, fetching the paper and laying it before him.
"Yes, they are," said the Viscount, leaning back and scrutinizing the faces of the women one by one, and talking softly to himself in a way that had grown upon him as his age increased. "Yet they are very well. That one with her shoulder turned is pure and charming. The brown-haired one will pass. All very harmless and innocent, but without character, no soul or inspiration or eloquence of eye. What an eye was hers! There's not a girl among them so beautiful. Tipman, come and take it away. I don't think I will subscribe to these papers any longer. How long have I subscribed? Oh, never mind. I take no interest in these things, and I suppose I must give them up. What white article is that I see on the floor yonder?"
"I can see nothing, my lord."
Yes, you can, at the other end of the room. It is a white handkerchief. Bring it to me."
"I beg pardon, my lord, but I cannot see any white handkerchief. Whereabouts does your lordship mean?"
"There, in the corner. If it is not a handkerchief, what is it? Walk along till you come to it. That is it. Now a little further. Now your foot is against it."
"Oh, that. It is not anything. It is the light reflected against the skirting, so that it looks like a white patch of something, that's all."
My eyes, how weak they are. I'm getting old, that's what it is. I'm an old man."
"Oh, no, my lord."
"Yes, an old man."
"Well, we shall all be old some day, and so will your lordship, I suppose. But as yet—"
"I tell you I am an old man."
"Yes, my lord, I did not mean to contradict. An old man in one sense, old in a young man's sense, but not in a House of Parliament or historical sense. A little oldish. I meant that, my lord."
"I may be an old man in one sense or in another sense in your mind, but let me tell you there are men older than I."
"Yes, so there are, my lord."
"People may call me what they please, and you may be impertinent enough to repeat to me what they say, but let me tell you I am not a very old man after all. I am not an old man."
"Old in knowledge of the world, I meant, my lord, not in years."
"Well, yes. Experience, of course, I cannot be without. And I like what is beautiful. Tipman, you must go to Knowlesea. Don't send, but go yourself, as I wish nobody else to be concerned in this. Go to Knowlesea and find out when the steamboat for Cherbourg starts, and when you've done that I shall want you to send a tailor to me. I wish Captain Strong to bring the Fawn round into Knowlesea Bay. Next week I may want you to go to Cherbourg in the yacht with me, if the Channel is pretty calm. Then, perhaps, to Rouen and Paris. But I'll speak of that to-morrow."
"Very good, my lord."
"Meanwhile I recommend that you and Mrs. Menlove repeat nothing you may have heard concerning the lady you just now spoke of. Here is a slight present for Mrs. Menlove, and accept this for yourself."
He handed money. "Your lordship may be sure we will not," the valet replied. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Owens. Chapter 33. The English Channel, Normandy. On Monday morning the little steamer Speedwell made her appearance round the promontory by Knowlesea Bay to take in passengers for the transit to Cherbourg. Breezes, the freshest that could blow without verging on keenness, flew over the quivering deeps and shallows, and the sunbeams pierced every detail of barrow, path, and rabbit run upon the lofty convexity of down and waste which shut in Knowlesea from the world to the west. They left the pier at 8 o'clock, taking at first a short easterly course to avoid a sinister ledge of limestones jutting from the water like crocodiles' teeth, which first obtained notoriety in English history through being the spot whereon a formidable Danish fleet went to pieces 1,000 years ago. At the moment that the Speedwell turned to enter upon a direct course, a schooner yacht, whose sheets gleamed like bridal satin, loosed from a remoter part of the bay. Continuing to bear off, she cut across the steamer's wake, and took a course almost due southerly, which was precisely that of the Speedwell. The wind was very favourable for the yacht, blowing a few points from north in a steady pressure on her quarter, and, having been built with every modern appliance that shipwrights could offer, the schooner found no difficulty in getting abreast and even ahead of the steamer as soon as she had escaped the shelter of the hills. The more or less parallel courses of the vessels continued for some time without causing any remark among the people on board the Speedwell. At length one noticed the fact, and another, and then it became the general topic of conversation in the group upon the bridge, where Ethelberta, her hair getting frizzed and her cheeks carnationed by the wind, sat upon a camp-stool looking towards the prow. "She's bound for Guernsey," said one. "In half an hour she'll put about for a more westerly course, you'll see." "Nah, she's not for Guernsey or anywhere that way," said an acquaintance, looking through his glass. "If she's out for anything more than a morning cruise, she's bound for our port. I should not wonder if she's crossing to get stocked, as most of them do, to save the duty on her wine and provisions."
"Do you know whose yacht it is?"
"I do not."
Ethelberta looked at the light leaning figure of the pretty schooner, which seemed to skate along upon her bilge and make white shavings of all the sea that touched her. She at first imagined that this might be the yacht Ney had arrived in at the end of the previous week, for she knew that he came as one of a yachting party, and she had noticed no other boat of that sort in the bay since his arrival. But as all his party had gone ashore and had not yet returned, she was surprised to see the supposed vessel here. To add to her perplexity, she could not be positive, now that it came to a real nautical query, whether the craft of Ney's friends had one mast or two, for she had caught but a fragmentary view of the topsail over the apple-trees. "Is that the yacht which has been lying at Knowlesea for the last few days?" she inquired of the master of the Speedwell, as soon as she had an opportunity. The master warmed beneath his copper-coloured rind. "Oh no, miss, the one you saw was a cutter, a smaller boat altogether," he replied. "Built on the sliding keel principle, you understand, miss, and red below her waterline, if you noticed. This is Lord Mountclair's yacht, the Fawn. You might have seen her reaching in round old Harry Rock this morning afore we started." "Lord Mountclair's?"
"Yes, a nobleman of this neighbourhood. But he don't do so much at yachting as he used to in his younger days. I believe he's aboard this morning, however."
Ethelberta now became more absorbed than ever in her ocean comrade, and watched its motions continually. The schooner was considerably in advance of them by this time, and seemed to be getting by degrees out of their course. She wondered if Lord Mountclair could be really going to Cherbourg. If so, why had he said nothing about the trip to her when she spoke of her own approaching voyage thither? The yacht changed its character in her eyes. Losing the indefinite interest of the unknown, it acquired the charm of a riddle on motives, of which the alternatives were: had Lord Mountclair's journey anything to do with her own, or had it not? Common probability pointed to the latter supposition, but the time of starting, the course of the yacht, and recollections of Lord Mountclair's homage suggested the more extraordinary possibility. She went across to Cornelia. "The man who handed us on board, didn't I see him speaking to you this morning?" she said. "Oh, yes," said Cornelia. "He asked if my mistress was the popular Mrs. Petherwin."
"And you told him so, I suppose?"
"Yes."
"What made you do that, Cornelia?"
"I thought I might. I couldn't help it.
When I went through the toll gate, such a gentlemanly-looking man asked me if he should help me to carry the things to the end of the pier,
and as we went on together he said he supposed me to be Mrs. Petherwin's maid. I said yes. The two men met afterwards, so there would have been no good in my denying it to one of them."
"Who was this gentlemanly person?"
"I asked the other man that, and he told me one of Mount Clear's upper servants. I knew then there was no harm in having been civil to him. He is well-mannered and talks splendid language." "The yacht you see on our right hand is Lord Mountclear's property. If I do not mistake, we shall have her closer by and by, and you may meet your gentlemanly friend again. Be careful how you talk to him."
Ethelberta sat down, thought of the meeting at Corvsgate Castle, of the dinner party at Mrs. Doncastle's, of the strange position she had there been in, and then of her father. She suddenly reproached herself for thoughtlessness, for in her pocket lay a letter from him which she had taken from the postman that morning at the moment of coming from the door, and in the hurry of embarking had forgotten ever since. Opening it quickly, she read: "My dear Ethelberta, your letter reached me yesterday, and I called round at Exonbury Crescent in the afternoon as you wished. Everything is going on right there, and you have no occasion to be anxious about them. I do not leave town for another week or two, and by the time I am gone Sol and Dan will have returned from Paris, if your mother and Gwendolen want any help, so that you need not hurry back on their account. I have something else to tell you which is not quite so satisfactory, and it is this that makes me write at once. But do not be alarmed. It began in this way. A few nights after the dinner party here, I was determined to find out if there was any truth in what you had told me about that boy, and having seen Menlove go out as usual after dark, I followed her. Sure enough, when she got into the park, up came Master Joe, smoking a cigar. As soon as they had met, I went towards them, and Menlove, seeing somebody draw nigh, began to edge off, when the blockhead said, 'Never mind, my love, it is only the old man.' Being very provoked with both of them, though she was really the most to blame, I gave him some smart cuts across the shoulder with my cane, and told him to go home, which he did with a flea in his ear, the rascal. I believe I have cured his courting tricks for some little time. Well, Menlove then walked by me, quite cool, as if she were merely a lady passing by chance at the time, which provoked me still more, knowing the whole truth of it, and I could not help turning upon her and saying, 'You, madam, ought to be served the same way.' She replied in very haughty words, and I walked away, saying that I had something better to do than argue with a woman of her character at that hour of the evening. This so set her up that she followed me home, marched into my pantry, and told me that if I had been more careful about my manners in calling her a bad character, it might have been better both for me and my stuck-up daughter, a daw in eagle's plumes, and so on. Now it seems that she must have coaxed something out of Joey about you, for what lad in the world could be a match for a woman of her experience and arts? I hope she will do you no serious damage, but I tell you the whole state of affairs exactly as they are, that you may form your own opinions. After all, there is no real disgrace, for none of us have ever done wrong, but have worked honestly for a living. However, I will let you know if anything serious really happens." This was all that her father said on the matter, the letter concluding with messages to the children and directions from their mother with regard to their clothes. Ethelberta felt very distinctly that she was in a strait. The old impression that, unless her position were secured soon, it never would be secured, returned with great force. A doubt whether it was worth securing would have been very strong ere this, had not others besides herself been concerned in her fortunes. She looked up from her letter, and beheld the pertinacious yacht. It led her up to a conviction that therein lay a means and an opportunity. Nothing further of importance occurred in crossing. Ethelberta's head ached after a while, and Cornelia's healthy cheeks of red were found to have diminished their colour to the size of a wafer and the quality of a stain. The Speedwell entered the breakwater at Cherbourg to find the schooner already in the roadstead, and by the time the steamer was brought up, Ethelberta could see the men on board the yacht clewing up
and making things snug, in a way from which she inferred that they were not going to leave the harbour again that day. With the aspect of a fair galleon that could easily outmanoeuvre her persevering buccaneer, Ethelberta passed alongside. Could it be possible that Lord Mountclere had on her account fixed this day for his visit across the Channel? "Well, I would rather be haunted by him than by Mr. Ney," she said, and began laying her plans so as to guard against such inconvenient surprises. The next morning Ethelberta was at the railway station, taking tickets for herself and Cornelia, when she saw an old, yet sly and somewhat merry-faced Englishman a little way off. He was attended by a younger man who appeared to be his valet. "I will exchange one of these tickets," she said to the clerk, and having done so she went to Cornelia to inform her that it would after all be advisable for them to travel separate, adding, "Lord Mountclere is in the station, and I think he is going on by our train. Remember, you're my maid again now. Is not that the gentlemanly man who assisted you yesterday?" She signified the valet as she spoke. "It is," said Cornelia. When the passengers were taking their seats, and Ethelberta was thinking whether she might not after all enter a second class with Cornelia, instead of sitting solitary in a first because of an old man's proximity, she heard a shuffling at her elbow, and the next moment found that he was overtly observing her, as if he had not done so in secret at all. She at once gave him an unsurprised gesture of recognition. "I saw you some time ago. What a singular coincidence!" she said. "A charming one," said Lord Mountclere, smiling a half-minute smile, and making as if he would take his hat off, and would not quite. "Perhaps we must not call it coincidence entirely," he continued. "My journey, which I have contemplated for some time, was not fixed this week altogether without a thought of your presence on the road. Do you go far to-day?" "As far as Caen," said Ethelberta. "Ah, that's the end of my day's journey too," said Lord Mountclere. They parted and took their respective places, Lord Mountclere choosing a compartment next to the one Ethelberta was entering, and not, as she had expected, attempting to join her. Now she had instantly fancied, when the Viscount was speaking, that there were signs of some departure from his former respectful manner towards her, and an enigma lay in that. At their earlier meetings he had never ventured upon a distinct coupling of himself and herself, as he had done in his broad compliment to-day, if compliment it could be called. She was not sure that he did not exceed his licence in telling her deliberately that he meant to hover near her in a private journey which she was taking without reference to him. She did not object to the act, but to the avowal of the act, and, being as sensitive as a barometer on signs affecting her social condition, it darted upon Ethelberta for one little moment that he might possibly have heard a word or two about her being nothing more or less than one of a tribe of thralls, hence his freedom of manner. Certainly a plain remark of that sort was exactly what a susceptible peer might be supposed to say to a pretty woman of far inferior degree. A rapid redness filled her face at the thought that he might have smiled upon her as upon a domestic whom he was disposed to chuck under the chin. "But no," she said, "he would never have taken the trouble to follow and meet me, had he learnt to think me other than a lady. It is extremity of devotion, that's all." It was not Ethelberta's inexperience, but that her conception of self precluded such an association of ideas, which led her to dismiss the surmise that his attendance could be inspired by a motive beyond that of paying her legitimate attentions as a co-ordinate with him and his in the social field. Even if he only meant flirtation, she read it as of that sort from which courtship with an eye to matrimony differs only in degree. Hence, she thought, his interest in her was not likely, under the ordinary influences of caste feeling, to continue longer than while he was kept in ignorance of her consanguinity with the stock prescribed. She sighed at the anticipated close of her full-feathered tiring, when her ties and bonds should be uncovered. She might have seen matters in a different light, and sighed more. But in the stir of the moment it had escaped her thought that ignorance of her position, and a consequent regard for her as a woman of good standing, would have prevented his indulgence in any course which was open to the construction of being disrespectful. Valognes, Carentan, Isigny, Bayeux were passed,
and the train drew up at Caen. Ethelberta's intention had been to stay here for one night, but having learnt from Lord Mountclere, as previously described, that this was his destination, she decided to go on. On turning towards the carriage after a few minutes of promenading at the Caen station, she was surprised to perceive that Lord Mountclere, who had alighted as if to leave, was still there. They spoke again to each other. "I find I have to go further," he suddenly said, when she had chatted with him a little time, and, beckoning to the man who was attending to his baggage, he directed the things to be again placed in the train. Time passed, and they changed at the next junction. When Ethelberta entered a carriage on the branch line to take her seat for the remainder of the journey, there sat the Viscount in the same division. He explained that he was going to Rouen. Ethelberta came to a quick resolution. Her audacity, like that of a child getting nearer and nearer a parent's side, became wonderfully vigorous as she approached her destination, and, though there were 3 good hours of travel to Rouen as yet, the heavier part of the journey was past. At her aunt's would be a safe refuge, play what pranks she might, and there she would to-morrow meet those bravest of defenders, Sol and Dan, to whom she had sent as much money as she could conveniently spare towards their expenses, with directions that they were to come by the most economical route, and meet her at the house of her aunt, Madame Moulin, previous to their educational trip to Paris, their own contribution being the value of the week's work they would have to lose. Thus backed up by Sol and Dan, her aunt and Cornelia, Ethelberta felt quite the reverse of a lonely female persecuted by a wicked lord in a foreign country. "He shall pay for his weaknesses, whatever they mean," she thought, "and what they mean I will find out at once." "I am going to Paris," she said. "You cannot to-night, I think." "To-morrow, I mean." "I should like to go on to-morrow. Perhaps I may, so that there is a chance of our meeting again." "Yes, but I do not leave Rouen till the afternoon. I first shall go to the cathedral and drive round the city." Lord Mountclere smiled pleasantly. There seemed a sort of encouragement in her words. Ethelberta's thoughts, however, had flown at that moment to the approaching situation at her aunt's hotel. It would be extremely embarrassing if he should go there. "Where do you stay, Lord Mountclere?" she said. Thus directly asked, he could not but commit himself to the name of the hotel he had been accustomed to patronize, which was one in the upper part of the city. "Mine is not that one," said Ethelberta frigidly. No further remark was made under this head, and they conversed for the remainder of the daylight on scenery and other topics, Lord Mountclere's air of festivity lending him all the qualities of an agreeable companion. But, notwithstanding her resolve, Ethelberta failed, for that day at least, to make her mind clear upon Lord Mountclere's intentions. To that end she would have liked first to know what were the exact limits set by society to conduct under present conditions, if society had ever set any at all, which was open to question, since experience had long ago taught her that much more freedom actually prevails in the communion of the sexes than is put on paper as etiquette, or admitted in so many words as correct behaviour. In short, everything turned upon whether he had learnt of her position when off the platform at Mayfair Hall. Wearied with these surmises and the day's travel, she closed her eyes. And then her enamoured companion more widely opened his, and traced the beautiful features opposite him. The arch of the brows, like a slur in music, the droop of the lashes, the meeting of the lips, and the sweet rotundity of the chin, one by one, and all together, they were adored, till his heart was like a retort full of spirits of wine. It was a warm evening, and when they arrived at their journey's end, distant thunder rolled behind heavy and opaque clouds. Ethelberta bade adieu to her attentive satellite, called to Cornelia, and entered a cab. But before they reached the inn the thunder had increased. Then a cloud cracked into flame behind the iron spire of the cathedral, showing in relief its black ribs and stanchions, as if they were the bars of a blazing cresset held on high. "Ah, we will clamber up there to-morrow," said Ethelberta. A wondrous stillness pervaded the streets of the city after this, though it was not late, and their arrival at Monsieur Moulin's door was quite an event for the quay. No rain came, as they had expected, and by the time they halted the western sky had cleared, so that the newly lit lamps on the quay and the evening glow shining over the river inwove their harmonious rays as the warp and woof of one lustrous tissue. Before they had alighted, there appeared from the archway Madame Moulin in person, followed by the servants of the hotel, in a manner signifying that they did not receive a visitor once a fortnight, though at that moment the clatter of 60 knives, forks, and tongues was audible through an open window from the adjoining dining-room, to the great interest of a group of idlers outside. Ethelberta had not seen her aunt since she last passed through the town with Lady Petherwin, who then told her that this landlady was the only respectable relative she seemed to have in the world. Aunt Charlotte's face was an English outline filled in with French shades under the eyes, on the brows, and round the mouth, by the natural effect of years. She resembled the British hostess as little as well could be, no point in her causing the slightest suggestion of drops taken for the stomach's sake. Telling the two young women she would gladly have met them at the station had she known the hour of their arrival, she kissed them both without much apparent notice of a difference in their conditions, indeed seeming rather to incline to Cornelia, whose country face and homely style of clothing may be more to her mind than Ethelberta's finished travelling dress, a class of article to which she appeared to be well accustomed. Her husband was at this time at the head of the table d'hôte, and, mentioning the fact as an excuse for his non-appearance, she accompanied them upstairs. After the strain of keeping up smiles with Lord Mountclair, the rattle and shaking and the general excitements of the chase across the water and along the rail, her face, in which she saw a dim reflex of her mother's, was soothing in the extreme, and Ethelberta went up the staircase with a feeling of expansive thankfulness. Cornelia paused to admire the clean court and the small caged birds sleeping on their perches, the boxes of veronica in bloom, of oleander, and of tamarisk, which freshened the air of the court and lent a romance to the lamplight, the cooks in their paper caps and white blouses appearing at odd moments from an Avernus behind, while the prompt "Voilà!" of teetotums in mob-caps, spinning down the staircase in answer to the periodic clang of bells, filled her with wonder, and pricked her conscience with thoughts of how seldom such transcendent nimbleness was attempted by herself in a part so nearly similar. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 34. The Hotel Beau Séjour and Spots near it. The next day, much to Ethelberta's surprise, there was a letter for her in her mother's uphill hand. She neglected all the rest of its contents for the following engrossing sentences. "Menlove has wormed everything out of poor Joey, we find, and your father is much upset about it. She had another quarrel with him, and then declared she would expose you and us to Mrs. Doncastle and all your friends. I think that Menlove is the kind of woman who will stick to her word, and the question for you to consider is, how can you best face out any report of the truth which she will spread, and contradict the lies that she will add to it? It appears to me to be a dreadful thing, and so it will probably appear to you. The worst part will be that your sisters and brothers are your servants, and that your father is actually engaged in the house where you dine. I am dreadful afraid that this will be considered a fine joke for gossips, and will cause no end of laughs in society at your expense. At any rate, should Menlove spread the report, it would absolutely prevent people from attending your lectures next season, for they would feel like dupes, and be angry with themselves and you and all of us. The only way out of the muddle that I conceive for you is to put some scheme of marrying into effect as soon as possible, and before these things are known. Surely by this time, with all your opportunities, you've been able to strike up an acquaintance with some gentleman or other, so as to make a suitable match. You see, my dear Berta, marriage is a thing which, once carried out, fixes you more firm in a position than any personal brains can do. For, as you stand at present, every loose tooth and every combed-out hair and every new wrinkle and every sleepless night is so much took away from your chance for the future, depending as it do upon your skill in charming. I know that you have had some good offers, so do listen to me, and warm up the best man of them again a bit, and get him to repeat his words before your roundness shrinks away, and 'tis too late. Mr. Ladywell has called here to see you. It was just after I had heard that this Menlove might do harm,
so I thought I could do no better than send down word to him that you would much like to see him, and were wondering sadly why he had not called lately. I gave him your address at Rouen, that he might find you if he chose at once, and be got to propose, since he is better than nobody. I believe he said, directly Joey gave him the address, that he was going abroad, and my opinion is that he will come to you, because of the encouragement I gave him. If so, you must thank me for my foresight and care for you. I heave a sigh of relief sometimes at the thought that I, at any rate, found a husband before the present man-famine began. Don't refuse him this time, there's a dear, or, mark my words, you'll have cause to rue it, unless you have beforehand got engaged to somebody better than he. You will not, if you have not already, for the exposure is sure to come soon." "Oh, this false position! It is ruining your nature, my too thoughtful mother. But I will not accept any of them. I'll brazen it out," said Ethelberta, throwing the letter wherever it chose to fly, and picking it up to read again. She stood and thought it all over. "I must decide to do something," was her sigh again, and, feeling an irresistible need of motion, she put on her things and went out to see what resolve the morning would bring. No rain had fallen during the night, and the air was now quiet in a warm, heavy fog, through which old cider smells, reminding her of Wessex, occasionally came from narrow streets in the background. Ethelberta passed up the Rue Grand Pont into the little dusky Rue Saint-Romain, behind the cathedral, being driven mechanically along by the fever and fret of her thoughts. She was about to enter the building by the transept door, when she saw Lord Mountclair coming towards her. Ethelberta felt equal to him, or a dozen such, this morning. The looming spectres raised by her mother's information, the wearing sense of being overweighted in the race, were driving her to a Hamlet-like fantasticism and defiance of augury. Moreover, she was abroad. "I am about to ascend to the parapets of the cathedral," said she, in answer to a half-inquiry. "I should be delighted to accompany you," he rejoined, in a manner as capable of explanation by his knowledge of her secret as was Ethelberta's manner by her sense of nearing the end of her maying. But whether this frequent glide into her company was meant as a femoral flirtation, to fill the half-hours of his journey, or whether it meant a serious love-suit, which were the only alternatives that had occurred to her on the subject, did not trouble her now. "I am bound to be civil to so great a lord," she lightly thought, and, expressing no objection to his presence, she passed with him through the outbuildings, containing Gothic lumber from the shadowy pile above, and ascended the stone staircase. Emerging from its windings, they duly came to the long wooden ladder suspended in mid-air that led to the parapet of the tower. This being wide enough for two abreast, she could hardly do otherwise than wait a moment for the Viscount, who up to this point had never faltered, and who amused her as they went by scraps of his experience in various countries, which, to do him justice, he told with vivacity and humour. Thus they reached the end of the flight, and entered behind a balustrade. "The prospect will be very lovely from this point when the fog has blown off," said Lord Mountclair faintly, for climbing and chattering at the same time had fairly taken away his breath. He leaned against the masonry to rest himself. "The air is clearing already. I fancy I saw a sunbeam or two." "It will be lovelier above," said Ethelberta. "Let us go to the platform at the base of the Fleche and wait for a view there." "With all my heart," said her attentive companion. They passed in at a door and up some more stone steps, which landed them finally in the upper chamber of the tower. Lord Mountclair sank on a beam, and asked smilingly if her ambition was not satisfied with this goal. "I recollect going to the top some years ago," he added, "and it did not occur to me as being a thing worth doing a second time, and there was no fog then either." "Oh," said Ethelberta, "it is one of the most splendid things a person can do. The fog is going fast, and everybody with the least artistic feeling in the direction of bird's-eye views makes the ascent every time of coming here." Of course," said Lord Mountclair, "and I'm only too happy to go to any height with you." "Since you so kindly offer, we will go to the very top of the spire, up through the fog and into the sunshine," said Ethelberta. Lord Mountclair covered a grim misgiving by a gay smile, and away they went up a ladder admitting to the base of the huge iron framework above. Then they entered upon the regular ascent of the cage towards the hoped-for celestial blue,
and among breezes which never descended so low as the town. The journey was enlivened with more breathless witticisms from Lord Mountclair, till she stepped ahead of him again, when he asked how many more steps there were. She inquired of the man in the blue blouse who accompanied them. 55, she returned to Lord Mountclair a moment later. They went round and round, and yet around. "How many are there now?" Lord Mountclair demanded this time of the man. 190, monsieur," he said. "But there were only 55 ever so long ago." 205, then," said the man. "Perhaps the mist prevented mademoiselle hearing me distinctly?" "Never mind, I would follow were there 5,000 more, did mademoiselle bid me," said the exhausted nobleman gallantly, in English. "Hush!" said Ethelberta with displeasure. "Oh, he doesn't understand a word," said Lord Mountclair. They paced the remainder of their spiral pathway in silence, and having at last reached the summit, Lord Mountclair sank down on one of the steps, panting out, "Dear me, dear me!" Ethelberta leaned and looked around and said, "How extraordinary this is! It is sky above, below, everywhere." He dragged himself together and stepped to her side. They formed, as it were, a little world to themselves, being completely ensphered by the fog, which here was dense as a sea of milk. Below was neither town, country, nor cathedral, simply whiteness, into which the iron legs of their gigantic perch faded to nothing. "We have lost our labour. There is no prospect for you after all, Lord Mountclair," said Ethelberta, turning her eyes upon him. He looked at her face as if there were, and she continued, "Listen! I hear sounds from the town, people's voices, and carts and dogs, and the noise of a railway train. Shall we now descend and own ourselves disappointed?" "Whenever you choose." Before they had put their intention in practice, there appeared to be reasons for waiting a while. Out of the plain of fog beneath, a stone tooth seemed to be upheaving itself. Then another showed force. These were the summits of the Saint-Romain and the Butter Towers at the western end of the building. As the fog straightened and collapsed, other summits manifested their presence further off, among them the two spires and lantern of St. Ouen. When to the left the dome of St. Madeleine's caught a first ray from the peering sun, under which its scaly surface glittered like a fish. Then the mist rolled off in earnest, and revealed far beneath them a whole city, its red, blue, and grey roofs forming a variegated pattern, small and subdued as that of a pavement in mosaic. Eastward, in the spacious outlook, lay the hill of St. Catherine, breaking intrusively into the large level valley of the Seine. South was the river which had been the parent of the mist, and the Ile La Croix, gorgeous in scarlet, purple, and green. On the western horizon could be dimly discerned melancholy forests, and further to the right stood the hill and rich groves of Bois Guillaume. Ethelberta having now done looking around, the descent was begun, and continued without intermission till they came to the passage behind the parapet. Ethelberta was about to step airily forward, when there reached her ear the voices of persons below. She recognized as one of them the slow, unaccented tones of Nay. "Please wait a minute," she said in a peremptory manner of confusion sufficient to attract Lord Mountclair's attention. A recollection had sprung to her mind in a moment. She had half made an appointment with Nay at her aunt's hotel for this very week, and here was he in Rouen to keep it. To meet him while indulging in this vagary with Lord Mountclair, which, now that the mood it had been engendered by was passing off, she somewhat regretted, would be the height of imprudence. "I should like to go round to the other side of the parapet for a few moments," she said with decisive quickness. "Come with me, Lord Mountclair." They went round to the other side. Here she kept the Viscount and their Suisse until she deemed it probable that Nay had passed by, when she returned with her companions and descended to the bottom. They emerged into the Rue Saint-Romain, whereupon a woman called from the opposite side of their way to their guide, stating that she had told the other English gentleman that the English lady had gone into the flesh. Ethelberta turned and looked up. She could just discern Nay's form upon the steps of the flesh above, ascending toilsomely in search of her. "What English gentleman could that have been?" said Lord Mountclair, after paying the man. He spoke in a way which showed he had not overlooked her confusion. "It seemed that he must have been searching for us, or rather for you." "Only Mr. Ney," said Ethelberta. "He told me he was coming here. I believe he is waiting for an interview with me."
Said Lord Mountclair.
"Business, only business," said she.
"Shall I leave you? Perhaps the business is important, most important."
"Unfortunately it is."
"You must forgive me this once. I cannot help. Will you give me permission to make a difficult remark?" said Lord Mountclair in an impatient voice.
"With pleasure."
"Well, then, the business I meant was an engagement to be married."
Had it been possible for a woman to be perpetually on the alert, she might now have supposed that Lord Mountclair knew all about her. A mechanical deference must have restrained such an illusion had he seen her in any other light than that of a distracting slave. But she answered quietly, "So did I."
"But how does he know? Dear me, I beg pardon," said the Viscount.
She looked at him curiously, as if to imply that he was seriously out of his reckoning in respect of her if he supposed that he would be allowed to continue this little play at love-making as long as he chose, when she was offered the position of wife by a man so good as Ney. They stood in silence side by side, till, much to her ease, Cornelia appeared at the corner, waiting. At the last moment he said, in somewhat agitated tones, and with what appeared to be a renewal of the respect which had been imperceptibly dropped since they crossed the Channel, "I was not aware of your engagement to Mr. Ney. I fear I have been acting mistakenly on that account." "There is no engagement as yet," said she. Lord Mountclair brightened like a child.
"Then may I have a few words in private?"
"Not now, not to-day," said Ethelberta, with a certain irritation at she knew not what. "Believe me, Lord Mountclair, you are mistaken in many things. I mean, you think more of me than you ought. A time will come when you will despise me for this day's work, and it is madness in you to go further." Lord Mountclair, knowing what he did know, may have imagined what she referred to, but Ethelberta was without the least proof that he had the key to her humour.
Well, I'll be responsible for the madness," he said. "I know you to be a famous woman, at all events, and that's enough. I would say more, but I cannot here. May I call upon you?"
"Not now."
"When shall I?"
"If you must, let it be a month hence at my house in town," she said indifferently, the Hamlet mood being still upon her. "Yes, call upon us then, and I will tell you everything that may remain to be told, if you should be inclined to listen. A rumour is afloat which will undeceive you in much, and depress me to death. And now I walk back. Pray excuse me." She entered the street and joined Cornelia. Lord Mountclair paced irregularly along, turned the corner, and went towards his inn, nearing which his tread grew lighter, till he scarcely seemed to touch the ground. He became gleeful, and said to himself, nervously palming his lip with his left hand, as if previous to plunging it into hot water for some prize, "Upon my life, I've a good mind. Upon my life, I have. I must make a straightforward thing of it at once, or he will have her, but he shall not, and I will. He, he, he." The fascinated man, screaming inwardly with the excitement, glee, and agony of his position, entered the hotel, wrote a hasty note to Ethelberta, and dispatched it by hand, looked to his dress and appearance, ordered a carriage, and in a quarter of an hour was being driven towards the Hotel Beau Séjour, whither his note had preceded him. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 35. The Hotel, continued, and the Key in front. Ethelberta, having arrived there some time earlier, had gone straight to her aunt, whom she found sitting behind a large ledger in the office, making up the accounts with her husband, a well-framed, reflective man with a grey beard. Monsieur Moulin bustled, waited for her remarks and replies, and made much of her in a general way, when Ethelberta said, what she had wanted to say instantly, "Has a gentleman called Mr. Ney been here?" "Oh, yes, I think it is Ney. There's a card upstairs," replied her aunt.
I told him you were alone at the cathedral, and I believe he walked that way. Besides that one, another has come for you, a Mr. Ladywell, and he is waiting." "Not for me?" "Yes, indeed. I thought he seemed so anxious, under a sort of assumed calmness, that I recommended him to remain till you came in." "Goodness, Aunt, why did you?" Ethelberta said, and thought how much her mother's sister resembled her mother in doings of that sort. "I thought he had some good reason for seeing you. Are these men intruders, then?" "Oh, no. A woman who attempts a public career must expect to be treated as public property. What be an intrusion on a domiciled gentlewoman is a tribute to me. You cannot have celebrity and sex privilege both." Thus Ethelberta laughed off the awkward conjuncture, inwardly deploring the unconscionable maternal meddling which had led to this, though not resentfully, for she had too much staunchness of heart to decry a parent's misdirected zeal. Had the clanship feeling been universally as strong as in the Chickerell family, the fable of the well-bonded faggot might have remained unwritten. Ladywell had sent her a letter about getting his picture of herself engraved for an illustrated paper, and she had not replied, considering that she had nothing to do with the matter, her form and feature having been given in the painting as no portrait at all, but as those of an ideal. To see him now would be vexatious, and yet it was chilly and formal to an ungenerous degree to keep aloof from him, sitting lonely in the same house. A few weeks hence, she thought, when men love's disclosures make me ridiculous, he may slight me as a lackey's girl, an upstart, an adventuress, and hardly return my bow in the street. Then I may wish I had given him no personal cause for additional bitterness. So, putting off the fine lady, Ethelberta thought she would see Ladywell at once. Ladywell was unaffectedly glad to meet her, so glad that Ethelberta wished heartily, for his sake, there could be warm friendship between herself and him, as well as all her lovers, without that insistent courtship and marriage question which sent them all scattering like leaves in a pestilent blast at enmity with one another. She was less pleased when she found that Ladywell, after saying all there was to say about his painting, gently signified that he had been misinformed, as he believed, concerning her future intentions, which had led to his absenting himself entirely from her, the remark being, of course, a natural product of her mother's injudicious message to him. She cut him short with terse candour. "Yes," she said, "a false report is in circulation. I am not yet engaged to be married to anyone, if that is your meaning." Ladywell looked cheerful at this frank answer, and said tentatively, "Am I forgotten?" "No, you are exactly as you always were in my mind." "Then I have been cruelly deceived. I was guided too much by appearances, and they were very delusive. I am beyond measure glad I came here to-day. I called at your house and learnt that you were here, and as I was going out of town in any indefinite direction, I settled them to come this way. What a happy idea it was! To think of you now, and I may be permitted to—" "Assuredly you may not. How many times have I told you that?" "But I do not wish for any formal engagement," said Ladywell quickly, fearing she might commit herself to some expression of positive denial which he could never surmount. I'll wait any length of time. Remember, you have never absolutely forbidden my friendship. Will you delay your answer till some time hence, when you have thoroughly considered? Since I fear it may be a hasty one now." "Yes, indeed, it may be hasty." "You will delay it?" "Yes." "When shall it be?" "Say a month hence. I suggest that, because by that time you will have found an answer in your own mind. Strange things may happen before then. She shall follow after her lovers, but she shall not overtake them, and she shall seek them, but shall not find them. Then shall she say, I will go and return to my first. However, that's no matter." "What did you—" Ladywell began, altogether bewildered by this. "It is a passage in Hosea which came to my mind as possibly applicable to myself some day," she answered. "It was mere impulse. A jest, one of your romances broken loose. There is no law for impulse. That is why I am here." Thus fancifully they conversed till the interview concluded. Getting her to promise that she would see him again, Ladywell retired to a sitting-room on the same landing in which he had been writing letters before she came up. Immediately upon this her aunt, who began to suspect that something peculiar was in the wind, came to tell her
that Mr. Ney had been inquiring for her again. "Send him in," said Ethelberta. Ney's footsteps approached, and the well-known figure entered. Ethelberta received him smilingly, for she was getting so used to awkward juxtapositions that she treated them quite as a natural situation. She merely hoped that Ladywell would not hear them talking through the partition. Ney scarcely said anything as a beginning. She knew his errand perfectly, and, unaccountable as it was to her, the strange and unceremonious relationship between them that had originated in the peculiar conditions of their first close meeting was continued now as usual. "Have you been able to bestow a thought on the question between us? I hope so," said Ney. "It is no use," said Ethelberta. "Wait a month, and you will not require an answer. You will not mind speaking low because of a person in the next room?" "Not at all. Why would that be?" "I might say, but let us speak of something else." "I don't see how we can," said Ney brusquely. "I had no other reason on earth for calling here. I wished to get the matter settled, and I could not be satisfied without seeing you. I hate writing on matters of this sort. In fact, I can't do it, and that's why I'm here." He was still speaking when an attendant entered with a note. "Will you excuse me one moment?" said Ethelberta, stepping to the window and opening the missive. It contained these words only, in a scrawl so full of deformities that she could hardly piece its meaning together: "I must see you again to-day, unless you absolutely deny yourself to me, which I shall take as a refusal to meet me any more. I will arrive punctually 5 minutes after you receive this note. Do pray be alone if you can, and eternally gratify yours, Mountclair." "If anything has happened I shall be pleased to wait," said Ney, seeing her concern when she had closed the note. "Oh no, it is nothing," said Ethelberta precipitately. "Yet I think I will ask you to wait," she added, not liking to dismiss Ney in a hurry, for she was not insensible to his perseverance in seeking her over all these miles of sea and land, and, secondly, she feared that if he were to leave on the instant he might run into the arms of Lady Mountclair and Ladywell. "I shall be only too happy to stay till you are at leisure," said Ney, in the unimpassioned delivery he used, whether his meaning were a trite compliment or the expression of his most earnest feeling. "I may be rather a long time," said Ethelberta dubiously. "My time is yours." Ethelberta left the room and hurried to her aunt, exclaiming, "Oh, Aunt Charlotte, I hope you have rooms enough to spare for my visitors, for they are like the fox, the goose, and the corn in the riddle. I cannot leave them together, and I can only be with one at a time. I want the nicest drawing-room you have for an interview of a bare 2 minutes with an old gentleman. I'm so sorry this has happened, but it is not altogether my fault. I only arranged to see one of them, but the other was sent to me by mother in a mistake, and the third met with me on my journey. That's the explanation. There's the oldest of them just come." She looked through the glass partition, and under the arch of the court gate, as the wheels of the Viscount's carriage were heard outside. Ethelberta ascended to a room on the first floor. Lord Mountclair was shown up, and the door closed upon them. At this time Ney was very comfortably lounging in an arm-chair in Ethelberta's room on the second floor. This was a pleasant enough way of passing the minutes with such a tender interview in prospect, and as he leant he looked with languid and luxurious interest through the open casement at the spars and rigging of some luggers on the Seine, the pillars of the suspension bridge, and the scenery of the Faubourg Saint-Sever on the other side of the river. How languid his interest might ultimately become there is no knowing, but there soon arose upon his ear the accents of Ethelberta in low distinctness from somewhere outside the room. "Yes, the scene is pleasant to-day," she said. "I like a view over a river." "I should think the steamboats are objectionable when they stop here," said another person. Ney's face closed in to an aspect of perplexity. "Surely that cannot be Lord Mountclair," he muttered. Had he been certain that Ethelberta was only talking to a stranger, Ney would probably have felt their conversation to be no business of his, much as he might have been surprised to find her giving audience to another man at such a place. But his impression that the voice was that of his acquaintance, Lord Mountclair, coupled with doubts as to its possibility, was enough to lead him to rise from the chair and put his head out of the window. Upon a balcony beneath him were the speakers, as he had suspected, Ethelberta and the Viscount. Looking right and left, he saw projecting from the next window
the head of his friend Ladywell, gazing right and left likewise, apparently just drawn out by the same voice which had attracted himself.
"What, you, Nay? How strange!"
came from Ladywell's lips, before he had time to recollect that great coolness existed between himself and Nay on Ethelberta's account, which had led to the reduction of their intimacy to the most attenuated of nods and good mornings ever since the Harlequin Rose incident at Cripplegate. "Yes, it is rather strange," said Nay, with saturnine evenness. "Still, the fellow must be somewhere." Each then looked over his window-sill downwards, upon the speakers who had attracted them thither. Lord Mountclair uttered something in a low tone which did not reach the young men, to which Ethelberta replied, "As I have said, Lord Mountclair, I cannot give you an answer now. I must consider what to do with Mr. Nay and Mr. Ladywell. It is too sudden for me to decide at once. I could not do so until I got home to England, when I will write you a letter, stating frankly my affairs and those of my relatives. I shall not consider that you have addressed me on the subject of marriage until, you having received my letter, you—"
"Repeat my proposal," said Lord Mountclair.
"Yes."
"My dear Mrs. Petherwin, it is as good as repeated.
But I have no right to assume anything you don't wish me to assume, and I will wait. How long is it that I am to suffer in this uncertainty?"
"A month. By that time I shall have grown weary of my other two suitors."
"A month? Really inflexible?"
Ethelberta had returned inside the window, and her answer was inaudible. Ladywell and Nay looked up, and their eyes met. Both had been reluctant to remain where they stood, but they were too fascinated to instantly retire. Nay moved now, and Ladywell did the same. Each saw that the face of his companion was flushed. "Come in and see me," said Ladywell quickly, before quite withdrawing his head. "I am staying in this room." "I will," said Nay, and taking his hat he left Ethelberta's apartment forthwith. On entering the quarters of his friend he found him seated at a table whereon writing materials were strewn. They shook hands in silence, but the meaning in their looks was enough. "Just let me write a note, Ladywell, and I'm your man," said Nay then, with the freedom of an old acquaintance. "I was going to do the same thing," said Ladywell. Nay then sat down, and for a minute or two nothing was to be heard but the scratching of a pair of pens, ending on the one side with a more boisterous scratch, as the writer shaped Eustace Ladywell, and on the other with slow firmness in the characters Alfred Nay. "There's for you, my fair one," said Nay, closing and directing his letter. "Yours is for Mrs. Petherwin? So is mine," said Ladywell, grasping the bell-pull. "Shall I direct it to be put on her table with this one?" "Thanks." And the two letters went off to Ethelberta's sitting-room, which she had vacated to receive Lord Mountclair in an empty one beneath. Nay's letter was simply a pleading of a sudden call away, which prevented his waiting till she should return. Ladywell's, though stating the same reason for leaving, was more of an upbraiding nature, and might almost have told its reader, were she to take the trouble to guess, that he knew of the business of Lord Mountclair with her to-day. "Now let us get out of this place," said Nay. He proceeded at once down the stairs, followed by Ladywell, who, settling his account at the bureau without calling for a bill, and directing the portmanteau to be sent to the Right Bank railway station, went with Nay into the street. They had not walked 50 yards up the quay when two British workmen in holiday costume, who had just turned the corner of the Rue Jeanne d'Arc, approached them. Seeing him to be an Englishman, one of the two addressed Nay, saying, "Can you tell us the way, sir, to the Hotel Bold Soldier?" Nay pointed out the place he had just come from to the tall young men, and continued his walk with Ladywell. Ladywell was the first to break silence. "I have been considerably misled, Nay," he said, "and I imagine from what has just happened that you have been misled too." "Just a little," said Nay, bringing abstracted lines of meditation into his face. "But it was my own fault, for I ought to have known that these stage and platform women have what they are pleased to call Bohemianism so thoroughly ingrained with their natures that they are no more constant to usage in their sentiments than they are in their way of living. Good Lord, to think she has caught old Mountclair! She is sure to have him, if she does not dally with him so long that he gets cool again."
A beautiful creature like her to think of marrying such an infatuated idiot as he. He can give her a title as well as younger men. It will not be the first time that such matches have been made." "I can't believe it," said Lady Will vehemently. "She has too much poetry in her, too much good sense. Her nature is the essence of all that's romantic. I can't help saying it, though she has treated me cruelly." "She has good looks, certainly, I'll own to that. As for her romance and good feeling, that I leave to you. I think she has treated you no more cruelly, as you call it, than she has me, come to that." "She told me she would give me an answer in a month," said Lady Will emotionally. "So she told me," said Nay. "And so she told him," said Lady Will. "And I've no doubt she would keep her word to him in her usual precise manner." "But see what she implied to me. I distinctly understood from her that the answer would be favourable." "So did I." "So does he."
"And he's sure to be the one who gets it, since only one of us can. Well, I wouldn't marry her for love, money, nor offspring. Exactly, I would not. I'll give you an answer in a month, to all three of us. For God's sake, let's sit down here and have something to drink." They drew up a couple of chairs to one of the tables of a wine shop close by, and shouted to the waiter with the vigour of persons going to the dogs. Here, behind the horizontal-headed trees that dotted this part of the quay, they sat over their bottles denouncing womankind, till the sun got low down upon the river, and the houses on the further side began to be toned by a blue mist. At last they rose from their seats and departed, Nay to dine and consider his route, and Ladywell to take the train for Dieppe. While these incidents had been in progress, the two workmen had found their way into the hotel where Ethelberta was staying. Passing through the entrance, they stood at gaze in the court, much perplexed as to the door to be made for. The difficulty was solved by the appearance of Cornelia, who, in expectation of them, had been for the last half-hour leaning over the sill of her bedroom window, which looked into the interior, amusing herself by watching the movements to and fro in the court beneath. After conversing a while in undertones, as if they had no real right there at all, Cornelia told them she would call their sister, if an old gentleman who had been to see her were gone again. Cornelia then ran away, and Sol and Dan stood aloof, till they had seen the old gentleman alluded to go to the door and drive off, shortly after which Ethelberta ran down to meet them. "Whatever have you got as your luggage?" she said, after hearing a few words about their journey, and looking at a curious object like a huge extended accordion, with bellows of gorgeous patterned carpeting. "Well, I thought to myself," said Sol, "'tis a terrible bother about carrying our things, so what did I do but turn to and make a carpet-bag that would hold all mine and Dan's too. This, you see, Berta, is a deal top and bottom out of 3/4 stuff, stained and varnished. Well, then you see I've got carpet sides tacked on with these brass nails, which makes it look very handsome, and so when my bag is empty it will shut up and be only a couple of boards under your arm, and when it is open it would hold almost anything you like to put in it. That portmantle didn't cost more than 3 half-crowns together, and £10 wouldn't have got anything so strong from a portmantle maker, would it, Dan?" "Well, no." "And then you see, Berta," Sol continued in the same earnest tone, and further exhibiting the article, "I've made this trap-door in the top with hinges and padlock complete, so that—" "I'm afraid it is tiring you after your journey to explain all this to me," said Ethelberta gently, noticing that a few Gallic smilers were gathering round. "Aunt has found a nice room for you at the top of the staircase in that corner. Escalier D, you'll see painted at the bottom. And when you've been up, come across to me at number 34 on this side, and we'll talk about everything." "Look here, Sol," said Dan, who had left his brother and gone on to the stairs. "What a rum staircase that treads all in little blocks and painted chocolate as I'm alive."
"I'm afraid I shall not be able to go on to Paris with you after all," Ethelberta continued to Sol. "Something has just happened which makes it desirable for me to return at once to England. But I will write a list of all you are to see, and where you are to go, so that it will make little difference, I hope." 10 minutes before this time, Ethelberta had been frankly and earnestly asked by Lord Mountclair to become his bride. Not only so, but he pressed her to consent to have the ceremony performed before they returned to England. Ethelberta had unquestionably been much surprised, and, barring the fact that the Viscount was somewhat ancient in comparison with herself, the temptation to close with his offer was strong,
and would have been felt as such by any woman in the position of Ethelberta, now a little reckless by a stress of circumstances, and tinged with a bitterness of spirit against herself and the world generally. But she was experienced enough to know what heaviness might result from a hasty marriage, entered into with a mind full of concealments and suppressions, which, if told, were likely to stop the marriage altogether. And, after trying to bring herself to speak of her family and situation to Mount Clear as he stood, a certain caution triumphed, and she concluded that it would be better to postpone her reply till she could consider which of two courses it would be advisable to adopt: to write and explain to him, or to explain nothing and refuse him. The third course, to explain nothing and hasten the wedding, she rejected without hesitation. With a pervading sense of her own obligations in forming this compact, it did not occur to her to ask if Lord Mountclere might not have duties of explanation equally with herself, though bearing rather on the moral than the social aspects of the case. Her resolution not to go on to Paris was formed simply because Lord Mountclere himself was proceeding in that direction, which might lead to other unseemly rencounters with him had she too persevered in her journey. She accordingly gave Sol and Dan directions for their guidance to Paris and back, starting herself with Cornelia the next day to return again to Knowlesea, and to decide finally and for ever what to do in the vexed question at present agitating her. Never before in her life had she treated marriage in such a terribly cool and cynical spirit as she had done that day. She was almost frightened at herself in thinking of it. How far any known system of ethics might excuse her on the score of those curious pressures which had been brought to bear upon her life, or whether it could excuse her at all, she had no spirit to inquire. English society appeared a gloomy concretion enough to abide in as she contemplated it on this journey home, yet, since its gloominess was less an essential quality than an accident of her point of view, that point of view she had determined to change. There lay open to her two directions in which to move. She might annex herself to the easy-going high by wedding an old nobleman, or she might join for good and all the easy-going low, by plunging back to the level of her family, giving up all her ambitions for them, settling as the wife of a provincial music-master named Julian, with a little shop of fiddles and flutes, a couple of old pianos, a few sheets of stale music pinned to a string, and a narrow back parlour, wherein she would wait for the phenomenon of a customer. And each of these divergent grooves had its fascinations, till she reflected with regard to the first that, even though she were a legal and indisputable Lady Mountclere, she might be despised by her lord's circle, and left lone and lorn. The intermediate path of accepting Nay or Ladywell had no more attractions for her taste than the fact of disappointing them had qualms for her conscience, and how few these were may be inferred from her opinion, true or false, that 2 words about the spigot on her escutcheon could sweep her lover's affections to the antipodes. She had now and then imagined that her previous intermarriage with the Pethwin family might efface much besides her surname, but experience proved that the having been wife for a few weeks to a miner who died in his father's lifetime did not weave such a tissue of glory about her course as would resist a speedy undoing by startling confessions on her station before her marriage and her environments now. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 36. The House in Town. Returning by way of Knowlesea, where she remained a week or 2, Ethelberta appeared one evening at the end of September before her house in Exonbury Crescent, accompanied by a pair of cabs with the children and luggage. But Pickety was left at Knowlesea for reasons which Ethelberta explained when the family assembled in conclave. Her father was there, and began telling her of a surprising change in men-love, an unasked-for concession to their cause, and a vow of secrecy which he could not account for, unless any friend of Ethelberta's had bribed her. "Oh, no, that cannot be," said she. Any influence of Lord Mountclere to that effect was the last thing that could enter her thoughts. "However, what men-love does makes little difference to me now." And she proceeded to state that she had almost come to a decision which would entirely alter their way of living. "I hope it will not be of the sort your last decision was," said her mother. "No, quite the reverse. I shall not live here in state any longer. We will let the house throughout as lodgings while it is ours, and you and the girls must manage it. I will retire from the scene altogether, and stay for the winter at Knowlesea with Pickety. I want to consider my plans for next year, and I would rather be away from town. Pickety is left there, and I return in 2 days with the books and papers I require." "What are your plans to be?" "I am going to be a schoolmistress. I think I am." "A schoolmistress?" "Yes, and Pickety returns to the same occupation which she ought never to have forsaken. We're going to study arithmetic and geography until Christmas. Then I shall send her adrift to finish her term as pupil-teacher, while I go into a training school. By the time I have to give up this house I shall just have got a little country school." "But," said her mother, aghast, "why not write more poems and sell 'em?" "Why not be a governess as you were?" said her father. "Why not go on with your tales at Mayfair Hole?" said Gwendolen. "I'll answer as well as I can. I've decided to give up romancing, because I cannot think of any more that pleases me. I've been trying at Knowlesea for a fortnight, and it is no use. I will never be a governess again. I would rather be a servant. If I am a schoolmistress, I shall be entirely free from all contact with the great, which is what I desire, for I hate them, and am getting almost as revolutionary as Sol. Father, I cannot endure this kind of existence any longer. I sleep at night as if I had committed a murder. I start up and see processions of people, audiences, battalions of lovers obtained under false pretences, all denouncing me with the finger of ridicule. Mother's suggestion about my marrying I followed out as far as dogged resolution would carry me. But during my journey here I have broken down, for I don't want to marry a second time among people who would regard me as an upstart or intruder. I am sick of ambition. My only longing now is to fly from society altogether, and go to any hovel on earth where I could be at peace." "What, has anybody been insulting you?" said Mrs. Chickerell. "Yes, or rather I sometimes think he may have. That is, if a proposal of marriage is only removed from being a proposal of a very different kind by an accident." "A proposal of marriage can never be an insult," her mother returned. "I think otherwise," said Ethelberta. "So do I," said her father. "Unless the man was beneath you, and I don't suppose he was that," added Mrs. Chickerell. "You are quite right, he was not that. But we will not talk of this branch of the subject. By far the most serious concern with me is that I ought to do some good by marriage, or by heroic performance of some kind, while going back to give the rudiments of education to remote hamletiers will do none of you any good whatever." "Never you mind us," said her father. "Mind yourself." "I shall hardly be minding myself either, in your opinion, by doing that," said Ethelberta dryly. "But it will be more tolerable than what I am doing now. Georgina and Myrtle and Emmeline and Joey will not get the education I intended for them, but that must go, I suppose." "How full of vagaries you are," said her mother. "Why won't it do to continue as you are? No sooner have I learnt up your schemes and got 'em used to 'em to see something in 'em, then you must needs bewilder me again by starting some fresh one, so that my mind gets no rest at all."
Ethelberta too keenly felt the justice of this remark, querulous as it was, to care to defend herself. It was hopeless to attempt to explain to her mother that the oscillations of her mind might arise as naturally from the perfection of its balance, like those of a Loganstone, as from inherent lightness, and such an explanation, however comforting to its subject, was little better than none to simple hearts who could only look at tangible outcrops. "Really, Ethelberta," remonstrated her mother, "this is very odd. Making yourself miserable in trying to get a position on our account is one thing, and not necessary. But I think it ridiculous to rush into the other extreme and go wilfully down in the scale. You may just as well exercise your wits in trying to swim as in trying to sink." "Yes, that's what I think," said her father. "But of course Berta knows best."
"I think so too," said Gwendolen. "And so do I," said Cornelia. "If I had once moved about in large circles like Ethelberta, I wouldn't go down and be a schoolmistress, not I." "I own it is foolish. Suppose it is," said Ethelberta wearily, and with a readiness of misgiving that showed how recent and hasty was the scheme. "Perhaps you are right, mother. Anything rather than retreat." I wonder if you are right. Well, I must think of it again to-night. Do not let us speak more about it now." She did think of it that night, very long and painfully. The arguments of her relatives seemed ponderous as opposed to her own inconsequent longing for escape from galling trammels. If she had stood alone, the sentiment that she had begun to build but was not able to finish, by whomsoever it might have been entertained, would have had few terrors. But that the opinion should be held by her nearest of kin to cause them pain for life was a grievous thing. The more she thought of it, the less easy seemed the justification of her desire for obscurity. From regarding it as a high instinct, she passed into a humour that gave that desire the appearance of a whim. But could she really set in train events which, if not abortive, would take her to the altar with Viscount Montclair? In one determination she never faltered: to commit her sin thoroughly, if she committed it at all. Her relatives believed her choice to lie between Ney and Ladywell alone. But once having decided to pass over Christopher, whom she had loved, there could be no pausing for Ladywell because she liked him, or for Ney in that she was influenced by him. They were both too near her level to be trusted to bear the shock of receiving her from her father's hands. But it was possible that though her genesis might tinge with vulgarity a commoner's household susceptible of such depreciation, it might show as a picturesque contrast in the family circle of a peer. Hence it was just as well to go to the end of her logic, where reasons for tergiversation would be most pronounced. This thought of the Viscount, however, was a secret for her own breast alone. Nearly the whole of that night she sat weighing, first, the question itself of marrying Lord Mountclair, and, at other times, whether for safety she might marry him without previously revealing family particulars hitherto held necessary to be revealed, a piece of conduct she at once felt to be indefensible. The ingenious Ethelberta, much more prone than the majority of women to theorize on conduct, felt the need of some soothing defence of the actions involved in any ambiguous course before finally committing herself to it. She took down a well-known treatise on utilitarianism which she had perused once before, and to which she had given her adherence ere any instance had arisen wherein she might wish to take it as a guide. Here she desultorily searched for argument, and found it. But the application of her author's philosophy to the marriage question was an operation of her own, as unjustifiable as it was likely in the circumstances. "The ultimate end," she read, "with reference to, and for the sake of which, all other things are desirable, whether we are considering our own good or that of other people, is an existence exempt as far as possible from pain, and as rich as possible in enjoyments, both in point of quantity and quality. This being, according to the utilitarian opinion, the end of human action, is necessarily also the standard of morality." It was an open question so far whether her own happiness should or should not be preferred to that of others. But that her personal interests were not to be considered as paramount appeared further on. "The happiness which forms the standard of what is right in conduct is not the agent's own happiness, but that of all concerned. As between her own happiness and that of others, utilitarianism requires him to be as strictly impartial as a disinterested and benevolent spectator." As to whose happiness was meant by that of other people, all concerned, and so on, her luminous moralist soon enlightened her. The occasions on which any person, except 1 in 1,000, has it in his power to do this on an extended scale, in other words, to be a public benefactor, are but exceptional, and on these occasions alone is he called on to consider public utility. In every other case, private utility, the interest or happiness of some few persons, is all he has to attend to. And that these few persons should be those endeared to her by every domestic tie, no argument was needed to prove. That their happiness would be in proportion to her own well-doing, and power to remove their risks of indigence, required no proving either to her now. By a sorry but unconscious misapplication of sound and wide reasoning did the active mind of Ethelberta thus find itself a solace. At about the midnight hour she felt more fortified on the expediency of marriage with Lord Mountclair than she had done at all since musing on it. In respect of the second query,
whether or not in that event to conceal from Lord Mountclere the circumstances of her position till it should be too late for him to object to them, she found her conscience inconveniently in the way of her theory, and the oracle before her afforded no hint. "Ah, it is a point for a casuist," she said. An old treatise on casuistry lay on the top shelf. She opened it, more from curiosity than from guidance this time, it must be observed, at a chapter bearing on her own problem, the Disciplina Arcani, or the Doctrine of Reserve. Here she read that there were plenty of apparent instances of this in Scripture, and that it was formed into a recognized system in the early Church. With reference to direct acts of deception, it was argued that since there were confessedly cases where killing is no murder, might there not be cases where lying is no sin? It could not be right, or indeed anything but most absurd, to say in effect that no doubt circumstances would occur where every sound man would tell a lie, and would be a brute or a fool if he did not, and to say at the same time that it is quite indefensible in principle. Duty was the key to conduct then, and if in such cases duties appeared to clash, they would be found not to do so on examination. The lesser duty would yield to the greater, and therefore ceased to be a duty. This author she found to be not so tolerable. He distracted her. She put him aside and gave over reading, having decided on this second point, that she would at any hazard represent the truth to Lord Mountclere before listening to another word from him. "But at last I have done," she said, "and am ready for my role." In looking back upon her past as she retired to rest, Ethelberta could almost doubt herself to be the identical woman with her who had entered on a romantic career a few short years ago. For that doubt she had good reason. She began as a poet of the Satanic school in a sweetened form. She was ending as a pseudo-utilitarian. Was there ever such a transmutation effected before by the action of a hard environment? It was not without a qualm of regret that she discerned how the last infirmity of a noble mind had at length nearly departed from her. She wondered if her early notes had had the genuine ring in them, or whether a poet who could be thrust by the realities to a distance beyond recognition as such was a true poet at all. Yet Ethelberta's gradient had been regular. Emotional poetry, light verse, romance as an object, romance as a means, thoughts of marriage as an aid to her pursuits, a vow to marry for the good of her family. In other words, from soft and playful romanticism to distorted Benthamism. Was the moral incline upward or down? End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 37. Knowlesea, an ornamental villa. Her energies collected and fermented anew by the results of the vigil, Ethelberta left town for Knowlesea, where she joined Pickety the same evening. Pickety produced a letter which had been addressed to her sister at their London residence, but was not received by her there, Mrs. Chickerell having forwarded it to Knowlesea the day before Ethelberta arrived in town. The crinkled writing, in character like the coastline of Tierra del Fuego, was becoming familiar by this time. While reading the note she informed Pickety, between a quick breath and a rustle of frills, that it was from Lord Mountclere, who wrote on the subject of calling to see her, suggesting a day in the following week. "Now, Pickety," she continued, "we shall have to receive him and make the most of him, for I have altered my plans since I was last in Knowlesea." "Alter them again? What are you going to be now? Not a poor person after all?" "Indeed not. And so I turn and turn. Can you imagine what Lord Mountclere is coming for? But don't say what you think. Before I reply to this letter we must go into new lodgings to give them as our address. The first business to-morrow morning will be to look for the gayest house we can find, and Captain Flower and this little cabin of his must be things we have never known." The next day, after breakfast, they accordingly sallied forth. Knowlesea had recently begun to attract notice in the world. It had this year undergone visitation from a score of professional gentlemen and their wives, a minor canon, 3 marine painters, 7 young ladies with books in their hands, and 39 babies. Hence a few lodging-houses, of a dash and pretentiousness far beyond the mark of the old cottages which formed the original substance of the village, had been erected to meet the wants of such as these. To a building of this class Ethelberta now bent her steps, and the crush of the season having departed in the persons of three-quarters of the above-named visitors, who went away by a coach, a van, and a couple of waggonettes one morning, she found no difficulty in arranging for a red and yellow streaked villa, which was so bright and glowing that the sun seemed to be shining upon it even on a cloudy day, and the ruddiest native looked pale when standing by its walls. It was not without regret that she renounced the sailor's pretty cottage for this porticoed and balconied dwelling, but her lines were laid down clearly at last, and thither she removed forthwith. From this brand new house did Ethelberta pen the letter fixing the time at which she would be pleased to see Lord Mountclere. When the hour drew nigh, enormous force of will was required to keep her perturbation down. She had not distinctly told Picardy of the object of the Viscount's visit, but Picardy guessed nearly enough. Ethelberta was upon the whole better pleased that the initiative had again come from him than if the first step in the new campaign had been her sending him the explanatory letter as intended and promised. She had thought almost directly after the interview at Rouen that to enlighten him by writing a confession in cold blood, according to her first intention, would be little less awkward for her in the method of telling than in the facts to be told. So the last hair was arranged and the last fold adjusted, and she sat down to await a new page of her history. Picardy sat with her, under orders to go into the next room when Lord Mountclere should call, and Ethelberta determined to waste no time, directly he began to make advances, in clearing up the phenomena of her existence to him, to the end that no fact which, in the event of his taking her to wife, could be used against her as an example of concealment, might remain unrelated. The collapse of his attachment under the test might, however, form the grand climax of such a play as this. The day was rather cold for the season, and Ethelberta sat by a fire, but the windows were open, and Picardy was amusing herself on the balcony outside. The hour struck. Ethelberta fancied she could hear the wheels of a carriage creeping up the steep ascent which led to the drive before the door. "Is it he?" she said quickly. "No," said Picardy, whose indifference contrasted strangely with the restlessness of her who was usually the coolest. "It is a man shaking down apples in the garden over the wall." They lingered on till some 3 or 4 minutes had gone by. "Surely that's a carriage," said Ethelberta then. "I think it is," said Picardy outside, stretching her neck forward as far as she could. "No, it is the men on the beach dragging up their boats. They expect wind to-night." "How wearisome! Picardy, you may as well come inside. If he means to call, he will, but he ought to be here by this time." It was only once more, and that some time later, that she again said, "Listen." "That's not the noise of a carriage, it is the fizz of a rocket. The coastguardsmen are practising the life apparatus to-day to be ready for the autumn wrecks." "Ah," said Ethelberta, her face clearing up. Hers had not been a sweetheart's impatience, but her mood had intensified during these minutes of suspense to a harassing mistrust of her man-compelling power, which was, if that were possible, more gloomy than disappointed love. "I know now where he is. That operation with the cradle apparatus is very interesting, and he is stopping to see it. But I shall not wait indoors much longer, whatever he may be stopping to see. It is very unaccountable and vexing after moving into this new house, too. We were much more comfortable in the old one. In keeping any previous appointment which I have been concerned, he has been ridiculously early." "Shall I run round?" said Picardy, "and if he is not watching them, we will go out." "Very well," said her sister. The time of Picardy's absence seemed an age. Ethelberta heard the roar of another rocket, and still Picardy did not return. "What can the girl be thinking of?" she mused. "What an half-and-half policy mine has been! Thinking of marrying for position, and yet not making it my rigid plan to secure the man the first moment that he made his offer. So I lose the comfort of having a soul above worldliness, and my compensation for not having it likewise." A minute or two more, and in came Picardy. "What has kept you so long? And how excited you look!" said Ethelberta. "I thought I would stay a little while, as I have never seen a rocket apparatus."
said Picardy, faintly and strangely.
"But is he there?" asked her sister impatiently. "Yes, he was. He's gone now." "Lord Mountclair? No, there's no old man there at all. Mr. Julian was there." Little "Ah!" came from Ethelberta, like a note from a storm bird at night. She turned round and went into the back room. "Is Mr. Julian going to call here?" she inquired, coming forward again. "No, he's gone by the steamboat. He was only passing through on his way to Sandbourne, where he's gone to settle a small business relating to his father's affairs. He was not in Knowlesea 10 minutes, owing to something which detained him on the way." "Did he inquire for me?" "No. And only think, Ethelberta, such a remarkable thing has happened, though I nearly forgot to tell you. He says that coming along the road he was overtaken by a carriage, and when it had just passed him one of the horses shied, pushed the other down a slope, and overturned the carriage. One wheel came off and trundled to the bottom of the hill by itself. Christopher, of course, ran up and helped out of the carriage an old gentleman. Now, do you know what's likely?" "It was Lord Mountclair. I'm glad that's the cause," said Ethelberta involuntarily. "I imagined you would suppose it to be Lord Mountclair, but Mr. Julian did not know the gentleman, and said nothing about who he might be." "Did he describe him?" "Not much, just a little." "Well?" "He said he was a sly old dog, apparently, to hear how he swore in whispers. This affair is what made Mr. Julian so late that he had no time to call here. Lord Mountclair's ankle, if it was Lord Mountclair, was badly sprained, but the servants were not injured beyond a scratch on the coachman's face. Then they got another carriage and drove at once back again. It must be he, or else why is he not come? It is a pity, too, that Mr. Julian was hindered by this, so that there was no opportunity for him to bide a bit in Knowlesea." Ethelberta was not disposed to believe that Christopher would have called had time favoured him to the utmost. Between himself and her there was that kind of division which is more insurmountable than enmity, for estrangements produced by good judgment will last when those of feeling break down in smiles. Not the lovers who part in passion, but the lovers who part in friendship, are those who most frequently part for ever. "Did you tell Mr. Julian that the injured gentleman was possibly Lord Mountclair, and that he was coming here?" said Ethelberta. "I made no remark at all. I did not think of it till afterwards." The inquiry was hardly necessary, for Picardy's words would dry away like a brook in the sands when she held conversation with Christopher. As they had anticipated, the sufferer was no other than their intending visitor. Next morning there was a note explaining the accident, and expressing its writer's suffering from the cruel delay as greater than that from the swollen ankle, which was progressing favourably. Nothing further was heard of Lord Mountclair for more than a week, when she received another letter, which put an end to her season of relaxation, and once more braced her to the contest. This epistle was very courteously written, and in point of correctness, propriety, and gravity, might have come from the quill of a bishop. Herein the old nobleman gave a further description of the accident, but the main business of the communication was to ask her if, since he was not as yet very active, she would come to Enkworth Court and delight himself and a small group of friends who were visiting there. She pondered over the letter as she walked by the shore that day, and, after some hesitation, decided to go. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 38. Enkworth Court. It was on a dull, stagnant, noiseless afternoon of autumn that Ethelberta first crossed the threshold of Enkworth Court. The daylight was so lowered by the impervious roof of cloud overhead that it scarcely reached further into Lord Mountclair's entrance hall than to the splays of the windows, even but an hour or two after midday, and indoors the glitter of the fire reflected itself from the very panes, so inconsiderable were the opposing rays. Enkworth Court, in its main part, had not been standing more than 100 years. At that date the weakened portions of the original mediaeval structure were pulled down and cleared away, old jambs being carried off for rick staddles, and the foliated timbers of the hall roof making themselves useful as fancy chairs in the summer houses of rising inns. A new block of masonry was built up from the ground, of such height and lordliness that the remnant of the old pile left standing became as a mere cup-bearer and culinary menial beside it. The rooms in this old fragment, which had in times past been considered sufficiently dignified for dining hall, with drawing room, and so on, were now reckoned barely high enough for sculleries, servants' hall, and laundries, the whole of which were arranged therein. The modern portion had been planned with such a total disregard of association, that the very rudeness of the contrast gave an interest to the mass which it might have wanted had perfect harmony been attempted between the old nucleus and its adjuncts, a probable result if the enlargement had taken place later on in time. The issue was that the hooded windows, simple string courses, and random masonry of the Gothic workman stood elbow to elbow with the equal-spaced ashlar, architraves, and fasciae of the classic edition, each telling its distinct tale as to stage of thought and domestic habit, without any of those artifices of blending or restoration by which the seeker for history in stones will be utterly hoodwinked in time to come. To the left of the door and vestibule which Ethelberta passed through rose the principal staircase, constructed of a freestone so milk-white and delicately moulded as to be easily conceived in the lamplight as of biscuit-ware. Who, unacquainted with the secrets of geometrical construction, could imagine that, hanging so airily there, to all appearance supported on nothing, were 20 or more tons dead weight of stone, that would have made a prison for an elephant if so arranged? The art which produced this illusion was questionable, but its success was undoubted. "How lovely!" said Ethelberta, as she looked at the fairy ascent. "His staircase alone is worth my hand." Passing along by the colonnade, which partly fenced the staircase from the visitor, the saloon was reached, an apartment forming a double cube. About the left-hand end of this were grouped the drawing-rooms and library, while on the right was the dining-hall, with billiard, smoking, and gun-rooms in mysterious remoteness beyond. Without attempting to trace an analogy between a man and his mansion, it may be stated that everything here, though so dignified and magnificent, was not conceived in quite the true and eternal spirit of art. It was a house in which Pugin would have torn his hair. Those massive blocks of red-veined marble lining the hall, emulating in their surface glitter the Escalier de Marbre at Versailles, were cunning imitations in paint and plaster by workmen brought from afar for the purpose, at a prodigious expense, by the present Viscount's father, and recently repaired and revarnished. The dark green columns and plasters corresponding were brick at the core. Nay, the external walls, apparently of massive and solid freestone, were only veneered with that material, being, like the pillars, of brick within. To a stone mask worn by a brick face a story naturally appertained, one which has since done service in other quarters. When the vast addition had just been completed, King George visited Aigworth. Its owner pointed out the features of its grand architectural attempt, and waited for commendation. "Brick, brick, brick," said the king. The Georgian Lord Mountclair blushed faintly, albeit to his very poll, and said nothing more about his house that day. When the king was gone, he sent frantically for the craftsman recently dismissed, and soon the green lawns became again the colour of a 9-elms cement wharf. Thin freestone slabs were affixed to the whole series of fronts by copper cramps and dowels, each one of substance sufficient to have furnished a poor boy's pocket with pennies for a month, till not a speck of the original surface remained, and the edifice shone in all the grandeur of massive masonry that was not massive at all. But who remembered this, save the builder and his crew? And as long as nobody knew the truth, pretence looked just as well. What was honest in Aigworth Court was that portion of the original edifice which still remained, now degraded to subservient uses. Where the untitled Mountclair of the White Rose faction had spread his knees over the brands, when the place was a castle and not a court, the still-room maid now simmered her preserves, and where Elizabethan mothers and daughters of that sturdy line had tapestried the love-scenes of Isaac and Jacob, boots and shoes were now cleaned and coals stored away. Lord Mountclair had so far recovered from the sprain as to be nominally quite well, under pressure of a wish to receive guests. The sprain had in one sense served him excellently. He had now a reason, apart from that of years, for walking with his stick, and took care to let the reason be frequently known. To-day he entertained a larger number of persons than had been assembled within his walls for a great length of time. Until after dinner,
Ethelberta felt as if she was staying at an hotel. Few of the people whom she had met at the meeting of the Imperial Association greeted her here. The Viscount's brother was not present, but Sir Cyril Blandsbury and his wife were there, a lively pair of persons, entertaining as actors and friendly as dogs. Beyond these, all the faces and figures were new to her, though they were handsome and dashing enough to satisfy a court chronicler. Ethelberta, in a dress sloped about as high over the shoulder as would have drawn approval from Reynolds and expostulation from Lely, and thawed each friend who came near her, and sent him or her away smiling. Yet she felt a little surprise. She had seldom visited at her country house, and knew little of the ordinary composition of a group of visitors within its walls. But the present assemblage seemed to want much of that old-fashioned stability and quaint monumental dignity she had expected to find under this historical roof. Nobody of her entertainer's own rank appeared. Not a single clergyman was there. A tendency to talk Walpolean scandal about foreign courts was particularly manifest. And although tropical travellers, Indian officers and their wives, courteous exiles, and descendants of Irish kings were infinitely more pleasant than Lord Mountclair's landed neighbours would probably have been, to such a cosmopolite as Ethelberta, a calm Tory or old Whig company would have given a greater treat. They would have struck as gratefully upon her senses as sylvan scenery after crags and cliffs, or silence after the roar of a cataract. It was evening, and all these personages at Enkworth Court were merry, snug, and warm within its walls. Dinner-time had passed, and everything had gone on well, when Mrs. Tara O'Fanagan, who had a gold-clamped tooth, which shone every now and then, asked Ethelberta if she would amuse them by telling a story, since nobody present except Lord Mountclair had ever heard one from her lips. Seeing that Ethelberta had been working at that art as a profession, it can hardly be said that the question was conceived with tact, though it was put with grace. Lord Mountclair evidently thought it objectionable, for he looked unhappy. To only one person in the brilliant room did the request appear as a timely accident, and that was to Ethelberta herself. Her honesty was always making war upon her manoeuvres, and shattering their delicate meshes, to her great inconvenience and delay. Thus there arose those devious impulses and tangential flights which spoil the works of every would-be schemer who, instead of being wholly machine, is half heart. One of these now was to show herself as she really was, not only to Lord Mountclair, but to his friends assembled, whom, in her ignorance, she respected more than they deserved, and so get rid of that self-reproach which had by this time reached a morbid pitch through her over-sensitiveness to a situation in which a large majority of women and men would have seen no falseness. Full of this curious intention, she quietly assented to the request, and laughingly bade them to put themselves in listening order. "An old story will suit us," said the lady who had importuned her. "We've never heard one." "No, it should be quite new," she replied. "One not yet made public, though it soon will be." The narrative began by introducing to their notice a girl of the poorest and meanest parentage, the daughter of a serving-man, and the fifth of 10 children. She graphically recounted, as if they were her own, the strange dreams and ambitious longings of this child when young, her attempts to acquire education, partial failures, partial successes, and constant struggles, instancing how, on one of these occasions, the girl concealed herself under a bookcase of the library belonging to the mansion in which her father served as footman, and having taken with her there, like a young Fawkes, matches and a halfpenny candle, was going to sit up all night reading when the family had retired, until her father discovered and prevented her scheme. Then followed her experiences as nursery governess, her evening lessons under self-selected masters, and her ultimate rise to a higher grade among the teaching sisterhood. Next came another epoch. To the mansion in which she was engaged returned a truant son, between whom and the heroine an attachment sprang up. The master of the house was an ambitious gentleman just knighted, who, perceiving the state of their hearts, harshly dismissed the homeless governess, and rated the son, the consequence being that the youthful pair resolved to marry secretly, and carried their resolution into effect. The runaway journey came next, and then a moving description of the death of the young husband and the terror of the bride. The guests began to look perplexed, and one or two exchanged whispers. This was not at all the kind of story that they had expected.
It was quite different from her usual utterances, the nature of which they knew by report. Ethelberta kept her eye upon Lord Mountclair. Soon, to her amazement, there was that in his face which told her that he knew the story and its heroine quite well. When she delivered the sentence ending with the professedly fictitious words, "I thus was reduced to great distress, and vainly cast about me for directions what to do," Lord Mountclair's manner became so excited and anxious that it acted reciprocally upon Ethelberta. Her voice trembled. She moved her lips, but uttered nothing. To bring the story up to the date of that very evening had been her intent, but it was beyond her power. The spell was broken. She blushed with distress and turned away, for the folly of a disclosure here was but too apparent. Though every one saw that she had broken down, none of them appeared to know the reason why, or to have the clue to her performance. Fortunately, Lord Mountclair came to her aid. "Let the first part end here," he said, rising and approaching her. "We have been well entertained so far. I could scarcely believe that the story I was listening to was utterly an invention, so vividly does Mrs. Petherwin bring the scene before our eyes. She must now be exhausted. We will have the remainder to-morrow." They all agreed that this was well, and soon after fell into groups and dispersed about the rooms. When everybody's attention was thus occupied, Lord Mountclair whispered to Ethelberta tremulously, "Don't tell more. You think too much of them. They are no better than you. Will you meet me in the little winter garden 2 minutes hence? Pass through that door and along the glass passage." He himself left the room by an opposite door. She had not set 3 steps in the warm, snug octagon of glass and plants when he appeared on the other side. "You knew it all before," she said, looking keenly at him. "Who told you, and how long have you known it?" "Before yesterday or last week," said Lord Mountclair, "even before we met in France. Why are you so surprised?" Ethelberta had been surprised, and very greatly, to find him, as it were, secreted in the very rear of her position. That nothing she could tell was new to him was a good deal to think of, but it was little beside the recollection that he had actually made his first declaration in the face of that knowledge of her which she had supposed so fatal to all her matrimonial ambitions. "And now only one point remains to be settled," he said, taking her hand. "You promised at Rouen that our next interview you would honour me with a decisive reply, one to make me happy for ever." "But my father and friends?" said she. "Are nothing to be concerned about. Modern developments have shaken up the classes like peas in a hopper. An annuity and a comfortable cottage." "My brothers are workmen." "Manufacture is the single vocation in which a man's prospects may be said to be illimitable. They may buy me up before they die. And now what stands in the way? It would take 50 alliances with 50 families so little disreputable as yours, darling, to drag mine down." Ethelberta had anticipated the scene, and settled her course. What had to be said and done here was mere formality, yet she had been unable to go straight to the assent required. However, after these words of self-depreciation, which were let fall as much for her own future ease of conscience as for his present warning, she made no more ado. "I shall think it a great honour to be your wife," she said simply. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 39. Nulsea, Melchester. The year was now moving on apace, but Ethelberta and Pickety chose to remain at Nulsea, in the brilliant variegated brick and stone villa to which they had removed in order to be in keeping with their ascending fortunes. Autumn had begun to make itself felt and seen in bolder and less subtle ways than at first. In the morning now, on coming downstairs, in place of a yellowish-green leaf or two lying in a corner of the lowest step, which had been the only previous symptoms around the house, she saw dozens of them playing at corkscrews in the wind, directly the door was opened. Beyond, towards the sea, the slopes and scarps that had been muffled with a thick robe of cliff herbage were showing their chill grey substance through the withered verdure, like the background of velvet whence the pile has been fretted away.
Unexpected breezes broomed and rasped the smooth bay in evanescent patches of stippled shade, and, besides the small boats, the ponderous lighters used in shipping stone were hauled up the beach in anticipation of the equinoctial attack. A few days after Ethelberta's reception at Ankworth, an improved Stanhope, driven by Lord Mountclere himself, climbed up the hill until it was opposite her door. A few notes from a piano, softly played, reached his ear as he descended from his place. On being shown in to his betrothed, he could perceive that she had just left the instrument. Moreover, a tear was visible in her eye when she came near him. They discoursed for several minutes in the manner natural between a defenceless young widow and an old widower in Lord Mountclere's position to whom she was plighted, a great deal of formal considerateness making itself visible on her part, and of extreme tenderness on his. While thus occupied, he turned to the piano, and casually glanced at a piece of music lying open upon it. Some words of writing at the top expressed that it was the composer's original copy, presented by him, Christopher Julian, to the author of the song. Seeing that he noticed the sheet somewhat lengthily, Ethelberta remarked that it had been an offering made to her a long time ago, a melody written to one of her own poems. "In the writing of the composer," observed Lord Mountclere with interest. "An offering from the musician himself, very gratifying and touching. Mr. Christopher Julian is the name I see upon it, I believe. I knew his father, Dr. Julian, a Samborn man, if I recollect." "Yes," said Ethelberta placidly, but it was really with an effort. The song was the identical one which Christopher sent up to her from Sandbourne when the fire of her hope burnt high for less material ends, and the discovery of the sheet among her music that day had started eddies of emotion for some time checked. "I am sorry you have been grieved," said Lord Mountclere with gloomy restlessness. "Grieved?" said Ethelberta. "Did I not see a tear there, or did my eyes deceive me?" "You might have seen one." "Ah, a tear and a song. I think you naturally think that a woman who cries over a man's gift must be in love with the giver?" Ethelberta looked him serenely in the face. Lord Mountclere's jealous suspicions were considerably shaken. "Not at all," he said hastily, as if ashamed. "One who cries over a song is much affected by its sentiment." "Do you expect authors to cry over their own words?" she inquired, merging defence in attack. "I am afraid they don't often do that." "You would make me uneasy." "On the contrary, I would reassure you. Are you not still doubting?" she asked, with a pleasant smile. "I cannot doubt you." "Swear, like a faithful knight." "I swear, my fairy, my flower." After this the old man appeared to be pondering. Indeed, his thoughts could hardly be said to be present when he uttered the words. Although the tabernacle was getting shaky by reason of years and merry living, so that what was going on inside might often be guessed without by the movement of the hangings, as in a puppet show with worn canvas, he could be quiet enough when scheming any plot of particular neatness, which had less emotion than impishness in it. Such an innocent amusement he was pondering now. Before leaving her, he asked if she would accompany him to a morning instrumental concert at Melchester, which was to take place in the course of that week for the benefit of some local institution. "Melchester," she repeated faintly, and observed him as searchingly as it was possible to do without exposing herself to a raking fire in return. Could he know that Christopher was living there, and was this said in prolongation of his recent suspicion? But Lord Mountclere's face gave no sign. "You forget one fatal objection," said she, "the secrecy in which it is imperative that the engagement between us should be kept." "I am not known in Melchester without my carriage, nor are you." "We may be known by somebody on the road." "Then let it be arranged this way. I will not call here to take you up, but will meet you at the station at Anglebury, and we can go on together by train without notice. Surely there can be no objection to that. It would be mere prudishness to object, since we are to become one so shortly." He spoke a little impatiently. It was plain that he particularly wanted her to go to Melchester. "I merely meant that there was a chance of discovery in our going out together, and discovery means no marriage." She was pale now, and sick at heart, for it seemed that the Viscount must be aware that Christopher dwelt at that place, and was about to test her concerning him. "Why does it mean no marriage?"
said he.
"My father might, and almost certainly would, object to it. Although he cannot control me, he might entreat me."
"Why would he object?" said Lord Mountclair uneasily, and somewhat haughtily.
"I don't know."
"But you will be my wife. Say again that you will."
"I will,"
he breathed. "He will not object," he said. "Oh no, I think you will be mine now."
"I have said so. But look to me all the same."
"You malign yourself, dear one. But you will meet me at Anglebury, as I wish, and go on to Melchester with me?"
"I should be pleased to, if my sister may accompany me."
"Ah, your sister. Yes, of course."
They settled the time of the journey, and when the visit had been stretched out as long as it reasonably could be with propriety, Lord Mountclair took his leave. When he was again seated on the driving phaeton which he had brought that day, Lord Mountclair looked gleeful, and shrewd enough in his own opinion to outwit Mephistopheles. As soon as they were ascending a hill, and he could find time to free his hand, he pulled off his glove, and, drawing from his pocket a programme of the Melchester concert referred to, contemplated therein the name of one of the intended performers. The name was that of Mr. C. Julian. Replacing it again, he looked ahead, and some time after murmured with wily mirth, "An excellent test, a lucky thought." Nothing of importance occurred during the intervening days. At 2 o'clock on the appointed afternoon Ethelberta stepped from the train at Melchester with the Viscount, who had met her as proposed. She was followed behind by Pickety. The concert was to be held at the town hall half an hour later. They entered a fly in waiting, and, secure from recognition, were driven leisurely in that direction, Pickety silent and absorbed with her own thoughts. "There's the cathedral," said Lord Mountclair humorously, as they caught a view of one of its towers through a street leading into the close. "Yes." "It boasts of a very fine organ." "Ah."
"And the organist is a clever young man."
"Oh?"
Lord Mountclair paused a moment or two. "By the way, you may remember that he is the Mr. Julian who set your song to music."
"I recollect it quite well." Her heart was horrified, and she thought Lord Mountclair must be developing into an inquisitor, which perhaps he was. But none of this reached her face. They turned in the direction of the hall, were set down, and entered. The large assembly room set apart for the concert was upstairs, and it was possible to enter it in two ways: by the large doorway in front of the landing, or by turning down a side passage leading to council rooms and subsidiary apartments of small size, which were allotted to performers in any exhibition. Thus they could enter from one of these directly upon the platform, without passing through the audience. "Will you seat yourselves here?" said Lord Mountclair, who, instead of entering by the direct door, had brought the young women round to the green room, as it may be called. "You see, we have come in privately enough. When the musicians arrive, we can pass through behind them, and step down to our seats from the front." The players could soon be heard tuning in the next room. Then one came through the passage room where the three waited, and went in, then another, then another. Last of all came Julian. Ethelberta sat facing the door, but Christopher, never in the least expecting her there, did not recognize her till he was quite inside. When he had really perceived her to be the one who had troubled his soul so many times and long, the blood in his face, never very much, passed off and left it like the shade of a cloud. Between them stood a table covered with green baize, which, reflecting upwards a band of sunlight shining across the chamber, flung upon his already white features the virescent hues of death. The poor musician, whose person, much to his own inconvenience, constituted a complete breviary of the gentle emotions, looked as if he were going to fall down in a faint. Ethelberta flung at Lord Mountclair a look which clipped him like pincers. He never forgot it as long as he lived. "This is your pretty jealous scheme, I see it," she hissed to him, and without being able to control herself went across to Julian. But a slight gasp came up from behind the door where Pickety had been sitting. Ethelberta and Lord Mountclair looked that way, and behold, Pickety had nearly swooned. Ethelberta's show of passion went as quickly as it had come, for she felt that a splendid triumph had been put into her hands. "Now do you see the truth?" she whispered to Lord Mountclair, without a drachm of feeling, pointing to Christopher and then to Pickety,
as like as two snowdrops now." "I do, murmured the Viscount hastily. They both went forward to help Christopher in restoring the fragile Picardy. He had set himself to that task as suddenly as he possibly could, to cover his own near approach to the same condition. Not much help was required, the little girl's indisposition being quite momentary, and she sat up in the chair again. "Are you better?" said Ethelberta to Christopher. "Quite well, quite," he said, smiling faintly. "I am glad to see you. I must, I think, go into the next room now." He bowed and walked out awkwardly. "Are you better too?" she said to Picardy. "Quite well," said Picardy. "You're quite sure you know between whom the love lies now, eh?" Ethelberta asked in a sarcastic whisper of Lord Mountclere. "I am, beyond a doubt," murmured the anxious nobleman. He feared that look of hers, which was not less dominant than irresistible. Some additional moments given to thought on the circumstances rendered Ethelberta still more indignant and intractable. She went out of the door by which they had entered, along the passage, and down the stairs. A shuffling footstep followed, but she did not turn her head. When they reached the bottom of the stairs the carriage had gone, their exit not being expected till 2 hours later. Ethelberta, nothing daunted, swept along the pavement and down the street in a turbulent prance, Lord Mountclere trotting behind with a jowl reduced to a mere nothing by his concern at the discourtesy into which he had been lured by jealous whisperings. "My dearest, forgive me. I confess I doubted you, but I was beside myself," came to her ears from over her shoulder. But Ethelberta walked on as before. Lord Mountclere sighed like a poet over a ledger. "An old man who is not very old naturally torments himself with fears of losing. No, it was an innocent jest of mine. You will forgive a joke," he said, again, on getting no reply. "You had no right to mistrust me." "I do not. You did not blench. You should have told me before that it was your sister, and not yourself, who was entangled with him." "You brought me to Melchester on purpose to confront him." "Yes, I did." "Are you not ashamed?" I am satisfied. It is better to know the truth by any means than to die of suspense. Better for us both. Surely you can see that." They had by this time got to the end of a long street, and into a deserted side road by which the station could be indirectly reached. Picardy appeared in the distance as a mere distracted speck of girlhood, following them because not knowing what else to do in her sickness of body and mind. Once out of sight here, Ethelberta began to cry. "Ethelberta," said Lord Mountclere in an agony of trouble, "don't be vexed. It was an inconsiderate trick, I own it. Do what you will, but do not desert me now. I could not bear it. You would kill me if you were to leave me. Anything but be mine." Ethelberta continued her way, and, drying her eyes, entered the station, where, on searching the timetables, she found that there would be no train for Anglebury for the next 2 hours. Then, more slowly, she turned towards the town again, meeting Picardy and keeping in her company. Lord Mountclere gave up the chase, but as he wished to get into the town again, he followed in the same direction. When Ethelberta had proceeded as far as the Red Lion Hotel, she turned towards it with her companion, and, being shown to a room, the two sisters shut themselves in. Lord Mountclere paused and entered the White Hart, the rival hotel to the Red Lion, which stood in an adjoining street. Having secluded himself in an apartment here, walked from window to window a while, and made himself generally uncomfortable, he sat down to the writing materials on the table and concocted a note. "White Hart Hotel. My dear Mrs. Petherwin, you do not mean to be so cruel as to break your plighted word to me. Remember, there is no love without jealousy, and lovers are ever full of sighs and misgivings. I have owned to as much contrition as can reasonably be expected. I could not endure the suspicion that you loved another. Yours always, Mountclere." This he sent, watching from the window its progress along the street. He waited anxiously for an answer, and waited long. It was nearly 20 minutes before he could hear a messenger approaching the door. Yes, she had actually sent a reply. He prized it as if it had been the first encouragement he had ever in his life received from woman. "My lord," read Ethelberta, "I am not prepared at present to enter into the question of marriage at all.
The incident which has occurred affords me every excuse for withdrawing from my promise, since it was given under misapprehensions on a point that materially affects my happiness. E. Pethewin. "Ho, ho, ho, Miss Hoity-toity," said Lord Mountclair, trotting up and down. But, remembering it was her June against his November, this did not last long, and he frantically replied, "My darling, I cannot release you. I must do anything to keep my treasure. Will you not see me for a few minutes, and let bygones go to the winds?" Was ever a thrush so safed in a cherry net before? The messenger came back with the information that Mrs. Pethewin had taken a walk to the Close, her companion alone remaining at the hotel. There being nothing else left for the Viscount to do, he put on his hat and went out on foot in the same direction. He had not walked far when he saw Ethelberta moving slowly along the High Street before him. Ethelberta was at this hour wandering without any fixed intention beyond that of consuming time. She was very wretched and very indifferent, the former when thinking of her past, the latter when thinking of the days to come. While she walked thus, unconscious of the streets and their groups of other wayfarers, she saw Christopher emerge from a door not many paces in advance, and close it behind him. He stood for a moment on the step before descending into the road. She could not, even had she wished it, easily check her progress without rendering the chance of his perceiving her still more certain. But she did not wish any such thing, and it made little difference, for he had already seen her in taking his survey round, and came down from the door to her side. It was impossible for anything formal to pass between them now. "You are not at the concert, Mr. Julian?" she said. "I am glad to have a better opportunity of speaking to you, and of asking for your sister. Unfortunately, there is not time for us to call upon her to-day." "Thank you, but it makes no difference," said Julian, with somewhat sad reserve. "I will tell her I have met you. She is away from home just at present." And, finding that Ethelberta did not rejoin immediately, he observed, "The chief organist, old Dr. Breve, has taken my place at the concert, as it was arranged he should do after the opening part. I am now going to the cathedral for the afternoon service. You are going there too?" "I thought of looking at the interior for a moment." So they went on side by side, saying little, for it was a situation in which scarcely any appropriate thing could be spoken. Ethelberta was the less reluctant to walk in his company because of the provocation to skittishness that Lord Mountclair had given, a provocation which she still resented. But she was far from wishing to increase his jealousy, and yet this was what she was doing, Lord Mountclair being a perturbed witness from behind of all that was passing now. They turned the corner of the short street of connection which led under an archway to the cathedral close, the old pier dogging them still. Christopher seemed to warm up a little, and repeated the invitation. "You will come with your sister to see us before you leave?" he said. "We have tea at 6." "We shall have left Melchester before that time. I am now only waiting for the train." "You too have not come all the way from Knowlesea alone?" "Part of the way," said Ethelberta evasively. "And going back alone?" "No, only for the last 5 miles. At least, that was the arrangement. I am not quite sure if it holds good." "You don't wish me to see you safely to the train?" "It is not necessary, thank you very much. We are well used to getting about the world alone, and from Melchester to Knowlesea is no serious journey, late or early. Yet I think I ought in honesty to tell you that we are not entirely by ourselves in Melchester to-day. I remember I saw your relative, in the room at the town hall. It did not occur to my mind at the moment that he was any other than a stranger standing there." "He is not a relative," she said with perplexity. "I hardly know, Christopher, how to explain to you my position here to-day, because of some difficulties that have arisen since we have been in the town, which may alter it entirely. On that account I will be less frank with you than I should like to be, considering how long we have known each other. It would be wrong, however, if I were not to tell you that there has been a possibility of my marriage with him." "The elderly gentleman?" "Yes, and I came here in his company, intending to return with him. But you shall know all soon. Picardy shall write to Faith." "I always think the cathedral looks better from this point than from the point usually chosen by artists," he said with nervous quickness, directing her glance upwards to the silent structure, now misty and unrelieved by either high light or deep shade. "We get the grouping of the chapels and choir aisles more clearly shown, and the whole culminates to a more perfect pyramid from this spot. Do you think so?"
"Yes, I do."
A little further, and Christopher stopped to enter, when Ethelberta bade him farewell. "I thought at one time that our futures might have been different from what they are apparently becoming," he said then, regarding her as a stall reader regards the brilliant book he cannot afford to buy. "But one gets weary of repining about that. I wish Piketty and yourself could see us oftener. I am as confirmed a bachelor now as Faith is an old maid. I wonder if, should the event you contemplate occur, you and he will ever visit us, or we shall ever visit you." Christopher was evidently imagining the elderly gentleman to be some retired farmer or professional man already so intermixed with the metamorphic classes of society as not to be surprised or inconvenienced by her beginnings, one who wished to secure Ethelberta as an ornament to his parlour fire in a quiet spirit, and in no intoxicated mood, regardless of issues. She could scarcely reply to his supposition, and the parting was what might have been predicted from a conversation so carefully controlled. Ethelberta, as she had intended, now went on further, and, entering the nave, began to inspect the sallow monuments which lined the grizzled pile. She did not perceive amid the shadows an old gentleman who had crept into the mouldy place as stealthily as a worm into a skull, and was keeping himself carefully beyond her observation. She continued to regard feature after feature, till the choristers had filed in from the south side, and peals broke forth from the organ on the black oaken mass at the junction of nave and choir, shaking every cobweb in the dusty vaults, and Ethelberta's heart no less. She knew the fingers that were pressing out those rolling sounds, and, knowing them, became absorbed in tracing their progress. To go towards the organ loft was an act of unconsciousness, and she did not pause till she stood almost beneath it. Ethelberta was awakened from vague imaginings by the close approach of the old gentleman alluded to, who spoke with a great deal of agitation. "I have been trying to meet with you," said Lord Mountclair. "Come, let us be friends again. Ethelberta, I must not lose you. You cannot mean that the engagement shall be broken off." He was far too desirous to possess her at any price now to run a second risk of exasperating her, and forbore to make any allusion to the recent pantomime between herself and Christopher that he had beheld, though it might reasonably have filled him with dread and petulance. "I do not mean anything beyond this," said she, "that I entirely withdraw from it on the faintest sign that you have not abandoned such miserable jealous proceedings as those you adopted to-day." "I have quite abandoned them. Will you come a little further this way and walk in the aisle? You do still agree to be mine?" "If it gives you any pleasure, I do." "Yes, yes. I implore that the marriage may be soon, very soon." The Viscount spoke hastily, for the notes of the organ which were plunging into their ears ever and anon from the hands of his young rival seemed inconveniently and solemnly in the way of his suit. "Well, Lord Mountclair?" "Say in a few days. It is the only thing that will satisfy me." "I am absolutely indifferent as to the day. If it pleases you to have it early, I am willing." "Dare I ask that it may be this week?" said the delighted old man. "I could not say that." "But you can name the earliest day?" "I cannot now. We had better be going from here, I think." The cathedral was filling with shadows, and cold breathings came round the piers, for it was November, when night very soon succeeds noon in spots where noon is sobered to the pallor of eve. But the service was not yet over, and, before quite leaving the building, Ethelberta cast one other glance towards the organ, and thought of him behind it. At this moment her attention was arrested by the form of her sister Piketty, who came in at the north door, closed the lobby wicket softly, and went lightly forward to the choir. When within a few yards of it she paused by a pillar, and lingered there looking up at the organ as Ethelberta had done. No sound was coming from the ponderous mass of tubes just then, but in a short space a whole crowd of tones spread from the instrument to accompany the words of a response. Piketty started at the burst of music, as if taken in a dishonest action, and moved on in a manner intended to efface the lover's loiter of the preceding moments from her own consciousness no less than from other people's eyes. "Do you see that?" said Ethelberta. "That little figure is my dearest sister. Could you but ensure a marriage between her and him she listens to, I would do anything you wish."
"That is indeed a gracious promise," said Lord Mountclair. "And would you agree to what I asked just now?"
"Yes."
"When?"
A gleeful spark accompanied this. "As you requested."
"This week? The day after tomorrow?"
"If you will. But remember what lies on your side of the contract. I fancy I have given you a task beyond your powers."
"Well, darling, we are one at last,"
said Lord Mountclair, rubbing his hand against his side.
"And if my task is heavy, and I cannot guarantee the result, I can make it very probable. Marry me on Friday, the day after tomorrow, and I will do all that money and influence can effect to bring about their union."
"You solemnly promise? You will never cease to give me all the aid in your power until the thing is done?"
"I do solemnly promise, on the conditions named."
"Very good. You will have ensured my fulfilment of my promise before I can ensure yours. But I take your word."
"You will marry me on Friday? Give me your hand upon it."
She gave him her hand.
"Is it a covenant?" he asked.
"It is," said she. Lord Mountclair warmed from surface to centre as if he had drunk of Hippocras, and, after holding her hand for some moments, raised it gently to his lips.
2 days, and you are mine," he said.
"That I believe I never shall be."
"Never shall be? Why, darling?"
"I don't know. Some catastrophe will prevent it. I shall be dead, perhaps."
"You distress me."
"Ah, you meant me. You meant that I should be dead because you think I'm old. But that is a mistake. I'm not very old." "I thought only of myself, nothing of you."
"Yes, I know. Dearest, it is dismal and chilling here. Let us go."
Ethelberta mechanically moved with him, and felt that there was no retreating now. In the meantime, the young ladykin whom the solemn vowing concerned had lingered round the choir screen, as if fearing to enter, yet loath to go away. The service terminated. The heavy books were closed, doors were opened, and the feet of the few persons who had attended evensong began pattering down the paved alleys. Not wishing Picardy to know that the object of her secret excursion had been discovered, Ethelberta now stepped out of the west doorway with the Viscount before Picardy had emerged from the other, and they walked along the path together until she overtook them.
"I fear it becomes necessary for me to stay in Melchester to-night," said Lord Mountclair. "I have a few matters to attend to here as a result of our arrangements. But I will first accompany you as far as Anglebury, and see you safely into a carriage there that shall take you home. To-morrow I will drive to Nulsea, when we will make the final preparations." Ethelberta would not have him go so far and back again merely to attend upon her. Hence they parted at the railway with due and correct tenderness, and, when the train had gone, Lord Mountclair returned into the town on the special business he had mentioned. For, while there remained only the present evening and the following morning, if he were to call upon her in the afternoon of the next day, the day before the wedding, now so recklessly hastened on his part, and so coolly assented to on hers. By the time that the two young people had started, it was nearly dark. Some portions of the railway stretched through little copses and plantations, where, the leaf-shedding season being now at its height, red and golden patches of fallen foliage lay on either side of the rails, and, as the travellers passed, all these death-stricken bodies boiled up in the whirlwind created by the velocity, and were sent flying right and left of them in myriads, a clean fanned track being left behind. Picardy was called from the observation of these phenomena by a remark from her sister. "Picardy, the marriage is to be very early indeed. It is to be the day after tomorrow, if it can. Nevertheless, I don't believe in the fact. I cannot." "Did you arrange it so? Nobody can make you marry so soon."
"I agreed to the day," murmured Ethelberta languidly.
"How can it be? The gay dresses and the preparation and the people, how can they be collected in the time, Berta? And so much more of that will be required for a lord of the land than for a common man. Oh, I can't think it possible for a sister of mine to marry a lord."
"And yet it has been possible any time this last month or two, strange as it seems to you. It is to be not only a plain and simple wedding, without any lofty appliances, but a secret one, as secret as if I were some under-age heiress to an Indian fortune, and he a young man of nothing a year."
"Has Lord Mountclair said it must be so private? I suppose it is on account of his family."
"No, I say so, and it is on account of my family. Father might object to the wedding, I imagine, from what he once said, or he might be much disturbed about it. So I think it better that he and the rest should know nothing till all is over. You must dress again as my sister to-morrow, dear. Lord Mountclair is going to pay us an early visit to conclude necessary arrangements."
"Oh, the life as a lady at Enkworth Court, the flowers, the woods, the rooms, the pictures, the plate, and the jewels! Horses and carriages rattling and prancing, seneschals and pages, footmen hopping up and hopping down. It will be glory then."
"We might hire our father as one of my retainers to increase it," said Ethelberta dryly. Picotty's countenance fell.
"How shall we manage all about that? 'Tis terrible, really."
"The marriage granted, those things will right themselves by time and weight of circumstances. You take a wrong view in thinking of glories of that sort. My only hope is that my life will be quite private and simple, as will best become my inferiority and Lord Mountclair's staidness. Such a splendid library as there is at Enkworth, Pickotty, quartos, folios, history, verse, Elzevirs, Caxtons, all that has been done in literature from Moses down to Scott. With such companions I can do without all other sorts of happiness." "And you will not go to town from Easter to Lammastide, as other noble ladies do?" asked the younger girl, rather disappointed at this aspect of a viscountess's life. "I don't know. But you will give dinners, and travel, and go to see his friends, and have them to see you?" "I don't know. Will you not be then as any other peeress, and shall not I be as any other peeress's sister?" "That too I do not know. All is mystery. Nor do I even know that the marriage will take place. I feel that it may not, and perhaps so much the better, since the man is a stranger to me. I know nothing whatever of his nature, and he knows nothing of mine." End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 40. Melchester continued. The commotion wrought in Julian's mind by the abrupt incursion of Ethelberta into his quiet sphere was thorough and protracted. The witchery of her presence he had grown strong enough to withstand in part, but her composed announcement that she had intended to marry another, and, as far as he could understand, was intending it still, added a new chill to the old shade of disappointment which custom was day by day enabling him to endure. During the whole interval in which he had produced these diapason blasts, heard with such inharmonious feelings by the three auditors outside the screen, his thoughts had wandered wider than his notes in conjectures on the character and position of the gentleman seen in Ethelberta's company. Owing to his assumption that Lord Mountclair was but a stranger who had accidentally come in at the side door, Christopher had barely cast a glance upon him, and the wide difference between the years of the Viscount and those of his betrothed was not so particularly observed as to raise that point to an item in his objections now. Lord Mountclair was dressed with all the cunning that could be drawn from the metropolis by money and reiterated dissatisfaction. He prided himself on his upright carriage. His stick was so thin that the most malevolent could not insinuate that it was of any possible use in walking. His teeth had put on all the vigour and freshness of a second spring. Hence his look was the slowest of possible clocks in respect of his age, and his manner was equally as much in the rear of his appearance. Christopher was now over 25. He was getting so well accustomed to the spectacle of a world passing him by and splashing him with its wheels that he wondered why he had ever minded it. His habit of dreaming instead of doing had led him up to a curious discovery. It is no new thing for a man to fathom profundities by indulging humours. The active, the rapid, the people of splendid momentum have been surprised to behold what results attend the lives of those whose usual plan for discharging their active labours has been to postpone them indefinitely. Certainly the immediate result in his present case was, to all but himself, small and invisible, but it was of the nature of highest things. What he had learnt was that a woman who had once made a permanent impression upon a man cannot altogether deny him her image by denying him her company, and that by sedulously cultivating the acquaintance of this creature of contemplation, she becomes to him almost a living soul. Hence a sublimated Ethelberta accompanied him everywhere, one who never teased him, eluded him, or disappointed him. When he smiled, she smiled; when he was sad, she sorrowed. He may be said to have become the literal duplicate of that whimsical unknown rhapsodist who wrote of his own similar situation: "By absence this good means I gain, that I can catch her where none can watch her, in some close corner of my brain. There I embrace and kiss her, and so I both enjoy and miss her." This frame of mind naturally induced an amazing abstraction in the organist, never very vigilant at the best of times. He would stand and look fixedly at a frog in a shady pool, and never once think of batrachians, or pause by a green bank to split some tall blade of grass into filaments without removing it from its stalk, passing on ignorant that he had made a cat o' nine tails of a graceful slip of vegetation. He would hear the cathedral clock strike 1, and go the next minute to see what time it was. "I never seed such a man as Mr. Julian is," said the head blower. "He'll meet me anywhere out of doors, and never wink or nod. You'd hardly expect it. I don't find fault, but you'd hardly expect it, seeing how I play the same instrument as he do himself, and have done it for so many years longer than he. Oh, I've indulged that man, too. If 'tis pedals for 2 mortal hours of practice, I never complain, and he has plenty of vagaries. When 'tis hot summer weather, there's nothing will do for him but quar, grate, and swell together, till your face is in a vapour. And on a frosty winter's night he'll keep me there while he tweedles upon the 12th and 16th till my arm be scram for want of motion. I never speak a word out of doors." Somebody suggested that perhaps Christopher did not notice his coadjutor's presence in the street, and time proved to the organ blower that the remark was just. Whenever Christopher caught himself at these vacuous tricks, he would be struck with admiration of Ethelberta's wisdom, foresight, and self-command in refusing to wed such an incapable man. He felt that he ought to be thankful that a bright memory of her was not also denied to him, and resolved to be content with it as a possession, since it was as much of her as he could decently maintain. Wrapped thus in a humorous sadness, he passed the afternoon under notice, and in the evening went home to Faith, who still lived with him, and showed no sign of ever being likely to do otherwise. Their present place and mode of life suited her well. She arrived at Melchester like an exotic sent home again. The leafy close, the climbing buttresses, the pondering ecclesiastics, the great doors, the singular keys, the whispered talk, echoes of lonely footsteps, the sunset shadow of the tall steeple reaching further into the town than the good bishop's teaching, and the general complexion of a spot where morning had the stillness of evening, and spring some of the tones of autumn, formed a proper background to a person constituted as Faith, who, like Miss Hepzibah Pyncheon's chicken, possessed in miniature all the antiquity of her progenitors. After tea Christopher went into the streets, as was frequently his custom, less to see how the world crept on than there to walk up and down for nothing at all. It had been market day, and remnants of the royal population that had visited the town still lingered at corners, their toes hanging over the edge of the pavement, and their eyes wandering about the street. The angle which formed the turning point of Christopher's promenade was occupied by a jeweller's shop, of a standing which completely outshone every other shop in that or any other trade throughout the town. Indeed, it was a staple subject of discussion in Melchester how a shop of such pretensions could find patronage sufficient to support its existence in a place which, though well populated, was not fashionable. It had not long been established there, and was the enterprise of an incoming man whose whole course of procedure seemed to be dictated by an intention to astonish the native citizens very considerably before he had done. Nearly everything was glass in the frontage of this fairy mart, and its contents glittered like the Hermocraesus stone. The panes being of plate glass, and the shop having 2 fronts, a diagonal view could be had through it from one to the other of the streets to which it formed a corner. This evening, as on all evenings, a flood of radiance spread from the window lamps into the thick autumn air, so that, from a distance, that corner appeared as the glistening nucleus of all the light in the town. Towards it idle men and women unconsciously bent their steps, and closed in upon the panes like night birds upon the lantern of a lighthouse. When Christopher reached the spot, there stood close to the pavement a plain close carriage, apparently waiting for some person who was purchasing inside. Christopher would hardly have noticed this had he not also perceived, pressed against the glass of the shop window, an unusual number of local noses belonging to overgrown working lads, tosspots, an idiot, the ham-smoker's assistant with his sleeves rolled up, a Scotland lot freeholder, 3 or 4 sempstresses, the young women who brought home the washing, and so on. The interest of these gazers in some proceedings within, which by reason of the gaslight were as public as if carried on in the open air, was very great. "Here, that's what he's a buying o', ha ha ha!" said one of the young men, as the shopman removed from the window a gorgeous blue velvet tray of wedding rings and laid it on the counter. "'Tis what you may come to yourself sooner or later, God have mercy upon ye, and as such no scoffing matter," said an older man. "Faith, I'd as lief cry as laugh to see a man in that corner." "He's a gent getting up in years, too. He must have been through it a few times afore, seemingly, to sit down and buy the tools so cool as that." "Well, no, see what the shies would do at such times. You bain't yourself then. No man living is hisself then." "True," said the ham-smoker's man. "'Tis a thought to look at, that a chap will take all this trouble to get a woman into his house, and a 12-month after would as soon hear it thunder as hear her sing." The policeman standing near was a humane man, through having a young family he could hardly keep, and he hesitated about telling them to move on. Christopher had, before this time, perceived that the articles were laid down before an old gentleman who was seated in the shop, and that the gentleman was none other than he who had been with Ethelberta in the concert-room. The discovery was so startling that, constitutionally indisposed as he was to stand and watch, he became as glued to the spot as the other idlers. Finding himself now for the first time directly confronting the preliminaries of Ethelberta's marriage to a stranger, he was left with far less equanimity than he could have supposed possible to the situation. "So near the time," he said, and looked hard at Lord Mountclere. Christopher had now a far better opportunity than before for observing Ethelberta's betrothed. Apart from any bias of jealousy, disappointment, or mortification, he was led to judge that this was not quite the man to make Ethelberta happy. He had fancied her companion to be a man under 50. He was now visibly 60 or more, and it was not the sort of septuagenarianism besides which a young woman's happiness can sometimes contrive to keep itself alive in a quiet, sleepy way. Suddenly it occurred to him that this was the man whom he had helped in the carriage accidents on the way to Knowlsea. He looked again. By no means undignified, the face presented that combination of slyness and jocundity which we are accustomed to imagine of the canonical jolly-jogs in mediaeval tales. The gamesome curate of Mewden might have supplied some parts of the countenance, cunning Friar Tuck the remainder. Nothing but the Viscount's constant habit of going to church every Sunday morning when at his country residence kept unholiness out of his features, for though he lived theologically enough on the Sabbath, as it became a man in his position to do, he was strikingly mundane all the rest of the week, always preferring the devil to God in his oaths. And nothing but antecedent good humour prevented the short fits of crossness incident to his passing infirmities from becoming established. His look was exceptionally jovial now, and the corners of his mouth twitched as the telegraph needles of 100 little erotic messages from his heart to his brain. Anybody could see that he was a merry man still, who loved good company, warming drinks, nymph-like shapes, and pretty words, in spite of the disagreeable suggestions he received from the pupils of his eyes and the joints of his lively limbs, that imps of mischief were busy sapping and mining in those regions, with the view of tumbling him into a certain cool cellar under the church aisle. In general, if a lover can find any ground at all for serenity in the tide of an elderly rival's success, he finds it in the fact itself of that ancientness. The other side seems less a rival than a makeshift. But Christopher no longer felt this, and the significant signs before his eyes of the imminence of Ethelberta's union with this old hero filled him with restless dread. True, the gentleman, as he appeared illuminated by the jeweller's gas-jets, seemed more likely to injure Ethelberta by indulgence than by severity, while her beauty lasted, but there was a nameless something in him less tolerable than this. The purchaser, having completed his dealings with the goldsmith, was conducted to the door by the master of the shop, and into the carriage, which was at once driven off up the street. Christopher now much desired to know the name of the man whom a nice chain of circumstantial evidence taught him to regard as the happy winner where scores had lost. He was grieved that Ethelberta's confessed reserve should have extended so far as to limit her to mere indefinite hints of marriage when they were talking almost on the brink of the wedding day. That the ceremony was to be a private one, which it probably would be because of the disparity of ages, did not, in his opinion, justify her secrecy. He had shown himself capable of a transmutation as valuable as it is rare in men, the change from pestering lover to staunch friend, and this was all he had got for it. But even an old lover sunk to an indifferentist might have been tempted to spend an unoccupied half-hour in discovering particulars now, and Christopher had not lapsed nearly so far as to absolute unconcern. That evening, however, nothing came in his way to enlighten him. But the next day, when skirting the close on his ordinary duties, he saw the same carriage standing at a distance, and paused to behold the same old gentleman come from a well-known office and re-enter the vehicle. Lord Mountclair, in fact, in earnest pursuit of the business of yesternight, having just pocketed a document in which romance, rashness, law, and gospel are so happily made to work together that it may safely be regarded as the neatest compromise which has ever been invented since Adam sinned. This time Julian perceived that the brougham was one belonging to the White Hart Hotel, which Lord Mountclair was using partly from the necessities of these hasty proceedings, and also because, by so doing, he escaped the notice that might have been bestowed upon his own equipage or men-servants, the Mountclair Hammercloths being known in Melchester. Christopher now walked towards the hotel, leisurely, yet with anxiety. He inquired of a porter what people were staying there that night, and was informed that there had only one person in the house, Lord Mountclair, whom sudden and unexpected business had detained in Melchester since the previous day. Christopher lingered to hear no more. He retraced the street much more quickly than he had come, and he only said, "Lord Mountclair, it must never be." As soon as he entered the house, Faith perceived that he was greatly agitated. He at once told her of his discovery, and she explained, "What a brilliant match!" "Oh, Faith," said Christopher, "you don't know. You are far from knowing. It is as gloomy as midnight. Good God, can it be possible?" Faith blinked in alarm, without speaking. "Did you never hear anything of Lord Mountclair when we lived at Sandbourne?" "I knew the name, no more." No, of course you did not. Well, though I never saw his face, to my knowledge, till a short time ago, I know enough to say that, if earnest representations can prevent it, this marriage shall not be. Father knew him or about him very well, and he once told me what I cannot tell you. Fancy, I have seen him 3 times, yesterday, last night, and this morning, besides helping him on the road some weeks ago, and never once considered that he might be Lord Mountclair. He is here almost in disguise, one may say. Neither man nor horse is with him, and his object accounts for his privacy. I see how it is. She is doing this to benefit her brothers and sisters, if possible. But you ought to know that if she is miserable they will never be happy. That's the nature of women. They take the form for the essence, and that's what she is doing now. I should think her guardian angel must have quitted her when she agreed to a marriage which may tear her heart out like a claw." "You are too warm about it, Kit. It cannot be as bad as that. It is not the thing, but the sensitiveness to the thing, which is the true measure of its pain. Perhaps what seems so bad to you falls lightly on her mind. A campaigner in a heavy rain is not more uncomfortable than when we are in a slight draught, and Ethelberta, fortified by her sapphires and gold cups and wax candles, will not mind facts which look like spectres to us outside. A title will turn troubles into romances, and she will shine as an interesting viscountess in spite of them." The discussion with Faith was not continued, Christopher stopping the argument by saying that he had a good mind to go off at once to Knowlesea and show her her danger. But till the next morning Ethelberta was certainly safe. No marriage was possible anywhere before then. He passed the afternoon in a state of great indecision, constantly reiterating, "I will go." End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 41. Workshops, an inn, the street. On an extensive plot of ground, lying somewhere between the Thames and the Kensington Squares, stood the premises of Messrs. Knockett and Perch, builders and contractors. The yard, with its workshops, formed part of one of those frontier lines between mangy business and garnished domesticity that occur in what are called improving neighbourhoods. We are accustomed to regard increase as the chief feature in a great city's progress, its well-known signs greeting our eyes on every outskirt. Slush ponds may be seen turning into basement kitchens. A broad causeway of shattered earthenware smothers plots of budding gooseberry bushes and vegetable trenches, foundations following so closely upon gardens that the householder may be expected to find cadaverous sprouts from overlooked potatoes rising through the chinks of his cellar floor. But the other great process, that of internal transmutation, is not less curious than this encroachment of grey upon green. Its first erections are often only the milk-teeth of a suburb, and, as the district rises in dignity, they are dislodged by those which are to endure. Slightness becomes supplanted by comparative solidity, commonness by novelty, lowness and irregularity by symmetry and height. An observer of the precinct which has been named, as an instance in point, might have stood under a lamp-post and heard simultaneously the peal of the visitor's bell from the new terrace on the right hand, and the stroke of tools from the musty workshops on the left. Waggons laden with deals came up on this side, and landauls came down on the other, the former to lumber heavily through the old-established contractors' gates, the latter to sweep fashionably into the square. About 12 o'clock on the day following Lord Mountclair's exhibition of himself to Christopher in the jeweller's shop at Melchester, and almost at the identical time when the Viscount was seen to come from the office for marriage licenses in the same place, a carriage drove nearly up to the gates of Messrs. Knockett and Co.'s yard. A gentleman stepped out and looked around. He was a man whose years would have been pronounced as 45 by the friendly, 50 by the candid, 52 or 3 by the grim. He was as handsome a study in grey as could be seen in town, there being far more of the raven's plumage than of the gul's in the mixture as yet, and he had a glance of that practised sort which can measure people, weigh them, repress them, encourage them to sprout and blossom as a March sun encourages crocuses, ask them questions, give them answers, in short, a glance that could do as many things as an American cooking stove or a multum in parvo pocket-knife. But, as with most men of the world, this was mere mechanism. His actual emotions were kept so far within his person that they were rarely heard or seen near his features. On reading the builders' names over the gateway, he entered the yard, and asked at the office if Solomon Chickerell was engaged on the premises. The clerk was going to be very attentive, but finding the visitor had come only to speak to a workman, his tense attitude slackened a little, and he merely signified the foot of a Flemish ladder on the other side of the yard, saying, "You'll find him, sir, up there in the joiner's shop." When the man in the black coat reached the top, he found himself at the end of a long apartment, as large as a chapel and as low as a malt-room, across which ran parallel carpenters' benches to the number of 20 or more, a gangway being left at the side for access throughout. Behind every bench there stood a man or two, planing, fitting, or chiselling, as the case might be. The visitor paused for a moment, as if waiting for some cessation of their violent motions and uproar till he could make his errand known. He waited 10 seconds, he waited 20. But beyond that a quick look had been thrown upon him by every pair of eyes, the muscular performance were in no way interrupted. Every one seemed oblivious of his presence, and absolutely regardless of his wish. In truth, the texture of that salmon-coloured skin could be seen to be aristocratic without a microscope, and the exceptious artisan has an off-hand way, when contrasts are made painfully strong by an idler of this kind coming, gloved and brushed, into the very den where he is sweating and muddling in his shirt-sleeves. The gentleman from the carriage then proceeded down the workshop, wading up to his knees in a sea of shavings, and bruising his ankles against corners of board and sawn-off blocks that lay hidden like reefs beneath. At the 9th bench he made another venture. "Sol Chickerell," said the man addressed, as he touched his plain iron upon the oilstone. "He's one of them just behind." "Damn it all, can't one of you show me?" the visitor angrily observed, for he had been used to more attention than this. "Here, point him out." He handed the man a shilling. "No trouble to do that," said the workman, and he turned and signified Sol by a nod without moving from his place. The stranger entered Sol's division, and, nailing him with his eye, said at once, "I want to speak a few words with you in private. Is not Mrs. Petherwin your sister?" Sol started suspiciously. "Has anything happened to her?" he at length said hurriedly. "Oh, no, it is on a business matter that I have called. You need not mind owning the relationship to me. The secret will be kept. I am the brother of one whom you may have heard of from her, Lord Mountclair." "I have not. But if you will wait a minute, sir." He went to a little glazed box at the end of the shop, where the foreman was sitting, and, after speaking a few words to this person, Sol led Mountclair to the door and down the ladder. "I suppose we cannot very well talk here, after all," said the gentleman, when they reached the yard and found several men moving about therein. "Perhaps we had better go to some room. The nearest inn will answer the purpose, won't it?" "Excellently. There's the green bushes over the way. They have a very nice private room upstairs." "Yes, that will do." And, passing out of the yard, the man with the glance entered the inn with Sol, where they were shown to the parlour as requested. While the waiter was gone for some wine, which Mountclair ordered, the more ingenuous of the two resumed the conversation by saying awkwardly, "Yes, Mrs. Petherwin is my sister, as you suppose, sir. But on her account I do not let it be known." "Indeed," said Mountclair. "Well, I came to see you in order to speak of a matter which I thought you might know more about than I do, for it has taken me quite by surprise. My brother, Lord Mountclair, is, it seems, to be privately married to Mrs. Petherwin to-morrow." "Is that really the fact?" said Sol, becoming quite shaken. "I had no thought that such a thing could be possible." "It is imminent." "Father has told me that she has lately got to know some nobleman, but I never supposed there could be any meaning in that." "You were altogether wrong," said Mountclair, leaning back in his chair and looking at Sol steadily. "Do you feel it to be a matter upon which you will congratulate her?" "A very different thing," said Sol vehemently. "Though he is your brother, sir, I must say this, that I would rather she married the poorest man I know." "Why?" "From what my father has told me of him, he is not a more desirable brother-in-law to me than I shall be in all likelihood to him. What business has a man of that character to marry Berta, I should like to ask?" "That's what I say," returned Mountclair, revealing his satisfaction at Sol's estimate of his noble brother. It showed that he had calculated well in coming here. "My brother is getting old, and he has lived strangely. Your sister is a highly respectable young lady." "And he's not respectable, you mean?" "I know he's not. I worked near Dankworth once." "I cannot say that," returned Mountclair. Possibly a certain fraternal feeling repressed a direct assent, and yet this was the only representation which could be expected to prejudice the young man against the wedding, if he were to be such a one as the visitor supposed Sol to be, a man vulgar in sentiment and ambition, but pure in his anxiety for his sister's happiness. "At any rate, we are agreed in thinking that this would be an unfortunate marriage for both?" added Mountclair. "About both I don't know. It may be a good thing for him. When do you say it is to be, sir? To-morrow?" "Yes." "I don't know what to do," said Sol, walking up and down. "If half what I have heard is true, I would lose a winter's work to prevent her marrying him. What does she want to go mixing in with people who despise her for? Now look here, Mr. Mountclair, since you've been and called me out to talk this over, it's only fair that you should tell me the exact truth about your brother. Is it a lie, or is it true that he is not fit to be the husband of a decent woman?" "That is a curious inquiry," said Mountclair, whose manner and aspect, neutral as a winter landscape, had little in common with Sol's warm and unrestrained bearing. "There are reasons why I think your sister will not be happy with him." "Then it is true what they say," said Sol, bringing down his fist upon the table. "I know your meaning well enough.
What's to be done? If I could only see her this minute, she might be kept out of it." "You think your presence would influence your sister, if you could see her before the wedding?" "I think it would. But who's to get at her?" "I'm going, so you had better come with me, unless it would be best for your father to come." "Perhaps it might," said the bewildered Sol. "But he will not be able to get away, and it's no use for Dan to go. If anybody goes, I must. If she's made up her mind, nothing can be done by writing to her." "I leave at once to see Lord Mountclair," the other continued. "I feel that, as my brother is evidently ignorant of the position of Mrs. Petherwin's family and connections, it is only fair in me, as his nearest relative, to make them clear to him before it is too late." "You mean that if he knew her friends were working people, he would not think of her as a wife? It is a reasonable thought. But make your mind easy, she has told him. I make a great mistake if she has for a moment thought of concealing that from him." "She may not have deliberately done so, but, and I say this with no ill feeling, it is a matter known to few, and she may have taken no steps to undeceive him. I hope to bring him to see the matter clearly. Unfortunately, the thing has been so secret and hurried that there is barely time. I knew nothing until this morning. Never dreamt of such a preposterous occurrence." "Preposterous? If it should come to pass, she would play her part as his lady as well as any other woman, and better. I wish there was no more reason for fear on my side than there is on yours. Things have come to a sore head when she is not considered lady enough for such as he. But perhaps your meaning is, that if your brother were to have a son, you would lose your heir presumptive title to the coronet of Mountclair. Well, 'twould be rather hard for ye, now I come to think of it. Upon my life 'twould." "The suggestion is as delicate as the atmosphere of this vile room. But let your ignorance be your excuse, my man. It is hardly worth while for us to quarrel when we both have the same object in view. Do you not think so?" "That's true, that's true. When do you start, sir?" "We must leave almost at once," said Mountclair, looking at his watch. "If we cannot catch the 2 o'clock train, there is no getting there to-night, and to-morrow we could not possibly arrive before 1. "I wish there was time for me to go and tidy myself a bit," said Sol, anxiously looking down at his working clothes. "I suppose you would not like me to go with you like this?" "Confound the clothes! If you cannot start in 5 minutes, we shall not be able to go at all." "Very well, then. Wait while I run across to the shop, then I am ready. How do we get to the station?" "My carriage is at the corner waiting. When you come out, I will meet you at the gates." Sol then hurried downstairs, and a minute or two later Mr. Mountclair followed, looking like a man bent on policy at any price. The carriage was brought round by the time that Sol reappeared from the yard. He entered and sat down beside Mountclair, not without a sense that he was spoiling good upholstery. The coachman then allowed the lash of his whip to alight with the force of a small fly upon the horses, which sent them up in an angry trot. Sol rolled on beside his new acquaintance with the shamefaced look of a man going to prison in a van, for pedestrians occasionally gazed at him, full of what seemed to himself to be ironical surprise. "I'm afraid I ought to have changed my clothes after all," he said, writhing under a perception of the contrast between them. "Not knowing anything about this, I ain't a bit prepared. If I'd got even my second best hat, it wouldn't be so bad." "It makes no difference," said Mountclair inanimately. "Or I might have brought my portmantle with some things." "It really is not important." On reaching the station, they found there were yet a few minutes to spare, which Sol made use of in writing a note to his father to explain what had occurred. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 42. The Doncastle's residence and outside the same. Mrs. Doncastle's dressing bell had rung, but Menlove, the lady's maid, having at the same time received a letter by the evening post, paused to read it before replying to the summons. Ankworth Court, Wednesday. Darling Louisa, I can assure you that I am no more likely than yourself to form another attachment, as you will perceive by what follows. Before we left town I thought that to be able to see you occasionally was sufficient for happiness, but down in this lonely place the case is different. In short, my dear, I ask you to consent to a union with me as soon as you possibly can. Your prettiness has won my eyes and lips completely, sweet, and I lie awake at night to think of the golden curls you allowed to escape from their confinement on those nice times of private clothes, when we walked in the park and slipped the bonds of service, which you were never born to any more than I. Had not my own feelings been so strong, I should have told you at the first dash of my pen that what I expected is coming to pass at last. The old dog is going to be privately married to Mrs. P. Yes, indeed, and the wedding is coming off to-morrow, secret as the grave. All her friends will doubtless leave service on account of it. What he does now makes little difference to me, of course, as I had already given warning, but I shall stick to him like a Briton in spite of it. He has to-day made me a present, and a further £5 for yourself, expecting you to hold your tongue on every matter connected with Mrs. P.'s friends, and to say nothing to any of them about this marriage until it is over. His lordship impressed this upon me very strong, and familiar as a brother, and of course we obey his instructions to the letter, for I need hardly say that unless he keeps his promise to help me in setting up the shop, our nuptials cannot be consumed. His help depends upon our obedience, as you are aware." This and much more was from her very last lover, Lord Mountclair's valet, who had been taken in hand directly she had convinced herself of Jerry's hopeless youthfulness. The missive sent Mrs. Menlove's spirits soaring like spring larks. She flew upstairs in answer to the bell with a joyful, triumphant look, which the illuminated figure of Mrs. Doncaster in her dressing-room could not quite repress. One could almost forgive Menlove her arts, when so modest a result brought such vast content. Mrs. Doncaster seemed inclined to make no remark during the dressing, and at last Menlove could repress herself no longer. "I should like to name something to you, mum." "Yes?" "I shall be wishing to leave soon, if it is convenient." "Very well, Menlove," answered Mrs. Doncaster, as she serenely surveyed her right eyebrow in the glass. "Am I to take this as a formal notice?" "If you please, but I could stay a week or two beyond the month, if suitable. I'm going to be married, that's what it is, mum." "Oh, I'm glad to hear it, though I'm sorry to lose you." "It is Lord Mountclair's valet, Mr. Tipman, mum." "Indeed." Menlove went on building up Mrs. Doncaster's hair a while in silence. "I suppose you heard the other news that arrived in town to-day, mum?" she said again. "Lord Mountclair is going to be married to-morrow." "To-morrow? Are you quite sure?" "Oh yes, mum. Mr. Tipman has just told me so in his letter. He's going to be married to Mrs. Petherwin. It is to be quite a private wedding." Mrs. Doncaster made no remark, and she remained in the same still position as before, but a countenance expressing transcendent surprise was reflected to Menlove by the glass. At this sight Menlove's tongue so burned to go further and unfold the lady's relations with the butler downstairs, that she would have lost a month's wages to be at liberty to do it. The disclosure was almost too magnificent to be repressed. To deny herself so exquisite an indulgence required an effort which nothing on earth could have sustained save the one thing that did sustain it, the knowledge that upon her silence hung the most enormous desideratum in the world, her own marriage. She said no more, and Mrs. Doncaster went away. It was an ordinary family dinner that day, but their nephew, Nay, happened to be present. Just as they were sitting down, Mrs. Doncaster said to her husband, "Why have you not told me of the wedding to-morrow? Or don't you know anything about it?" "Wedding?" said Mr. Doncaster. "Lord Mountclair has been married to Mrs. Petherwin quite privately." "Good God!" said some person. Mr. Doncaster did not speak the words. They were not spoken by Nay. They seemed to float over the room and round the walls, as if originating in some spiritualistic source. Yet Mrs. Doncaster, remembering the symptoms of attachment between Ethelberta and her nephew, which had appeared during the summer, looked towards Nay instantly, as if she thought the words must have come from him after all. But Nay's face was perfectly calm. He, together with her husband, was sitting with his eyes fixed in the direction of the sideboard, and, turning to the same spot, she beheld Chickerell standing pale as death, his lips being parted as if he did not know where he was. "Did you speak?" said Mrs. Doncaster, looking with astonishment at the butler. "Chickerell, what's the matter? Are you ill?" said Mr. Doncaster simultaneously. "Was it you who said that?" I did, sir," said Chickerell, in a husky voice scarcely above a whisper. "I could not help it." "Why?" "She is my daughter, and it shall be known at once." Who is your daughter?" He paused a few moments nervously. "Mrs. Petherwin," he said. Upon this announcement, Ney looked at poor Chickerell as if he saw through him into the wall. Mrs. Doncastle uttered a faint exclamation and leant back in her chair. The bare possibility of the truth of Chickerell's claims to such paternity shook her to pieces when she viewed her intimacies with Ethelberta during the past season. The court she had paid her, the arrangements she had entered into to please her, above all the dinner party which she contrived and carried out solely to gratify Lord Mountclere and bring him into personal communication with the general favourite, thus making herself probably the chief though unconscious instrument in promoting a match by which her butler was to become father-in-law to a peer she delighted to honour. The crowd of perceptions almost took away her life. She closed her eyes in a white shiver. "Do you mean to say that the lady who sat here at dinner at the same time that Lord Mountclere was present is your daughter?" asked Doncastle. "Yes, sir," said Chickerell respectively. "How did she come to be your daughter?" Well, she is my daughter, sir." "Did you educate her?" "Not altogether, sir. She was a very clever child. Lady Petherwin took a deal of trouble about her education. They were both left widows about the same time. The son died, then the father. My daughter was only 17 then. But though she's older now, her marriage with Lord Mountclere means misery. He ought to marry another woman." "It is very extraordinary," Mr. Doncastle murmured. "If you are ill, you'd better go and rest yourself, Chickerell. Send in Thomas." Chickerell, who seemed to be much disturbed, then very gladly left the room, and dinner proceeded. But such was the peculiarity of the case, that, though there was in it neither murder, robbery, illness, accident, fire, or any other of the tragic and legitimate shakers of human nerves, two of the three who were gathered there sat through the meal without the least consciousness of what viands had composed it. Impressiveness depends as much upon propinquity as upon magnitude, and to have honoured unawares the daughter of the vilest Antipodean miscreant and murderer would have been less discomforting to Mrs. Doncastle than it was to make the same blunder with the daughter of a respectable servant who happened to live in her own house. To Ney the announcement was as a catastrophe of a story already begun, rather than as an isolated wonder. Ethelberta's words had prepared him for something, though the nature of that thing was unknown. "Chickerell ought not to have kept us in ignorance of this. Of course he ought not," said Mrs. Doncastle as soon as they were left alone. "I don't see why not," replied Mr. Doncastle, who took the matter very coolly, as was his custom. "Then she herself should have let it be known." "Nor does that follow. You didn't tell Mrs. Petherwin that your grandfather narrowly escaped hanging for shooting his rival in a duel?" "Of course not. There was no reason why I should give extraneous information." "Nor was there any reason why she should. As for Chickerell, he doubtless felt how unbecoming it would be to make personal remarks upon one of your guests. Ha, ha, ha! Well, well, I know this," said Mrs. Doncastle in great anger, "that if my father had been in the room, I should have not let the fact pass unnoticed, and treated him like a stranger." "Would you have had her introduce Chickerell to us all round?" "My dear Margaret, it was a complicated position for a woman." "Then she ought not to have come." "There may be something in that, though she was dining out at other houses as good as ours. Well, I should have done just as she did, for the joke of the thing. Ha, ha, ha! It is very good, very. It was a case in which the appetite for a jest would overpower the sting of conscience in any well-constituted being. That, my dear, I must maintain." "I say she should not have come," answered Mrs. Doncastle firmly. "Of course I shall dismiss Chickerell." "Of course you will do no such thing. I have never had a butler in the house before who suited me so well. It is a great credit to the man to have such a daughter, and I am not sure that we do not derive some lustre of a humble kind from his presence in the house. But seriously, I wonder at your short sightedness when you know the troubles we have had through getting new men from nobody knows where." Nay, perceiving that the breeze and the atmosphere might ultimately intensify to a palpable black squall, seemed to think it would be well to take leave of his uncle and aunt as soon as he conveniently could. Nevertheless, he was much less discomposed by the situation than by the active cause which had led to it. When Mrs. Doncastle arose, her husband said he was going to speak to Chickerell for a minute, or two, and Ney followed his aunt upstairs. Presently Doncaster joined them. "I've been talking to Chickerell," he said. "It's a very curious affair, this marriage of his daughter and Lord Mountclair. The whole situation is the most astounding I've ever met with. The man is quite ill about the news. He's shown me a letter which has just reached him from his son on the same subject. Lord Mountclair's brother and this young man have actually gone off together to try to prevent the wedding, and Chickerell has asked to be allowed to go himself, if he can get soon enough to the station to catch the night mail. Of course he may go if he wishes." "What a funny thing!" said the lady, with a wretchedly factitious smile. The times have taken a strange turn when the angry parent of the comedy, who goes post-haste to prevent the undutiful daughter's rash marriage, is a gentleman from below stairs, and the unworthy lover a peer of the realm. Ney spoke for almost the first time. "I don't blame Chickerell in objecting to Lord Mountclair. I should object to him myself if I had a daughter. I never liked him." "Why?" said Mrs. Doncaster, lifting her eyelids as if the act were a heavy task. "For reasons which don't generally appear." "Yes," said Mr. Doncaster in a low tone. "Still, we must not believe all we hear." "Is Chickerell going?" said Ney. "He leaves in 5 or 10 minutes," said Doncaster. After a few further words, Ney mentioned that he was unable to stay longer that evening, and left them. When he reached the outside of the door, he walked a little way up the pavement and back again, as if reluctant to lose sight of the street, finally standing under a lamp-post whence he could command a view of Mr. Doncaster's front. Presently a man came out in a greatcoat and with a small bag in his hand. Ney, at once recognizing the person as Chickerell, went up to him. "Mr. Doncaster tells me you are going on a sudden journey. What time does your train leave?" Ney asked. "I go by the 10 o'clock, sir. I hope it is a third class," said Chickerell, "though I'm afraid it may not be." "It is much as you will do to get to the station," said Ney, turning the face of his watch to the light. "Here, come into my cab. I'm driving that way." "Thank you, sir," said Chickerell. Ney called a cab at the first opportunity, and they entered and drove along together. Neither spoke during the journey. When they were driving up to the station entrance, Ney looked again to see the hour. "You have not a minute to lose," he said in repressed anxiety, "and your journey will be expensive. Instead of walking from Anglebury to Knowlsea, you had better drive. Above all, don't lose time. Never mind what class the train is. Take this from me, since the emergency is great." He handed something to Chickerell folded up small. The butler took it without inquiry, and stepped out hastily. "I sincerely hope she... Well, good night, Chickerell," continued Ney, ending his words abruptly. The cab containing him drove again towards the station gates, leaving Chickerell standing on the curb. He passed through the booking office and looked at the paper Ney had put into his hand. It was a £5 note. Chickerell mused on the circumstance as he took his ticket and got into the train. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 43. The Railway, the Sea, the Shore Beyond. By this time Sol and the Honourable Edgar Mountclair had gone far on their journey into Wessex. Enkworth Court, Mountclair's destination, though several miles from Knowlsea, was most easily accessible by the same route as that to the village, the latter being the place for which Sol was bound. From the few words that passed between them on the way, Mountclair became more stubborn than ever in a belief that this was a carefully laid trap of the fair Ethelberta's to ensnare his brother without revealing to him her family ties, which it therefore behoved him to make clear with the utmost force of representation before the fatal union had been contracted. Being himself the Viscount's only remaining brother and near relative, the disinterestedness of his motives may be left to imagination. That there was much real excuse for his conduct must, however, be borne in mind. Whether his attempt would prevent their union was another question. He believed that, conjoined with his personal influence over the Viscount, and the importation of Sol as a firebrand to throw between the betrothed pair, it might do so. About half an hour before sunset, the two individuals, linked by their differences, reached the point of railway at which the branch to Sandbourne left the main line. They had taken tickets for Sandbourne, intending to go thence to Knowlesea by the steamer that plied between the two places during the summer months, making this a short and direct route. But it occurred to Mountclair on the way that, summer being over, the steamer might possibly have left off running. The wind might be too high for a small boat, and no large one might be at hand for hire. Therefore it would be safer to go by train to Anglebury, and the remaining 16 miles by driving over the hills, even at a great loss of time. Accident, however, determined otherwise. They were in the station at the junction, inquiring of an official if the Speedwell had ceased to sail, when a countryman who had just come up from Sandbourne stated that, though the Speedwell had left off for the year, there was that day another steamer at Sandbourne. This steamer would of necessity return to Knowlesea that evening, partly because several people from that place had been on board, and also because the Knowlesea folk were waiting for groceries and draperies from London. There was not an ounce of tea or 100 weight of coal in the village, owing to the recent winds, which had detained the provision parcels at Sandbourne, and kept the colliers up channel until the change of weather this day. To introduce necessaries by a roundabout land journey was not easy when they had been ordered by the other and habitual route. The boat returned at 6 o'clock. So on they went to Sandbourne, driving off to the pier directly they reached that place, for it was getting towards night. The steamer was there, as the man had told them, much to the relief of Sol, who, being extremely anxious to enter Knowlesea before a late hour, had known that this was the only way in which it could be done. Some unforeseen incident delayed the boat, and they walked up and down the pier to wait. The prospect was gloomy enough. The wind was north-east, the sea along shore was a chalky green, though comparatively calm, this part of the coast forming a shelter from wind in its present quarter. The clouds had different velocities, and some of them shone with a coppery glare produced by rays from the west which did not enter the inferior atmosphere at all. It was reflected on the distant waves in patches, with an effect as if the waters were at those particular spots stained with blood. This departed, and what daylight was left to the earth came from strange and unusual quarters of the heavens. The zenith would be bright, as if that were the place of the sun. Then all overhead would close, and a whiteness in the east would give the appearance of morning, while a bank as thick as a wall barricaded the west, which looked as if it had no acquaintance with sunsets, and would blush red no more. "Any other passengers?" shouted the master of the steamboat. "We must be off. It may be a dirty night." Sol and Mountclair went on board, and the pier receded in the dusk. "Shall we have any difficulty in getting into Knowlesea Bay?" said Mountclair. "Not if the wind keeps where it is for another hour or two." "I fancy it is shifting to the eastward," said Sol. The captain looked as if he had thought the same thing. "I hope I shall be able to get home to-night," said a Knowlesea woman. "My little children be left alone. Your missus is in a bad way too, isn't she, skipper?" "Yes." "And you got the doctor from Sandbourne aboard to tend her?" "Yes." "Then you be sure to put it to Knowlesea if you can." "Yes, don't be alarmed, ma'am. We'll do what we can, but no one must boast." The skipper's remark was the result of an observation that the wind had at last flown to the east, the single point of the compass whence it could affect Knowlesea Bay. The result of this change was soon perceptible. About midway in their transit the land elbowed out to a bold chalk promontory. Beyond this stretched a vertical wall of the same cliff, in a line parallel with their course. In fair weather it was possible and customary to steer close along under this hoary facade for the distance of a mile, there being 6 fathoms of water within a few boat's lengths of the precipice. But it was an ugly spot at the best of times, landward no less than seaward, the cliff rounding off at the top in vegetation like a forehead with low-grown hair, no defined edge being provided as a warning to unwary pedestrians on the downs above. As the wind sprung up stronger, white clots could be discerned at the water level of the cliff, rising and falling against the black band of shaggy weed that formed a sort of skirting to the base of the wall. They were the first fruits of the new east blast, which shaved the face of the cliff like a razor, gatherings of foam in the shape of heads, shoulders, and arms of snowy whiteness, apparently struggling to rise from the deeps, and ever sinking back to their old levels again. They reminded an observer of a drowning scene in a picture of the deluge. At some points
the face of rock was hollowed into gaping caverns, and the water began to thunder into these with a leap that was only topped by the rebound seaward again. The vessel's head was kept a little further to sea, but beyond that everything went on as usual. The precipice was still in view, and before it several huge columns of rock appeared, detached from the mass behind. Two of these were particularly noticeable in the grey air, one vertical, stout, and square, the other slender and tapering. They were individualized as husband and wife by the coastmen. The waves leapt up their sides like a pack of hounds. This, however, though fearful in its boisterousness, was nothing to the terrible games that sometimes went on round the knees of those giants in stone. Yet it was sufficient to cause the course of the frail steamboat to be altered yet a little more, from south-west by south to south by west, to give the breakers a still wider berth. "I wish we'd gone by land, sir. It would have been surer play," said Saul to Mountclair, a cat-and-dog friendship having arisen between them. "Yes," said Mountclair, "Nulsea is an abominable place to get into with an east wind blowing, they say." Another circumstance conspired to make their landing more difficult, which Mountclair knew nothing of. With the wind easterly, the highest seas prevailed in Nulsea Bay from the slackening of the flood tide to the first hour of ebb. At that time the water outside stood without a current, and ridges and hollows chased each other towards the beach unchecked. When the tide was setting strong up or down channel, its flow across the mouth of the bay thrust aside to some extent the landward plunge of the waves. We glanced for a moment at the state of affairs on the land they were nearing. This was the time of year to know the truth about the inner nature and character of Nulsea, for to see Nulsea smiling to the summer sun was to see a courtier before a king. Nulsea was not to be known by such simple means. The half-dozen detached villas used as lodging-houses in the summer, standing aloof from the cots of the permanent race, rose in the dusk of this gusty evening, empty, silent, damp, and dark as tombs. The gravel walks leading to them were invaded by leaves and tufts of grass. As the darkness thickened, the wind increased, and each blast raked the iron railings before the houses till they hummed as if in a song of derision. Certainly it seemed absurd at this time of year that human beings should expect comfort in a spot capable of such moods as these. However, one of the houses looked cheerful, and that was the dwelling to which Ethelberta had gone. Its gay external colours might as well have been black for anything that could be seen of them now, but an unblinded window revealed inside it a room bright and warm. It was illuminated by firelight only. Within, Ethelberta appeared against the curtains, close to the glass. She was watching through a binocular a faint light which had become visible in the direction of the bluff far away over the bay. "Here is the spruce at last, I think," she said to her sister, who was by the fire. "I hope they will be able to land the things I have ordered. They are on board, I know." The wind continued to rise, till at length something from the lungs of the gale alighted like a feather upon the pane, and remained there sticking. Seeing the substance, Ethelberta opened the windows to secure it. The fire roared, and the pitchers kicked the walls. She closed the sash, and brought to the light a crisp fragment of foam. "How suddenly the sea must have risen!" said Picardy. The servant entered the room. "Please, missus says she's afraid you won't have your things to-night, They say the steamer can't land, and missus wants to know if she can do anything." "It is of no consequence," said Ethelberta. "They will come some time, unless they go to the bottom." The girl left the room. "Shall we go down to the shore and see what the night is like?" said Ethelberta. "This is the last opportunity I shall have." "Is it right for us to go, considering you are to be married to-morrow?" said Picardy, who had small affection for nature in this mood. Her sister laughed. "Let us put on our cloaks. Nobody will know us. I am sorry to leave this grim and primitive place, even for Enkworth Court." They wrapped themselves up and descended the hill. On drawing near the battling line of breakers which marked the meeting of sea and land, they could perceive within the nearly invisible horizon an equilateral triangle of lights. It was formed of 3 stars, a red on the one side, a green on the other, and a white on the summit. This, composed of masthead and side lamps, was all that was visible of the spruce,
which now faced end on about half a mile distant, and was still nearing the pier. The girls went further, and stood on the foreshore listening to the din. Seaward appeared nothing distinct save a black horizontal band embodying itself out of the grey water, strengthening its blackness, and enlarging till it looked like a nearing wall. It was the concave face of a coming wave. On its summit a white edging arose with the aspect of a lace frill. It broadened and fell over the front with a terrible concussion. Then all before them was a sheet of whiteness, which spread with amazing rapidity, till they found themselves standing in the midst of it, as in a field of snow. Both felt an insidious chill encircling their ankles, and they rapidly ran up the beach.
"You girls, come away there, or you'll be washed off. What need have ye for going so near?"
Ethelberta recognized the stentorian voice as that of Captain Flower, who, with a party of boatmen, was discovered to be standing near, under the shelter of a wall. He did not know them in the gloom, and they took care that he should not. They retreated further up the beach, when the hissing fleece of froth slid again down the shingle, dragging the pebbles under it with a rattle as of a beast gnawing bones. The spot whereon the men stood was called Down Under Wall. It was a nook commanding a full view of the bay, and hither the nautical portion of the village unconsciously gravitated on windy afternoons and nights, to discuss past disasters in the reticent spirit induced by a sense that they might at any moment be repeated. The stranger who should walk the shore on roaring and sobbing November eves, when there was not light sufficient to guide his footsteps, and muse on the absoluteness of the solitude, would be surprised by a smart "good night" being returned from this corner, in company with the echo of his tread. In summer the 6 or 8 perennial figures stood on the breezy side of the wall, in winter and in rain to leeward, but no weather was known to dislodge them.
"I had no sooner come ashore when the wind began to fly round," said the previous speaker, "and it must have been about the time they were off old Harry Point. 'I shall put back for certain,' I said, and I had no more thought of seeing her than John's set net that was carried round the point of Monday. Poor fellow, his wife being in such a state makes him anxious to land if he can. That's what 'tis, plain enough."
"Why that?" said Flower.
"The doctor's aboard, I believe. I'll have the most understanding man in Sandbourne, cost me little or much," he said. "'Tis all over, and she's better," said the other. "I called half an hour afore dark."
Flower, being an experienced man, knew how the judgment of a ship's master was liable to be warped by family anxieties, many instances of the same having occurred in the history of navigation. He felt uneasy, for he knew the deceit and guile of this bay far better than did the master of the Spruce, who till within a recent few months had been a stranger to the place. Indeed, it was the bay which had made Flower what he was, instead of a man in thriving retirement. The 2 great ventures of his life had been blown ashore and broken up within that very semicircle. The sturdy sailor now stood with his eyes fixed on the triangle of lights which showed that the steamer had not relinquished her intention of bringing up inside the pier if possible. His right hand was in his pocket, where it played with a large key which lay there. It was the key of the lifeboat shed, and Flower was coxswain. His musing was on the possibility of a use for it this night. It appeared that the captain of the Spruce was aiming to pass in under the lee of the pier, but a strong current of 4 or 5 knots was running between the piles, drifting the steamer away at every attempt as soon as she slowed. To come in on the other side was dangerous, the hull of the vessel being likely to crash against and overthrow the fragile erection, with damage to herself also. Flower, who had disappeared for a few minutes, now came back. "It's just possible I can make 'em hear with the trumpet now that they be to leeward," he said, and proceeded with 2 or 3 others to grope his way out upon the pier, which consisted simply of a row of rotten piles covered with rotten planking, no balustrade of any kind existing to keep the unwary from tumbling off. At the water level the piles were eaten away by the action of the sea to about the size of a man's wrist, and at every fresh influx the whole structure trembled like a spider's web. In this lay the danger of making fast, for a strong pull from a headfast rope might drag the erection completely over. Flower arrived at the end, where a lantern hung. "Spruce ahoy!" he blared through the speaking trumpet 2 or 3 times. There seemed to be a reply of some sort from the steamer. "Tuesday's gale have loosened the pier, Captain Ounce. The bollards be too weak to make fast. Must land in boats if ye will land, but dangerous. Your wife is out of danger, and 'tis a boy." Ethelberta and Picardy were at this time standing on the beach 150 yards off. Whether or not the master of the steamer received the information volunteered by Flower, the two girls saw the triangle of lamps get narrow at its base, reduce themselves to two in a vertical line, then to one, then to darkness. The spruce had turned her head from Knowlesea. "They have gone back, and I shall not have my wedding things after all," said Ethelberta. "Well, I must do without them." "You see, 'twas best to play Shorrel," said Flower to his comrades in a tone of complacency. "They might have been able to do it, but 'twas risky. The shop folk be out of stock, I hear, and the visiting lady up the hill is terribly in want of clothes, so 'tis said. But what's that? Ounce ought to have put of back afore." Then the lantern which hung at the end of the jetty was taken down, and the darkness enfolded all around from view. The bay became nothing but a voice, the foam an occasional touch upon the face, the spruce an imagination, the pier a memory. Everything lessened upon the senses but one. That was the wind. It mauled their persons like a hand, and caused every scrap of their raiment to tug westward. To stand with the face to sea brought semi-suffocation from the intense pressure of air. The boatmen retired to their position under the wall, to lounge again in silence. Conversation was not considered necessary. Their sense of each other's presence formed a kind of conversation. Meanwhile, Picardy and Ethelberta went up the hill. "If your wedding were going to be a public one, what a misfortune this delay of the packages would be," said Picardy. "Yes," replied the elder. "I think the bracelet the prettiest of all the presents he brought to-day. Do you?" "It is the most valuable." "Lord Montclair is very kind, is he not? I like him a great deal better than I did. Do you, Berta?" "Yes, very much better," said Ethelberta, warming a little. "If he were not so suspicious at odd moments, I should like him exceedingly. But I must cure him of that by a regular course of treatment, and then he'll be very nice. For an old man, he likes you better than any young man would take the trouble to do. I wish somebody else were old too." "He will be some day." "Yes, but never mind. Time will straighten many crooked things." "Do you think Lord Montclair has reached home by this time?" "I should think so, though I believe he had to call at the parsonage before leaving Knowlesea." "Had he? What for?" "Why, of course, somebody must—" "Oh, yes. Do you think anybody in Knowlesea knows it's going to be, except us and the parson?" "I suppose the clerk knows." "I wonder if a lord has ever been married so privately before?" "Frequently, when he marries far beneath him, as is in this case. But even if I could have had it, I should not have liked a showy wedding. I've had no experience as a bride, except in the private form of the ceremony." "Berta, I'm sometimes uneasy about you, even now, and I want to ask you one thing, if I may. Are you doing this for my sake? Would you have married Mr. Julian if it had not been for me?" "It's difficult to say exactly. It is possible that if I had no relation at all, I might have married him, and I might not." "I don't intend to marry." "In that case you will live with me at Enkworth. However, we will leave such details till the groundwork is confirmed. When we get indoors, will you see if the boxes have been properly corded and are quite ready to be sent for? Then come in and sit by the fire, and I'll sing some songs to you." "Sad ones, you mean?" "No, they shall not be sad." "Perhaps they may be the last you will ever sing to me." "They may be. Such a thing as has occurred." "But we will not think so. We'll suppose you are to sing many to me yet." "Yes, there's good sense in that, Picardy. In a world where the blind only are cheerful, we should all do well to put out our eyes. There, I did not mean to get you into this state. Forgive me, Picardy. It is because I have had a thought, why I cannot tell, that as much as this man brings to me in ranks and gifts, he may take out of me in tears." "Berta!" "But there's no reason in it, not any. For not in a single matter does what has been supply us with any certain ground for knowing what will be in the world. I have seen marriages where happiness might have been said to be ensured, and there had been all sadness afterwards. And I have seen those in which the prospect was black as night, and they have led on to a time of sweetness and comfort. And I have seen marriages neither joyful nor sorry, that have become either as accident forced them to become, the persons having no voice in it at all. Well, then why should I be afraid to make a plunge when chance is as trustworthy as calculation? If you don't like him well enough, don't have him, Berta. There's time enough to put it off even now. Oh, no, I would not upset a well-considered course on the haste of an impulse. Our will should withstand our misgivings. Now let us see if all has been packed, and then we'll sing. That evening, while the wind was wheeling round and round the dwelling, and the calm eye of the lighthouse afar was the single speck perceptible of the outside world from the door of Ethelberta's temporary home, the music of songs mingled with the stroke of the wind across the iron railings, and was swept on in the general tide of the gale and the noise of the rolling sea, till not the echo of a tone remained. An hour before this singing, an old gentleman might have been seen to alight from a little one-horse brougham, and enter the door of Knowlsea parsonage. He was bent upon obtaining an entrance to the vicar's study without giving his name. But it happened that the vicar's wife was sitting in the front room making a pillow-case for the children's bed out of an old surplice which had been excommunicated the previous Easter. She heard the newcomer's voice through the partition, started, and went quickly to her husband, who was where he ought to have been, in his study. At her entry he looked up with an abstracted gaze, having been lost in meditation over a little schooner which he was attempting to rig for their youngest boy. At a word from his wife on the suspected name of the visitor, he resumed his earlier occupation of inserting a few strong sentences, full of the observation of maturer life, between the lines of a sermon written during his first years of ordination, in order to make it available for the coming Sunday. His wife then vanished with the little ship in her hand, and the visitor appeared. Her talk went on in low tones. After a 10-minute stay he departed as secretly as he had come. His errand was the cause of much whispered discussion between the vicar and his wife during the evening, but nothing was said concerning it to the outside world. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 44. Sandbourne, A Lonely Heath, The Red Lion, The Highway. It was 11:30 before the Spruce, with Mountclair and Sol Chickerell on board, had steamed back again to Sandbourne. The direction and increase of the wind had made it necessary to keep the vessel still further to sea on their return than in going, that they might clear without risk the windy, sousing, thwacking, basting, scourging jack-ketch of a corner called Old Harry Point, which lay about half-way along their track, and stood, with its detached posts and stumps of white rock, like a skeleton's lower jaw, grinning at British navigation. Here strong currents and cross-currents were beginning to interweave their scrolls and meshes, the water rising behind them in tumultuous heaps, and slamming against the fronts and angles of cliffs, whence it flew into the air like clouds of flour. Who could now believe that this roaring abode of chaos smiled in the sun as gently as an infant during the summer days not long gone by, every pinnacle, crag, and cave returning a doubled image across the glassy sea? They were now again at Sandbourne, a point in their journey reached more than 4 hours ago. It became necessary to consider anew how to accomplish the difficult remainder. The wind was not blowing much beyond what seamen call half a gale, but there had been enough unpleasantness afloat to make landsmen glad to get ashore, and this dissipated in a slight measure their vexation at having failed in their purpose. Still Mountclair loudly cursed their confidence in that treacherously short route, and Sol abused the unknown Sandbourne man who had brought the news of the steamer's arrival to them at the junction. The only course left open to them now, short of giving up the undertaking, was to go by the road along the shore, which, curving round the various little creeks and inland seas between their present position and Knowlsea, was of no less length than 30 miles. There was no train back to the junction till the next morning, and Sol's proposition that they should drive thither in hope of meeting the mail train was overruled by Mountclair. "We will have nothing more to do with chance," he said. "We may miss the train, and then we shall have gone out of the way for nothing. More than that, the down mail does not stop till it gets several miles beyond the nearest station for Knowlsea, so it's hopeless." "If there'd only been a telegraph to the confounded place." "Telegraph? We might as well telegraph to the devil as to an old booby and a damned scheming young widow. I very much question if we shall do anything in the matter, even when we get there. But I suppose we'd better go on now." "You can do as you like. I shall go on, if I have to walk every step of it." "That's not necessary. I think the best posting-house at this end of the town is Tempit's. We must knock them up at once. Which will you do? Attempt supper here, or break the back of our journey first, and get on to Anglebury? We may rest an hour or two there, unless you feel really in want of a meal." "No, I'll leave eating to merrier men who have no sister in the hands of a cursed old vandal." "Very well," said Mountclair. "We'll go on at once." An additional half-hour elapsed before they were fairly started, the lateness and abruptness of their arrival causing delay in getting a conveyance ready. The tempestuous night had apparently driven the whole town, gentle and simple, early to their beds; and when at length the travellers were on their way, the aspect of the weather grew yet more forbidding. The rain came down unmercifully. The booming wind caught it, bore it across the plain, whizzed it against the carriage like a sower sowing his seed. It was precisely such weather, and almost at the same season, as when Picardy traversed the same moor, stricken with her great disappointment at not meeting Christopher Julian. Further on for several miles the drive lay through an open heath, dotted occasionally with fir plantations, the trees of which told the tale of their species without help from outline or colour. They spoke in those melancholy moans and sobs which give to their sound a solemn sadness surpassing even that of the sea. From each carriage-lamp the long rays stretched like feelers into the air, and somewhat cheered the way, until the insidious damp that pervaded all things above, around, and underneath, overpowered one of them, and rendered every attempt to rekindle it ineffectual. Even had the two men's dislike to each other's society been less, the general din of the night would have prevented much talking. As it was, they sat in a rigid reticence that was almost a third personality. The roads were laid hereabouts with a light sandy gravel, which, though not clogging, was soft and friable. It speedily became saturated, and the wheels ground heavily and deeply into its substance. At length, after crossing from 10 to 12 miles of these eternal heaths under the eternally drumming storm, they could discern islets of light winking to them in the distance from under a nebulous brow of pale haze. They were looking on the little town of Havenpool. Soon after this cross-roads were reached, one of which, at right angles to their present direction, led them down to the left to that place. Here the man stopped and informed them that the horses would be able to go but a mile or two further. "Very well, we must have others at hand, Mountclair. Does our way lie through the town?" "No, sir, unless we go there to change horses, which I thought to do. The direct road is straight on. Havenpool lies about 3 miles down there on the left, but the water is over the road, and we had better go round. We should come to no place for 2 or 3 miles, and then only to Flychit." "What's Flychit like?" "A very small bit of a village." "Still, I think we had better push on," said Saul. "I'm against running the risk of finding the way flooded about Havenpool." "So am I," returned Mountclair. "I know a wheelwright in Flitchit," continued Saul, "and he keeps a beer-house and owns 2 horses. We could hire them and have a bit of summats in the shape of victuals, and then get on to Anglebury. Perhaps the rain may hold up by that time. Anything's better than going out of our way." "Yes, and the horses can last out to that place," said Mountclair. "Up and on again, my man." On they went towards Flychit. Still the everlasting heath, the black hills bulging against the sky, the barrows upon their round summits like warts on a swarthy skin. The storm blew huskily over bushes of heather and furze that it was unable materially to disturb, and the travellers proceeded as before. But the horses were now far from fresh, and the time spent in reaching the next village was quite half as long as that taken up by the previous heavy portion of the drive. When they entered Flychit, it was about 3. "Now, where's the inn?" said Mountclair, yawning. "Oh, just on the Nap," Saul answered. "'Tis a little small place, and we must do as well as we can." They pulled up before a cottage, upon the whitewashed front of which could be seen a square board representing the sign. After an infinite labour of rapping and shouting, a casement opened overhead, and a woman's voice inquired what was the matter. Saul explained, when she told him that the horses were away from home. "Now we must wait till these are rested," growled Mountclair. "A pretty muddle." "Cannot be helped," answered Saul, and he asked the woman to open the door.
She replied that her husband was away with the horses and van, and that they could not come in. Sol was known to her, and he mentioned his name, but the woman only began to abuse him. "Come, publican, you better let us in, or we'll have the law for it," rejoined Sol, with more spirit. "You don't dare to keep nobility waiting like this." "Nobility?" "My mate have the title of honourable, whether or no. Let's have some none of your slack," said Sol. "Don't be a fool, young chopstick," exclaimed Aunt Clare. "Get the door opened." "I will in my own way," said Sol, testily. "You mustn't mind my trading upon your quality, as 'tis a case of necessity. This is a woman nothing will bring to reason but an appeal to the higher powers. If every man of title was as useful as you are to-night, sir, I'd never call them lumber again as long as I live." "How singular! There's never a bit of rubbish that won't come in use if you keep it 7 years." "If my utility depends upon keeping you company, may I go to hell for lacking every atom of the virtue." "Hear, hear! But it hardly is becoming in me to answer up to a man so much older than I, or I could say more. Suppose we draw a line here for the present, sir, and get indoors." "Oh, do what you will in heaven's name." A few more words to the woman resulted in her agreeing to admit them if they would attend to themselves afterwards. This Sol promised, and the key of the door was let down to them from the bedroom window by a string. When they had entered, Sol, who knew the house well, busied himself in lighting a fire, the driver going off with a lantern to the stable, where he found standing room for the 2 horses. Aunt Clare walked up and down the kitchen, mumbling words of disgust at the situation, the few of this kind that he let out being just enough to show what a fearfully large number he kept in. "A calling of people at this time of morning!" the woman occasionally exclaimed down the stairs. "But folks show no mercy upon their flesh and blood, not one bit or mite." "Now never be stomachic, my good soul," cried Sol from the fireplace, where he stood blowing the fire with his breath. "Only tell me where the victuals bide, and I'll do all the cooking. We'll pay like princes, especially me mate." "There's but little in the house," said the sleepy woman from her bedroom. "There's pig's fry, a side of bacon, a conger eel, and pickled onions." "Conger eel?" said Sol to Aunt Clare. "No, thank you." "Pig's fry?" "No, thank you." "Well, then, tell me where the bacon is," shouted Sol to the woman. "You must find it," came again down the stairs. "'Tis somewhere up in Gimley, but in which part I can't mind. Really, I don't know whether I be upon my head or my heels, and my brain is all in a spin with being rafted up in such a larry." "Bide where you be, there's a dear," said Sol. "We'll do it all. Just tell us where the tea caddy is and the gridiron, and then you can go to sleep again." The woman appeared to take his advice, for she gave the information, and silence soon reigned upstairs. When one piece of bacon had been with difficulty cooked over the newly lit fire, Sol said to Aunt Clare, with the rasher on his fork, "Now look here, sir. I think while I'm making the tea you ought to go on griddling some more of these, as you haven't done nothing at all." "I do the paying." "Oh, well, give me the bacon." "And when you've done yours, I'll cook the man's, as the poor fellow's hungry, I make no doubt." Aunt Clare, fork in hand, then began with his rasher, tossing it about the gridiron in masterly style, Sol attending to the tea. He was attracted from this occupation by a brilliant flame up the chimney, Aunt Clare exclaiming, "Now the cursed thing is on fire!" "Blow it out hard, that's it. Well now, sir, do you come and begin upon mine, as you must be hungry. I'll finish the griddling. Ought we to mind the man sitting down in our company, as there's no other room for him? I hear him coming in." "Oh, no, not at all. Put him over that table." "And I'll join him. You can sit here by yourself, sir." The meal was dispatched, and the coachman again retired, promising to have the horses ready in about an hour and a half. Sol and Aunt Clare made themselves comfortable upon each side of the fireplace, since there was no remedy for the delay. After sitting in silence a while, they nodded and slept. How long they would have remained thus, in consequence of their fatigues, there is no telling, had not the mistress of the cottage descended the stairs about 2 hours later, after peeping down upon them at intervals of 5 minutes during their sleep, lest they should leave without her knowledge. It was 6 o'clock, and Sol went out for the man, whom he found snoring in the hayloft. There was now real necessity for haste, and in 10 minutes they were again on their way. Day dawned upon the Red Lion Inn at Anglebury with a timid and watery eye. From the shadowy archway came a shining lantern, which was seen to be dangling from the hand of a little bow-legged old man, the hostler, John. Having reached the front, he looked around to measure the daylight, opened the lantern, and extinguished it by a pinch of his fingers. He paused for a moment to have the customary word or two with his neighbour the milkman, who usually appeared at this point at this time. "It sounds like the whistle of the morning train," the milkman said as he drew near, a scream from the further end of the town reaching their ears. "Well, I hope now the wind's in that quarter we shan't have a little more fine weather, eh, ostler? What you be talking o? Can you hear the whistle plain, I say?" "Oh, I suppose you do, but faith, 'tis a poor fist I can make at hearing anything. There, I could have told you all the same that the wind was in the east, even if I had not seen poor Thomas Tribble's smoke blowing across the little orchard. Joints be a true weathercock enough when past 60. These easterly rains, when they do come, which is not often, come with might enough to squail a man into his grave." "Well, we must look for it, ostler. Why, what mighty equipage is this, come to town at such a purblinking time of day?" "'Tis what time only can tell, though 'twill not be long first," the hostler replied, as the driver of the pair of horses and carriage containing Sol and Mountclair slackened pace and drew rein before the inn. Fresh horses were immediately called for, and, while they were being put in, the two travellers walked up and down. "It is now a quarter to 7 o'clock," said Mountclair, "and the question arises, shall I go on to Nullsea, or branch off at Corvsgate Castle for Enkworth? I think the best plan will be to drive first to Enkworth, set me down, and then get him to take you on at once to Nullsea. What do you say?" "When shall I reach Nullsea by that arrangement?" "By 8:30. We shall be at Enkworth before 8, which is excellent time." "Very well, sir, I agree to that," said Sol, feeling that as soon as one of the two birds had been caught, the other could not mate without their knowledge. The carriage and horses being again ready, away they drove at once, both having by this time grown too restless to spend in Anglebury a minute more than was necessary. The hostler and his lad had taken the jaded Sandbourne horses to the stable, rubbed them down, and fed them, when another noise was heard outside the yard. The omnibus had returned from meeting the train. Relinquishing the horses to the small stable lad, the old hostler again looked out from the arch. A young man had stepped from the omnibus, and he came forward. "I want a conveyance of some sort to take me to Nullsea at once. Can you get a horse harnessed in 5 minutes?" "I'll make shift to do what I can, master, not promising about the minutes. The truest man can say no more. Won't you step into the bar, sir, and give your order? I'll let you know as soon as 'tis ready." Christopher turned into a room smelling strongly of the night before, and stood by the newly kindled fire to wait. He had just come in haste from Melchester. The upshot of his excitement about the wedding, which, as the possible hour of its solemnization drew near, had increased till it bore him on like a wind, was this unpremeditated journey. Lying awake the previous night, the hangings of his bed pulsing to every beat of his heart, he decided that there was one last and great service which it behoved him, as an honest man and friend, to say nothing of lover, to render to Ethelberta at this juncture. It was to ask her by some means whether or not she had engaged with open eyes to marry Lord Mountclair, and, if not, to give her a word or two of enlightenment. That done, she might be left to take care of herself. His plan was to obtain an interview with Piketty and learn from her accurately the state of things. Should he by any possibility be mistaken in his belief as to the contracting parties, a knowledge of the mistake would be cheaply purchased by the journey. Should he not, he would send up to Ethelberta the strong note of expostulation which was already written and waiting in his pocket. To intrude upon her at such a time was unseemly, and to dispatch a letter by a messenger before evidence of its necessity had been received was most undesirable. The whole proceeding at best was clumsy, yet earnestness is mostly clumsy, and how could he let the event pass without a protest? Before daylight on that autumn morning he had risen, told Faith of his intention, and started off. As soon as the vehicle was ready, Christopher hastened to the door and stepped up. The little stable boy led the horse a few paces on the way before relinquishing his hold. At the same moment a respectably dressed man, on foot, with a small black bag in his hand, came up from the opposite direction along the street leading from the railway. He was a thin, elderly man with grey hair. That a great anxiety pervaded him was as plainly visible as were his features. Without entering the inn, he came up at once to old John.
"Have you anything going to Nosey this morning that I can get a lift in?"
said the pedestrian. No other than Ethelberta's father.
"Oh, nothing empty that I know of."
Or carrier?
"No." "A matter of 15 shillings, then, I suppose?"
"Yes, no doubt. But yon there's a young man just now starting. He might not take it ill if you were to ask him for a seat, and go halves in the hire of the trap. Shall I call out?"
"Ah, do."
The hostler bawled to the stable boy, who put the question to Christopher. There was room for two in the dog-cart, and Julian had no objection to save the shillings of a fellow traveller who was evidently not rich. When Chickerell mounted to his seat, Christopher paused to look at him, as we pause with some enactment that seems to have been already before us in a dream long ago. Ethelberta's face was there, as the landscape is in the map, the romance in the history, the aim in the deed, denuded, rayless, and sorry, but discernible. For the moment, however, this did not occur to Julian. He took the whip, the boy loosed his hold upon the horse, and they proceeded on their way.
"What slapdash jinks may there be going on at Nosey, then, me sonny?"
said the hostler to the lad, as the dog-cart and the backs of the two men diminished on the road.
"You be a Nosey boy. Have anything reached your young ears about what's in the wind there, David Straw?"
Nothing, except that 'tis going to be Christmas Day in 5 weeks, and then a high-bound bull is going to be killed if he don't die afore the time, and given away by my lord in 3-pound chunks, as a reward to good people who never curse and sing bad songs except when they be drunk. Mother says perhaps she will have some, and 'tis excellent if well stewed, mother says."
"A very fair chronicle for a boy to give, but not what I asked for.
When you try to answer an old man's question, always bear in mind what it was that old man asked. A high-bound bull is good when well stewed, I make no doubt, for they who like it. But that's not it. What I said was, do you know why 3 folks, a rich man, a middling man, and a poor man, should want horses for Nosey afore 7 o'clock in the morning on a blinking day in fall, when everything is as wet as a dishclout, whereas that's more than often happens in fine summer weather?" "No, I don't know, John Ostler."
"Then go home and tell your mother that ye be no wide-awake boy, and that old John, who went to school with her father afore she was born or thought of, says so. Choke it all, why should I think there's summat going on at Nosey? Honest travelling has been so rascally abused since I was a boy in Pinners, by tribes of nobodies tearing from one end of the country to t'other, to see the sun go down in salt water, or the moon play jack-lantern behind some rotten tower or other, that upon my song, when life and death's in the wind, there's no telling the difference."
"I'll have their sixpences ever so much."
"Young sonny, don't you answer up to me when you bain't been in the story, stopping my words in that fashion. I won't have it, David. Now up in the tallet with ye, there's a good boy, and down with another lock or two of hay, as fast as you can do it for me." The boy vanished under the archway, and the hostler followed at his heels. Meanwhile the carriage bearing Mr. Mountclair and Sol was speeding on its way to Enkworth. When they reached the spot at which the road forked into two, they left the Nosey route, and, keeping thence under the hills for the distance of 5 or 6 miles, drove into Lord Mountclair's park. In 10 minutes the house was before them, framed in by dripping trees. Mountclair jumped out and entered without ceremony. Sol, being anxious to know if Lord Mountclair was there, ordered the coachman to wait a few moments. It was now nearly 8 o'clock, and the smoke which ascended from the newly lit fires of the court painted soft blue tints upon the brown and golden leaves of lofty boughs adjoining. "Oh, Ethelberta,"
said Sol, as he regarded the fair prospect. The gravel of the drive had been washed clean and smooth by the night's rain, but there were fresh wheel marks other than their own upon the track. Yet the mansion seemed scarcely awake, and stillness reigned everywhere around. Not more than 3 or 4 minutes had passed when the door was opened for Mountclair, and he came hastily from the doorsteps. "I must go on with you," he said, getting into the vehicle. "He's gone."
"Where, to Nosey?"
said Sol. "Yes," said Mountclair. "Now go ahead to Molesey," he shouted to the man. "To think I should be fooled like this! I had no idea that he would be leaving so soon. We might perhaps have been here an hour earlier by hard striving. But who was to dream that he would arrange to leave it at such an unearthly time of the morning at this dark season of the year? Drive! Drive!" he called again out of the window, and the pace was increased.
"I've come 2 or 3 miles out of my way on account of you," said Sol sullenly. "And all this time lost. I don't see why you wanted to come here at all. I knew it would be a waste of time."
"Damn it all, man," said Mountclair, "it is no use for you to be angry with me."
I think it is. 'Tis you have brought me into this muddle, said Sol, in no sweeter tone. Ha! Ha! Upon my life, I should be inclined to laugh if I were not so much inclined to do the other thing. A Berta's trick of trying to make close family allies of such a cantankerous pair as you and I. So much of one mind as we be, so alike in our ways of living, so close connected in our callings and principles, so matched in manners and customs, 'twould be 1,000 pities to part us, eh, Mr. Mountclair?" Mountclair faintly laughed with the same hideous merriment at the same idea, and then both remained in a withering silence, meant to express the utter contempt of each for the other, both in family and in person. They passed the lodge, and again swept into the high road. "Drive on," said Mountclair, putting his head again out of the window, and shouting to the man. "Drive like the devil!" he roared again a few minutes afterwards, in fuming dissatisfaction with their rate of progress. "Bain't I doing of it?" said the driver, turning angrily round. "I ain't going to ruin my governor's horses for strangers who won't pay double for them, not I. I'm driving as fast as I can. If other folks get in the way with their traps, I suppose I must drive round 'em, sir." There was a slight crash. "There," continued the coachman, "that's what comes of my turning round." Sol looked out on the other side, and found that the fore-wheel of their carriage had become locked in the wheel of a dog-cart they had overtaken, the road here being very narrow. Their coachman, who knew he was to blame for this mishap, felt the advantage of taking time by the forelock in a case of accusation, and began swearing at his victim as if he were the sinner. Sol jumped out, and looking up at the occupants of the other conveyance, saw against the sky the back elevation of his father and Christopher Julian, sitting upon a little seat which they overhung like two big puddings upon a small dish. "Father! What, are you going?" said Sol. "Is it about Berta that you've come?" "Yes, I got your letter," said Chickerell, "and felt I should like to come, that I ought to come to save her from what she'll regret. Luckily, this gentleman, a stranger to me, has given me a lift from Anglebury, or I must have hired." He pointed to Christopher. "But he's Mr. Julian," said Sol. "You are Mrs. Petherwin's father? I have travelled in your company without knowing it," exclaimed Christopher, feeling and looking both astonished and puzzled. At first it had appeared to him that, in direct antagonism to his own purpose, her friends were favouring Ethelberta's wedding, but it was evidently otherwise. "Yes, that's father," said Sol. "Father, this is Mr. Julian. Mr. Julian, this gentleman here is Lord Mountclair's brother, and to cut the story short, we all wish to stop the wedding." "Then let us get on, in heaven's sake," said Mountclair. "You are the lady's father?" "I am," said Chickerell. "Then you'd better come into this carriage. We shall go faster than the dog-cart. Now, driver, are the wheels right again?" Chickerell hastily entered with Mountclair. Sol joined them, and they sped on. Christopher drove close in their rear, not quite certain whether he did well in going further, now that there were plenty of people to attend to the business, but anxious to see the end. The other three sat in silence, with their eyes upon their knees, though the clouds were dispersing, and the morning grew bright. In about 20 minutes the square, unembattled tower of Knowlsea Church appeared below them in the vale, its summit just touching the distant line of sea upon sky. The element by which they had been victimized on the previous evening now smiled falsely to the low morning sun. They descended the road to the village at a little more mannerly pace than that of the earlier journey, and saw the raised glance upon the hands of the church clock, which marked 25 minutes to 9. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 45. Knowlsea, the road thence, Enkworth. All eyes were directed to the church gate as the travellers descended the hill. No wedding carriages were there, no favours, no slatternly group of women brimming with interest, no aged pauper on 2 sticks who comes because he has nothing else to do till dying time, no nameless female passing by on the other side with a laugh of indifference, no ringers taking off their coats as they vanish up a turret, no hobbledehoys on tiptoe outside the chancel windows. In short, none whatever of the customary accessories of a country wedding was anywhere visible. "Thank God," said Chickerell. "Wait till you know he deserves it," said Mountclair. "Nothing's done yet between them." "It is not likely that anything is done at this time of day. But I've decided to go to the church first. You will probably go to your relative's house at once?" Saul looked to his father for her reply. "No, I too shall go to the church first, just to assure myself," said Chickerell. "I shall then go on to Mrs. Petherwin's." The carriage was stopped at the corner of a steep incline leading down to the edifice. Mountclair and Chickerell alighted and walked on towards the gates, Saul remaining in his place. Christopher was some way off, descending the hill on foot, having halted to leave his horse and trap at a small inn at the entrance to the village. When Chickerell and Mountclair reached the churchyard gate, they found it slightly open. The church door beyond it was also open, but nobody was near the spot. "We have arrived not a minute too soon, however," said Mountclair. "Preparations have apparently begun. It was to be an early wedding, no doubt." Entering the building, they looked around. It was quite empty. Chickerell turned towards the chancel, his eye being attracted by a red kneeling cushion placed at about the middle of the altar railing, as if for early use. Mountclair strode to the vestry, somewhat at a loss how to proceed in his difficult task of unearthing his brother, obtaining a private interview with him, and then, by the introduction of Saul and Chickerell, causing a general convulsion. "Ah, there's somebody," he said, observing a man in the vestry. He advanced with the intention of asking where Lord Mountclair was to be found. Chickerell came forward in the same direction. "Are you the parish clerk?" said Mountclair to the man, who was dressed up in his best clothes. "I have the honour of that calling," the man replied. Two large books were lying before him on the vestry table, one of them being open. As the clerk spoke, he looked slantingly on the page, as a person might do to discover if some writing were dry. Mountclair and Chickerell gazed on the same page. The book was the marriage register. "Too late," said Chickerell. There, plainly enough, stood the signatures of Lord Mountclair and Ethelberta. The Viscount's was very black and had not yet dried. Her strokes were firm and comparatively thick for a woman's, though pale by juxtaposition with her husband's muddled characters. In the space for witnesses' names appeared in trembling lines as fine as silk the autograph of Picardy, the second name being that of a stranger, probably the clerk. Yes, we are too late, it seems," said Mountclair coolly. "Who could have thought they'd marry at 8?" Chickerell stood like a man baked hard and dry. Further than his first two words he could say nothing. "They must have said about it early, upon my soul," Mountclair continued. "When did the wedding take place?" he asked of the clerk sharply. "It was over about 5 minutes before you came in," replied that luminary pleasantly, as he played at an invisible game of pitch and toss with some half-sovereigns in his pocket. "I received orders to have the church ready at 5 minutes to 8 this morning, though I knew nothing about such a thing till bedtime last night. It was very private and plain. Not that I should mind another such a one, sir." And he secretly pitched and tossed again. Meanwhile Saul had found himself too restless to sit waiting in the carriage for more than a minute after the other two had left it. He stepped out at the same instant that Christopher came past, and together they went on to the church. "Father, ought we not to go on at once to Ethelberta's instead of waiting?" said Saul, on reaching the vestry, still in ignorance. "'Twas no use in coming here." "No use at all," said Chickerell, as he had straw in his throat. "Look at this. I would almost have sooner have had it that in leaving this church I came from her grave. Well, no, perhaps not that, but I fear it is a bad thing." Saul then saw the names in the register, Christopher saw them, and the man closed the book. Christopher could not well command himself, and he retired. "I knew it. I always said that pride would lead Berta to marry an unworthy man, and so it has," said Saul bitterly. "What shall we do now? I'll see her." "Do no such thing, young man," said Mountclair. "The best course is to leave matters alone. They are married. If you are wise, you will try to think the match a good one, and be content to let her keep her position without inconveniencing her by your intrusions or complaints. It is possible that the satisfaction of her ambition will help her to endure any few surprises to her propriety that may occur. She is a clever young woman, and has played her cards adroitly. I only hope she may never repent of the game. Good morning." Saying this, Mountclair slightly bowed to his relations, and marched out of the church with dignity. But it was told afterwards by the coachman, who had no love for Mountclair, that, when he stepped into the fly, and was, as he believed, unobserved, he was quite overcome with fatuous rage, his lips frothing like a mug of hot ale. "What an impertinent gentleman 'tis," said Chickerell, "as if we tried for her to marry his brother." "He knows better than that," said Sol, "but he'd never believe that Berta didn't lay a trap for the old fellow. He thinks at this moment that Flora Mountclair had never been told of us and our belongings." "I wonder if she's deceived him in anything," murmured Chickerell. "I can hardly suppose it, but she is altogether beyond me. However, if she has misled him on any point, she will suffer for it." "You need not fear that, father. It isn't her way of working. Why couldn't she have known that when a title is to be had for the asking, the owner must be a shocking one indeed?" "The title is well enough. Any poor scrubs in our place must be fools not to think the match a very rare and astonishing honour, as far as the position goes. But that my brave girl will be miserable is a part of the honour I can't stomach so well. If he'd been any other lord in the kingdom, we might have been merry indeed. I believe he will ruin her happiness. Yes, I do. Not by any personal snubbing or rough conduct, but by other things, causing her to be despised, and that is the thing she can't endure. She's not to be despised without a deal of trouble, we must remember that. And if he insults her by introducing new favourites, as they say he did his first wife, I'll call upon him and ask his meaning, and take her away." "Nonsense. We shall never know what he does, or how she feels. She will never let out a word. However unhappy she may be, she will always deny it. That's the unfortunate part of such marriages." "An old chap like that ought to leave young women alone, damn him." The clerk came nearer. "I'm afraid I cannot allow bad words to be spoken in this sacred pile," he said. "As far as my personal self goes, I should have no objection to your cussing as much as you like, but as an official of the church my conscience won't allow it to be done." "Your conscience has allowed something to be done that cussing and swearing are godly worship to." "The prettiest maid is left out of harness, however," said the clerk. "The little witness was the chicken to my taste. Lord forgive me for saying it, and a man with a wife and family." Sol and his father turned to withdraw, and soon forgot the remark, but it was frequently recalled by Christopher. "Do you think of trying to see Ethelberta before you leave?" said Sol. "Certainly not," said Chickerell. "Mr. Mountclair's advice was good in that. The more we keep out of the way, the more good we are doing her. I shall go back to Anglebury by the carrier and get on at once to London. You'll go with me, I suppose?" "The carrier does not leave yet for an hour or two." "I shall walk on and let him overtake me. If possible, I will get one glimpse of Enkworth Court, Berta's new home. There may be time if I start at once." "I'll walk with you," said Sol. "There is room for one with me," said Christopher. "I shall drive back early in the afternoon." "Thank you," said Sol. "I will endeavour to meet you at Corvsgate." Thus it was arranged. Chickerell could have wished to search for Picardy and learn from her the details of this mysterious matter, but it was particularly painful to him to make himself busy after the event, and to appear suddenly and uselessly where he was plainly not wanted to appear would be an awkwardness which the pleasure of seeing either daughter could scarcely counterbalance. Hence he had resolved to return at once to town, and there await the news, together with the detailed directions as to his own future movements, carefully considered and laid down, which were sure to be given by the far-seeing Ethelberta. Sol and his father walked on together, Chickerell to meet the carrier just beyond Enkworth, Sol to wait for Christopher at Corvsgate. His wish to see, in company with his father, the outline of the seat to which Ethelberta had been advanced that day, was the triumph of youthful curiosity and interest over dogged objection. His father's wish was based on calmer reasons. Christopher, lone and out of place, remained in the church yet a little longer. He desultorily walked around. Reaching the organ-chamber, he looked at the instrument and was surprised to find behind it a young man. Julian first thought him to be the organist. On second inspection, however, he proved to be a person Christopher had met before, under far different circumstances. It was our young friend Ladywell, looking as sick and sorry as a lily with a slug in its stalk. The occasion, the place, and their own condition made them kin. Christopher had despised Ladywell. Ladywell had disliked Christopher. But a third item neutralized the other two. It was their common lot. Christopher just nodded, for they had only met on Ethelberta's stairs. Ladywell nodded more and spoke. "The church appears to be interesting,"
he said.
"Yes, such a tower is rare in England," said Christopher.
They then dwelt on other features of the building, thence enlarging to the village, and then to the rocks and marine scenery, both avoiding the malady they suffered from, the marriage of Ethelberta.
"The village streets are very picturesque, and the cliff scenery is good of its kind," rejoined Radiable. "The rocks represent the feminine side of grandeur. Here they are white, with delicate tops. On the west coast they are higher, black, and with angular summits. These represent grandeur in its masculine aspect. It's merely my own idea, and not very bright, perhaps."
"It is very ingenious," said Christopher, "and perfectly true."
Lady Will was pleased. "I am here at present making sketches for my next subject, a winter sea. Otherwise I should not have happened to be in the church." "You are acquainted with Lady Prethwin. I think you are Mr. Ladywell, who painted her portrait last season." "Yes," said Ladywell, colouring. "You may have heard her speak of Mr. Julian." "Oh, yes," said Ladywell, offering his hand. Then by degrees their tongues wound closer round the subject of their sadness, each tacitly owning to what he would not tell. "I saw it," said Ladywell heavily. "Did she look troubled?" "Not in the least. Bright and fresh as a May morning. She's played me many a bitter trick, and poor Nay, too, a friend of mine. But I cannot help forgiving her. I saw a carriage at the door and strolled in. The ceremony was just proceeding, so I sat down here. Well, I have done with Nulsey. The place has no further interest for me now. I may own to you as a friend that if she had not been living here I should have studied at some other coast. Of course, that's in confidence." "I understand, quite." "I only arrived in the neighbourhood 2 days ago, and did not set eyes upon her till this morning. She kept so entirely indoors."
Then the young men parted, and half an hour later the ingenuous Ladywell came from the visitors' inn by the shore, a man walking behind him with a quantity of artists' materials and appliances. He went on board the steamer, which this morning had performed the passage in safety. Ethelberta single having been the lodestone in the cliffs that had attracted Ladywell hither, Ethelberta married was the negative pole of the same, sending him away. And thus did a woman put an end to the only opportunity of distinction, on art exhibition walls, that ever offered itself to the tortuous ways, quaint alleys, and marbled bluffs of Nulsea, as accessories in the picture of a winter sea. Christopher's interest in the village was of the same evaporating nature. He looked upon the sea, and the great swell, and the waves sending up a sound like the huzzas of multitudes, but all the wild scene was irksome now. The ocean-bound steamers far away on the horizon inspired him with no curiosity as to their destination. The house Ethelberta had occupied was positively hateful, and he turned away to wait impatiently for the hour at which he had promised to drive on to meet Sol at Colesgate. Sol and Chickerell plodded along the road, in order to skirt Enkworth before the carrier came up. Reaching the top of a hill on their way, they paused to look down on a peaceful scene. It was a park and wood, glowing in all the matchless colours of late autumn, parapets and pediments peering out from a central position afar. At the bottom of the descent before them was a lodge, to which they now descended. The gate stood invitingly open. Exclusiveness was no part of the owner's instincts. One could see that at a glance. No appearance of a well-rolled garden path attached to the park drive, as is the case with many, betokening by the perfection of their surfaces the proprietor's deficiency in hospitality. The approach was like a turnpike road full of great ruts, clumsy mendings, bordered by trampled edges and incursions upon the grass at pleasure. Butchers and bakers drove as freely herein as peers and peeresses. Christening parties, wedding companies, and funeral trains passed along by the doors of the mansion without check or question. A wild untidiness in this particular has its own recommendations, for guarded grounds ever convey a suspicion that their owner is young to landed possessions, as religious earnestness implies newness of conversion, and conjugal tenderness recent marriage. Half an hour being wanting as yet to Chickerell's time with the carrier, Sol and himself, like the rest of the world when at leisure, walked into the extensive stretch of grass and grove. It formed a park so large that not one of its owners had ever wished it larger, not one of its owners' rivals had ever failed to wish it smaller,
and not one of its owner's satellites has ever seen it without praise. They somewhat avoided the roadway, passing under the huge, misshapen, ragged trees, and through fern brakes, ruddy and crisp in their decay. On reaching a suitable eminence, the father and son stood still to look upon the many-chimneyed building, or rather conglomeration of buildings, to which these groves and glades formed a setting. "We will just give a glance," said Chickerell, "and then go away. It don't seem well to me that Ethelberta should have this. It is too much. The sudden change will do her no good. I never believe in anything that comes in the shape of wonderful luck. As it comes, so it goes. Had she been brought home to-day to one of those tenant farms instead of these woods and walls, I could have called it good fortune. What she should have done was glorify herself by glorifying her own line of life, not by forsaking that line for another. Better have been admired as a governess than shunned as a peeress, which is what she will be. But it is just the same everywhere in these days. Young men will rather wear a black coat and starve than wear fustian and do well. One man to want such a monstrous house as that. Well, 'tis a fine place. See, there's the carpenter's shops, the timber yard, and everything, as if it were a little town. Perhaps Berta may hire me for a job now and then." "I always knew she would cut herself off from us. She marked for it from childhood, and she has finished the business thoroughly." "Well, it's no matter, father, for why should we want to trouble her? She may write, and I shall answer. But if she calls to see me, I shall not return the visit. And if she meets me with her husband or any of her unused society about her, I shall behave as a stranger." "It will be best," said Chickerell. "Well, now I must move." However, by the sorcery of accident, before they had very far retraced their steps, an open carriage became visible round a bend in the drive. Chickerell, with a servant's instinct, was for beating a retreat. "No," said Sol, "let us stand our ground. We have already been seen, and we do no harm." So they stood still on the edge of the drive, and the carriage drew near. It was a landau, and the sun shone in upon Lord Mountclair, with Lady Mountclair sitting beside him, like Abishag beside King David. Very blithe looked the Viscount, for he rode upon a cherub to-day. She appeared fresh, rosy, and strong, but dubious. Though if Mian was anything, she was a viscountess twice over. Her dress was of a dove-coloured material, with a bonnet to match, a little tufted white feather resting on the top, like a truce flag between the blood of noble and vassal. Upon the cool grey of her shoulders hung a few locks of hair, toned warm as fire by the sunshiny addition to its natural hue. Chickerell instinctively took off his hat. Sol did the same. For only a moment did Ethelberta seem uncertain how to act. But a solution to her difficulty was given by the face of her brother. There she saw plainly, at one glance, more than a dozen speeches would have told. For Sol's features thoroughly expressed his intention that to him she was to be a stranger. Her eyes flew to Chickerell, and he slightly shook his head. She understood them now. With a tear in her eye for her father, and a sigh in her bosom for Sol, she bowed in answer to their salute. Her husband moved his hat and nodded, and the carriage rolled on. Lord Mountclair might possibly be making use of the fine morning and showing her the park and premises. Chickerell, with a moist eye, now went on with his son towards the high road. When they reached the lodge keeper was walking in the sun, smoking his pipe. "Good morning," he said to Chickerell. "Any rejoicings at the court to-day?" the butler inquired. "Quite the reverse. Not a soul there. 'Tisn't known anywhere at all. I had no idea of such a thing till he brought my lady here. Not going off neither. They've come home like the commonest couple in the land, and not even the bells allowed to ring." They walked along the public road, and the carrier came in view. "Father," said Sol, "I don't think I'll go further with you. She's gone into the house, and suppose she should run back without him to try to find us. It would be cruel to disappoint her. I'll bide about here for a quarter of an hour, in case she should. Mr. Julian won't have passed Corvsgate till I get there." "Well, one or two of her old ways may be left in her still, and it is not a bad thought.
Then you will walk the rest of the distance if you don't meet Mr. Julian? I must be in London by the evening. Any time tonight will do for me. I shall not begin work until tomorrow, so that the 4 o'clock train will answer my purpose." Thus they parted, and Sol strolled leisurely back. The road was quite deserted, and he lingered by the park fence. "Sol," said a bird-like voice, "how did you come here?" He looked up, and saw a figure peering down upon him from the top of the park wall, the ground on the inside being higher than the road. The speaker was to the expected Ethelberta what the moon is to the sun, a star to the moon. It was Pickety. "Hello, Pickety," said Sol. "There's a little gate a quarter of a mile further on," said Pickety. "We can meet there without your passing through the big lodge. I'll be there as soon as you." Sol ascended the hill, passed through the second gate, and turned back again, when he met Pickety coming forward under the trees. They walked together in this secluded spot. "Berta says she wanted to see you and father," said Pickety breathlessly. "You must come in and make yourselves comfortable. She had no idea you were here so secretly, and she didn't know what to do." "Father's gone," said Sol. "How vexed she will be! She thinks there's something the matter, that you are angry with her for not telling you earlier. But you will come in, Sol?" "No, I can't come in," said her brother. "Why not? It's such a big house, you can't think. You need not come near the front apartments if you think we should be ashamed of you in your working clothes. How came you not to dress up a bit, Sol? Still, Berta won't mind it much. She says Lord Mountclair must take her as she is, or he is kindly welcome to leave her." "Ah, well, I might have had a word or two to say about that, but the time has gone by for it, worse luck. Perhaps it is best that I have said nothing, and she has had her way. No, I shan't come in, Pickety. Father is gone, and I'm going too."
"Oh, Sol!"
"We are rather put out at her acting like this, father and I, and all of us. She might have let us know about it beforehand, even if she is a lady and we what we always was. It wouldn't have let her down so terrible much to write a line. She might have learnt something that would have led her to take a different step."
"But you will see poor Berta. She has done no harm. She was going to write long letters to all of you to-day, explaining her wedding, and how she's going to help us all on in the world."
Sol paused irresolutely. "No, I won't come in," he said. "It would disgrace her, for one thing, dressed as I be. More than that, I don't want to come in. But I should like to see her if she would like to see me, and I'll go up there to that little fir plantation and walk up and down behind it for exactly half an hour. She can come out to me there."
Sol had pointed as he spoke to a knot of young trees that hooded a knoll a little way off.
"I'll go and tell her," said Pickety.
"I suppose they will be off somewhere, and she is busy getting ready?"
"Oh, no, they are not going to travel till next year. Ethelberta does not want to go anywhere, and Lord Mountclair cannot endure this changeable weather in any place but his own house."
"Poor fellow!"
"Then you will wait for her by the firs? I'll tell her at once."
Pickety left him, and Sol went across the glade. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 46. Ankworth continued. The Anglebury Highway. He had not paced behind the firs more than 10 minutes when Ethelberta appeared from the opposite side. A great inconvenience to herself, she had complied with his request. Ethelberta was trembling. She took her brother's hand and said, "Is father then gone?"
"Yes," said Sol. "I should have been gone likewise, but I thought you wanted to see me."
"Of course I did, and him too. Why did you come so mysteriously, and I must say unbecomingly? I'm afraid I did wrong in not informing you of my intention."
"To yourself you may have. Father would have liked a word with you before you did it."
"You both looked so forbidding that I did not like to stop the carriage when we passed you. I want to see you on an important matter, his leaving Mrs. Doncastle's service at once. I'm going to write and beg her to dispense with the notice, which I have no doubt she will do."
"He's very much upset about you."
"My secrecy was perhaps an error of judgment," she said sadly. "But I had reasons. Why did you and my father come here at all if you did not want to see me?"
We did want to see you up to a certain time."
"You did not come to prevent my marriage?"
"We wished to see you before the marriage. I can't say more."
"I thought you might not approve of what I had done," said Ethelberta mournfully. "But a time may come when you will approve."
"Never."
"Don't be so harsh, Sol. A coronet covers a multitude of sins."
"A coronet! Good Lord! And you my sister! Look at my hand." Sol extended his hand. "Look how my thumb stands out at the root, as if it were out of joint, and that hard place inside there. Did you ever see anything so ugly as that hand? A misshaped monster, didn't he? That comes from the jack-plane, and my pushing against it day after day and year after year. If I were found drowned or buried, dressed or undressed, in fustian or in broadcloth, folk would look at my hand and say, 'That man's a carpenter.' Well, now, how can a man branded with work as I be brother to a viscountess without something being wrong? Of course there's something wrong in it, or he wouldn't have married you. Something which won't be righted without terrible suffering."
"No, no," said she, "you are mistaken. There is no such wonderful quality in a title in these days. What I really am is second wife to a quiet old country nobleman who has given up society. What more commonplace? My life will be as simple, even more simple than it was before."
"Berta, you work to false lines. Are creeping up among the useless lumber of our nation that'll be the first to burn if there comes a flare. I never seen such a deserter of your own lot as you be. But you were always like it, Berta, and I'm ashamed of ye. More than that, a good woman never marries twice."
"You are too hard, Sol," said the poor viscountess, almost crying. "I've done it all for you. Even if I have made a mistake and given my ambition an ignoble turn, don't tell me so now, or you may do more harm in a minute than you will cure in a lifetime. It is absurd to let republican passions so blind you to fact. A family which can be honourably traced through history for 500 years does affect the heart of a person not entirely hardened against romance. Whether you like the peerage or no, they appeal to our historical sense and love of old associations."
"I don't care for history. Prophecy is the only thing can do poor men any good. When you were a girl you wouldn't drop a curtsy to 'em, historical or otherwise, and there you were right. But instead of sticking to such principles you must needs push up, so as to get girls such as you were once to curtsy to you, not even thinking marriage with a bad man too great a price to pay for it."
"A bad man? What do you mean by that? Lord Mountclair is rather old, but he's worthy. What did you mean, Zoll?"
"Nothing. A mere summat to say."
At that moment Picardy emerged from behind a tree and told her sister that Lord Mountclair was looking for her. "Well, Sol, I cannot explain all to you now," she said. "I will send for you in London." She wished him good-bye, and they separated, Picardy accompanying Sol a little on his way. Ethelberta was greatly perturbed by this meeting. After retracing her steps a short distance, she still felt so distressed and unpresentable that she resolved not to allow Lord Mountclair to see her till the clouds had somewhat passed off. It was but a bare act of justice to him to hide from his sight such a bridal mood as this. It was better to keep him waiting than to make him positively unhappy. She turned aside and went up the valley, where the park merged in miles of wood and copse. She opened an iron gate and found the wood casually interested in the vast variety of colours that the half-fallen leaves of the season wore. Much more occupied with personal thought. The path she pursued became gradually involved in bushes as well as trees, giving to the spot the character rather of a coppice than a wood. Perceiving that she had gone far enough, Ethelberta turned back by a path which at this point intersected that by which she had approached, and promised a more direct return towards the court. She had not gone many steps among the hazels, which here formed a perfect thicket, when she observed a belt of holly bushes in their midst. Towards the outskirts of these an opening on her left hand directly led, thence winding round into a clear space of greensward, which they completely enclosed. On this isolated and mewed-up bit of lawn stood a timber-built cottage,
having ornamental barge-boards, balconets, and porch. It was an erection interesting enough as an experiment, and grand as a toy, but as a building contemptible. A blue gauze of smoke floated over the chimney, as if somebody was living there. Round towards the side some empty hen-coops were piled away, while under the hollies were divers frameworks of wire netting and sticks, showing that birds were kept here at some seasons of the year. Being lady of all she surveyed, Ethelberta crossed the leafy sward and knocked at the door. She was interested in knowing the purpose of the peculiar little edifice. The door was opened by a woman wearing a clean apron upon a not very clean gown. Ethelberta asked who lived in so pretty a place.
"Miss Cruchette,"
the servant replied.
"but she's not here now."
"Does she live here alone?"
"Yes, excepting myself and a fellow servant."
"Oh."
"She lives here to attend to the pheasants and poultry, because she is so clever in managing them. They are brought here from the keepers over the hill. Her father was a fancier."
"Miss Cruchette attends to the birds, and 2 servants attend to Miss Cruchette?"
"Well, to tell the truth, the servants do almost all of it. Still, that's what Miss Cruchette is here for. Would you like to see the house? It is pretty."
The woman spoke with hesitation, as if in doubt between the desire of earning a shilling and the fear that Ethelberta was not a stranger. That Ethelberta was Lady Mountclair she plainly did not dream. "I fear I can scarcely stay long enough, yet I will just look in," said Ethelberta, and as soon as they had crossed the threshold she was glad of having done so. The cottage internally may be described as a sort of boudoir extracted from the bulk of a mansion and deposited in a wood. The front room was filled with knick-knacks, curious work-tables, filigree baskets, twisted brackets supporting statuettes in which the grotesque in every case ruled the design, love-birds in gilt cages, French bronzes, wonderful boxes, needlework of strange patterns, and other attractive objects. The apartment was one of those which seemed to laugh in a visitor's face, and on closer examination express frivolity more distinctly than by words. "Miss Cruchette is here to keep the fowls?" said Ethelberta in a puzzled tone, after a survey.
"Yes, but they don't keep her."
Ethelberta did not attempt to understand, and ceased to occupy her mind with the matter. They came from the cottage to the door, where she gave the woman a trifling sum and turned to leave. But footsteps were at that moment to be heard beating among the leaves on the other side of the hollies, and Ethelberta waited till the walkers should have passed. The voices of 2 men reached herself and the woman as they stood. They were close to the house, yet screened from it by the holly bushes, when one could be heard to say distinctly, as if with his face turned to the cottage,
"Lady Mountclair gone for good?" "I suppose so." "Ha, ha! So come, so go."
The speakers passed on, their backs becoming visible through the opening. They appeared to be woodmen. "What Lady Mountclair do they mean?" said Ethelberta. The woman blushed.
"They meant Miss Cruchette."
"Oh, a nickname?"
"Yes."
"Why?" The woman whispered why in a story of about 2 minutes' length. Ethelberta turned pale. "Is she going to return?" she inquired, in a thin, hard voice.
"Yes, next work. You know her, Mum."
"No, I am a stranger."
"So much the better. I may tell you, then, that an old tale is flying about the neighbourhood that Lord Mountclair was privately married to another woman at Knowlesea this morning early. Can it be true?"
"I believe it to be true."
"And that she is of no family?"
"Of no family."
"Indeed, then the Lord only knows what will become of the poor thing. There will be murder between 'em."
"Between whom?"
"Her and the lady who lives here. She won't budge an inch, not she."
Ethelberta moved aside. A shade seemed to overspread the world, the sky, the trees, and the objects in the foreground. She kept her face away from the woman, and, whispering a reply to her good morning, passed through the hollies into the leaf-strewn path. As soon as she came to a large trunk she placed her hands against it, and rested her face upon them. She drew herself lower down, lower, lower, till she crouched upon the leaves.
"Ay, 'tis what father and Sol meant. Oh, heaven!" she whispered.
She soon arose and went on her way to the house. Her fair features were firmly set, and she scarcely heeded the path in the concentration which had followed her paroxysm. When she reached the park proper, she became aware of an excitement that was in progress there. Ethelberta's absence had become unaccountable to Lord Mountclair, who could hardly permit her retirement from his sight for a minute. But at first he had made due allowance for her eccentricity as a woman of genius, and would not take notice of the half-hour's desertion, unpardonable as it might have been in other classes of wives. Then he had inquired, searched, been alarmed. He had finally sent men-servants in all directions about the park to look for her. He feared she had fallen out of a window, down a well, or into the lake. The next stage of search was to have been drags and grapnels. But Ethelberta entered the house. Lord Mountclair rushed forward to meet her, and such was her contrivance that he noticed no change. The searchers were called in, Ethelberta explaining that she had merely obeyed the wish of her brother in going out to meet him. Pickety, who had returned from her walk with Sol, was upstairs in one of the rooms which had been allotted to her. Ethelberta managed to run in there on her way upstairs to her own chamber. "Pickety, put your things on again," she said. "You are the only friend I have in this house, and I want one badly. Go to Sol and deliver this message to him, that I want to see him at once. You must overtake him if you walk all the way to Anglebury. But the train does not leave till 4, so that there is plenty of time." "What is the matter?" said Pickety. "I cannot walk all the way." "I don't think you will have to do that. I hope not." "He's going to stop at Corvsgate to have a bite of lunch. I might overtake him there if I must." "Yes, and tell him to come to the east passage door. It is that door next to the entrance to the stable yard. There is a little yew tree outside it. On second thoughts, you, dear, must not come back. Wait at Corvsgate in the little inn parlour till Sol comes to you again. You will probably then have to go home to London alone, but do not mind it. The worst part for you will be in going from the station to the Crescent, but nobody will molest you in a 4-wheel cab. You've done it before. However, he will tell you if this is necessary when he gets back. I can best fight my battles alone. You shall have a letter from me the day after to-morrow, stating where I am. I shall not be here." "But what is so dreadful?" "Nothing to frighten you." But she spoke with a breathlessness that completely nullified the assurance. "It is merely that I find I must come to an explanation with Lord Mountclair before I can live here permanently, and I cannot stipulate with him while I am here in his power. Till I write, good-bye. Your things are not unpacked, so let them remain here for the present. They can be sent for." Poor Pickety, more agitated than her sister, but never questioning her orders, went downstairs and out of the house. She ran across the shrubberies into the park, and to the gate whereat Sol had emerged some half-hour earlier. She trotted along upon the turnpike road like a lost doe, crying as she went at the new trouble which had come upon Berta, whatever that trouble might be. Behind her she heard wheels and the stepping of a horse, but she was too concerned to turn her head. The pace of the vehicle slackened, however, when it was abreast of Pickety, and she looked up to see Christopher as the driver. "Miss Chickerell," he said with surprise. Pickety had quickly looked down again, and she murmured, "Yes." Christopher asked what he could not help asking in the circumstances. "Would you like to ride?" "I should be glad," said she, overcoming her flurry. "I'm anxious to overtake my brother Sol." "I have arranged to pick him up at Corvsgate," said Christopher. He descended and assisted her to mount beside him, and drove on again almost in silence. He was inclined to believe that some supernatural legerdemain had to do with these periodic impacts of Pickety on his path. She sat mute and melancholy till they were within half a mile of Corvsgate. "Thank you," she said then, perceiving Sol upon the road. "There is my brother. I will get down now." "He was going to ride on to Anglebury with me," said Julian. Pickety did not reply, and Sol turned round. Seeing her, he instantly exclaimed, "What's the matter, Pickety?" She explained to him that he was to go back immediately and meet her sister at the door by the yew, as Ethelberta had charged her. Christopher, knowing them so well, was too much an interested member of the group to be left out of confidence, and she included him in her audience. "And what are you to do?" said Sol to her.
I am to wait at Corvsgate till you come to me."
"I can't understand it," Saul muttered, with a gloomy face. "There's something wrong, and it was only to be expected. That's what I say, Mr. Julian." "If necessary, I can take care of Miss Chickerell till you come," said Christopher. "Thank you," said Saul. "Then I'll return to you as soon as I can at the Castle Inn just ahead. 'Tis very awkward for you to be so burdened by us, Mr. Julian, but we are in a trouble that I don't yet see the bottom of." "I know," said Christopher kindly. "We will wait for you." He then drove on with Picardy to the inn, which was not far off, and Saul returned again to Enkworth. Feeling somewhat like a thief in the night, he zigzagged through the park, behind belts and knots of trees, until he saw the yew, dark and clear, as if drawn in ink upon the fair face of the mansion. The way up to it was in a little cutting between shrubs, the door being a private entrance sunk below the surface of the lawn, and invisible from other parts of the same front. As soon as he reached it, Ethelberta opened it at once, as if she had listened for his footsteps. She took him along a passage in the basement, up a flight of steps, and into a huge, solitary, chill apartment. It was the ballroom. Spacious mirrors in gilt frames formed panels on the lower parts of the walls, the remainder being toned in sage green. In a recess between each mirror was a statue. The ceiling rose in a segmental curve, and bore, sprawling upon its face, gilt figures of wanton goddesses, cupids, satyrs with tambourines, drums, and trumpets, the whole ceiling seeming alive with them. But the room was very gloomy now, there being little light admitted from without, and the reflections from the mirrors gave a depressing coldness to the scene. It was a place intended to look joyous by night, and whatever it chose to look by day. "We are safe here," said she, "but we must listen for footsteps. I have only 5 minutes. Lord Mountclair is waiting for me. I mean to leave this place, come what may." "Why?" said Saul in astonishment. "I cannot tell you. Something has occurred. God has got me in his power at last, and is going to scourge me for my bad doings. That's what it seems like. Saul, listen to me, and do exactly what I say. Go to Anglebury, hire a brougham, bring it on as far as Little Enkworth. You will have to meet me with it at one of the park gates later in the evening, probably the west, at 7:30. Leave it at the village with the man, come on here on foot, and stay under the trees till just before 6. It will then be quite dark, and you must stand until the projecting balustrade a little further on than the door you came in by. I will just step upon the balcony over it, and will tell you more exactly than I can now, the precise time that I shall be able to slip out, and where the carriage is to be waiting. But it may not be safe to speak on account of his closeness to me. I will hand down a note. I find it impossible to leave the house by daylight. I am certain to be pursued. He already suspects something. Now I must be going, or he will be here, for he watches my movements because of some accidental words that escaped me." "Berta, I shan't have anything to do with this," said Saul. "It's not right." "I'm only going to Rouen, to Aunt Charlotte," she implored. "I want to get to Southampton to be in time for the midnight steamer. When I am at Rouen I can negotiate with Lord Mountclair the terms on which I will return to him. It is the only chance I have of rooting out a scandal and a disgrace which threatens the beginning of my life here. My letters to him and his to me can be forwarded through you or through father, and he will not know where I am. Any woman is justified in adopting such a course to bring her husband to a sense of her dignity. If I don't go away now, it will end in a permanent separation. If I leave at once and stipulate that he gets rid of her, we may be reconciled." "I can't help you. You must stick to your husband. I don't like them or any of their sort, barring about 3 or 4, for the reason that they despise me and all my sort. But, Ethelberta, for all that, I'll play fair with them. No half-and-half trimming business. You've joined them and arrayed yourself against us, and there you better bide. You've married your man, and your duty is towards him. I know what he is, and so does father. But if I were to help you to run away now, I should scorn myself more than I scorn him." "I don't care for that, for any such politics. The Mountclair line is noble, and how was I to know that this member was not noble too? As the representative of an illustrious family, I was taken with him, but as a man I must shun him." "How can you shun him? You've married him." "Nevertheless, I won't stay. Neither law nor gospel demands it from me after what I have learnt. and if law and gospel did demand it, I would not stay. And if you will not help me to escape, I go alone."
"You better not try any such wild thing."
The creaking of a door was heard. "Oh, Sol," she said appealingly, "don't go into the question whether I am right or wrong. Only remember that I am very unhappy. Do help me. I have no other person in the world to ask. Be under the balcony at 6 o'clock. Say you will. I must go. Say you will."
"I'll think," said Sol, very much disturbed. "There, don't cry. I'll try to be under the balcony at any rate. I cannot promise more, but I'll try to be there."
She opened in the panelling one of the old-fashioned concealed modes of exit known as jib doors, which it was once the custom to construct with architraves in the walls of large apartments, so as not to interfere with the general design of the room. Sol found himself in a narrow passage running down the whole length of the ballroom, and at the same time he heard Lord Mountclair's voice within talking to Ethelberta. Sol's escape had been marvellous. As it was, the Viscount might have seen her tears. He passed down some steps along an area from which he could see into a row of servants' offices, among them a kitchen with a fireplace flaming like an altar of sacrifice. Nobody seemed to be concerned about him. There were workmen upon the premises, and he nearly matched them. At last he got again into the shrubberies and to the side of the park by which he had entered. On reaching Corvsgate he found Pickety in the parlour of the little inn, as he had directed. Mr. Julian, she said, had walked up to the ruins, and would be back again in a few minutes. Sol ordered the horse to be put in, and by the time it was ready Christopher came down from the hill. Room was made for Sol by opening the flap of the dog-cart, and Christopher drove on. He was anxious to know the trouble, and Sol was not reluctant to share the burden of it with one whom he believed to be a friend. He told, scrap by scrap, the strange request of Ethelberta. Christopher, though ignorant of Ethelberta's experience that morning, instantly assumed that the discovery of some concealed spectre had led to this precipitancy. "When does she wish you to meet her with a carriage?"
"Probably at 7:30 at the West Lodge, but that is to be finally fixed by a note she will hand down to me from the balcony."
"Which balcony?"
"The nearest to the yew tree."
"At what time will she hand the note?"
"As the court clock strikes 6, she says, and if I am not there to take her instructions, of course she will give up the idea, which is just what I wanted to do."
Christopher begged Sol to go. Whether Ethelberta was right or wrong he did not stop to inquire. She was in trouble. She was too clear-headed to be in trouble without good reason, and she wanted assistance out of it. But such was Sol's nature that the more he reflected, the more determined was he in not giving way to her entreaty. By the time that they reached Anglebury he repented having given way so far as to withhold a direct refusal.
"It can do no good," he said mournfully. "It is better to nip her notion in its beginning. She says she wants to fly to Rouen, and from there arrange terms with him. But it can't be done. She should have thought of terms before."
Christopher made no further reply. Leaving word at the Red Lion that a man was to be sent to take the horse of him, he drove directly onwards to the station. "Then you don't mean to help her?" said Julian, when Sol took the tickets, one for himself and one for Pickety.
"I serve her best by leaving her alone," said Sol.
"I don't think so."
"She has married him."
"She's in distress."
"She's married him."
Sol and Pickety took their seats, Pickety upbraiding her brother. "I can go by myself," she said in tears. "Do go back for Berta, Sol. She said I was to go home alone, and I can do it."
"You must not. It is not right for you to be hiring cabs and driving across London at midnight. Berta should have known better than propose it."
"She was flurried. Go, Sol." But her entreaty was fruitless.
"Have you got your ticket, Mr. Julian?" said Sol. "I suppose we shall go together till we get near Melchester."
"I have not got my ticket yet. I'll be back in 2 minutes." The minutes went by, and Christopher did not reappear. The train moved off. Christopher was seen running up the platform, as if in a vain hope to catch it.
"He has missed the train," said Sol.
Pickety looked disappointed, and said nothing. They were soon out of sight. "God forgive me for such a hollow pretence," said Christopher to himself. "But he would have been uneasy had he known I wished to stay behind. I cannot leave her in trouble like this." He went back to the Red Lion with the manner and movement of a man who, after a lifetime of desultoriness, has at last found something to do. It was now getting late in the afternoon. Christopher ordered a one-horse brougham at the inn, and entering it was driven out of the town towards Enkworth as the evening shades were beginning to fall. They passed into the hamlet of Little Enkworth at 5:30, and drew up at a beer-house at the end. Jumping out here, Julian told the man to wait till he should return. Thus far he had exactly obeyed her orders to Sol. He had hoped to be able to obey them throughout, and supply her with the aid her brother refused. He also hoped that the change in the personality of her confederate would make no difference to her intention. That he was putting himself in a wrong position he allowed, but time and attention were requisite for such analysis. Meanwhile Ethelberta was in trouble. On the one hand she was waiting hopefully for Sol. On the other was Sol many miles on his way to town. Between them was himself. He ran with all his might towards Enkworth Park, mounted the lofty stone steps by the lodge, saw the dark bronze figures on the piers through the twilight, and then proceeded to thread the trees. Among these he struck a light for a moment. It was 10 minutes to 6. In another 5 minutes he was panting beneath the walls of her house. Enkworth Court was not unknown to Christopher, for he had frequently explored that spot in his Sandbourne days. He perceived now why she had selected that particular balcony for handing down directions. It was the only one round the house that was low enough to be reached from the outside, the basement here being a little way sunk into the ground. He went close under, turned his face outwards, and waited. About a foot over his head was the stone floor of the balcony, forming a ceiling to his position. At his back, 2 or 3 feet behind, was a blank wall, the wall of the house. In front of him was the misty park, crowned by a sky sparkling with winter stars. This was abruptly cut off upward by the dark edge of the balcony which overhung him. It was as if some person within the room above had been awaiting his approach. He had scarcely found time to observe his situation when a human hand and portion of a bare arm were thrust between the balusters, descended a little way from the edge of the balcony, and remained hanging across the starlit sky. Something was between the fingers. Christopher lifted his hand, took the scrap, which was paper, and the arm was withdrawn. As it withdrew, a jewel on one of the fingers sparkled in the rays of a large planet that rode in the opposite sky. Light steps retreated from the balcony, and a window closed. Christopher had almost held his breath, lest Ethelberta should discover him at the critical moment to be other than Sol, and mar her deliverance by her alarm. The still silence was anything but silence to him. He felt as if he were listening to the clanging chorus of an oratorio. And then he could fancy he heard words between Ethelberta and the Viscount within the room. They were evidently at very close quarters, and dexterity must have been required of her. He went on tiptoe across the gravel to the grass, and once on that he strode in the direction whence he had come. By the thick trunk of one of a group of aged trees he stopped to get a light, just as the court clock struck 6 in loud, long tones. The transaction had been carried out, through her impatience possibly, 4 or 5 minutes before the time appointed. The note contained, in a shaken hand, in which, however, the well-known characters were distinguishable, these words in pencil: "At 7:30, just outside the North Lodge. Don't fail." This was the time she had suggested to Sol as that which would probably best suit her escape, if she could escape at all. She had changed the place from the West to the North Lodge, nothing else. The latter was certainly more secluded, though a trifle more remote from the course of the proposed journey. There was just enough time, and none to spare, for fetching the brougham from Little Enkworth to the lodge, the village being 2 miles off. The few minutes gained by her readiness at the balcony were useful now. He started at once for the village, diverging somewhat to observe the spot appointed for the meeting. It was excellently chosen. The gate appeared to be little used, the lane outside it was covered with trees, and all around was silent as the grave. After this hasty survey by the wan starlight, he hastened on to Little Enkworth. An hour and a quarter later a little brougham without lamps was creeping along by the park wall towards this spot. The leaves were so thick upon the unfrequented road that the wheels could not be heard, and the horse's pacing made scarcely more noise than a rabbit would have done in limping along. The vehicle progressed slowly, for they were in good time. About 10 yards from the park entrance it stopped, and Christopher stepped out. "We may have to wait here 10 minutes," he said to the driver, "and then we shall be able to reach Anglebury in time for the up mail train to Southampton." 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 2 hours. Oh, yes, sir, easily. A young lady in the case, perhaps, sir?" "Yes." "Well, I hope she'll be done honestly by, even if she is of humble station. 'Tis best and cheapest too in the long run." The coachman was apparently imagining that the dove about to flit away to be one of the pretty maidservants that abounded in Ankworth Court. Such escapades as these were not unfrequent among them, her fair face having been deemed a sufficient recommendation to service in that house, without too close an inquiry into character, since the death of the first Viscountess. "Now then, silence, and listen for a footstep at the gate." Such calmness as there was in the musician's voice had been produced by considerable effort, for his heart had begun to beat fast and loud as he strained his attentive ear to catch the footfall of a woman who could only be his illegally. The obscurity was as great as a starry sky would permit it to be. Beneath the trees where the carriage stood, the darkness was total. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 47. Ankworth and its Precincts, Melchester. To be wise after the event is often to act foolishly with regard to it, and to preserve the illusion which has led to the event would frequently be a course that omniscience itself could not find fault with. Reaction with Ethelberta was complete, and the more violent in that it had threatened to be useless. Sol's bitter chiding had been the first thing to discompose her fortitude. It reduced her to a consciousness that she had allowed herself to be coerced in her instincts, and yet had not triumphed in her duty. She might have pleased her family better by pleasing her tastes, and have entirely avoided the grim irony of the situation disclosed later in the day. After the second interview with Sol, which she was to some extent composed in mind by being able to nurse a definite intention. As momentum causes the narrowest wheel to stand upright, a scheme, fairly imbibed, will give the weakest some power to maintain a position stoically. In the temporary absence of Lord Mountclere, about 6 o'clock, she slipped out upon the balcony and handed down a note. To her relief, her hand received it instantly. The hour and a half wanting to 7:30 she passed with great effort. The main part of the time was occupied by dinner, during which she attempted to devise some scheme for leaving him without suspicion just before the appointed moment. Happily, and as if by a providence, there was no necessity for any such thing. A little while before the half-hour, when she moved to rise from dinner, he also arose, tenderly begging her to excuse him for a few minutes, that he might go and write an important note to his lawyer, until that moment forgotten, though the postman was nearly due. She heard him retire along the corridor and shut himself into his study, his promised time of return being 1/4 hour thence. 5 minutes after that memorable parting, Ethelberta came from the little door by the bush of yew, well and thickly wrapped up from head to heels. She skimmed across the park and under the boughs like a shade, mounting then the stone steps for pedestrians which were fixed beside the park gates here, as at all the lodges. Outside, and below her, she saw an oblong shape. It was a broom, and it had been drawn forward close to the bottom of the steps, that she might not have an inch further to go on foot than to this barrier. The whole precinct was thronged with trees, half their foliage being overhead, the other half underfoot, for the gardeners had not yet begun to rake and collect the leaves. Thus it was that her dress rustled as she descended the steps. The carriage door was held open by the driver, and she entered instantly. He shut her in and mounted to his seat. As they drove away she became conscious of another person inside. "Oh, Sol, it is done!" she whispered, believing the man to be her brother. Her companion made no reply.
Ethelberta, familiar with Sol's moods of troubled silence, did not press for an answer. It was indeed certain that Sol's assistance would have been given under a sullen protest. Even if unwilling to disappoint her, he might well have been taciturn and angry at her course. They sat in silence, and in total darkness. The road ascended an incline, the horse's tramp being still deadened by the carpet of leaves. Then the large trees on either hand became interspersed by a low brushwood of varying sorts, from which a large bird occasionally flew, in its fright at their presence beating its wings recklessly against the hard stems with force enough to cripple the delicate quills. It showed how deserted was the spot after nightfall. "Sol," said Ethelberta again, "why not talk to me?" She now noticed that her fellow traveller kept his head and his whole person as snugly back in the corner out of her way as it was possible to do. She was not exactly frightened, but she could not understand the reason. The carriage gave a quick turn and stopped. "Where are we now?" she said. "Shall we get to Angleby by 9? What's the time, Sol?"
"I will see," replied her companion.
They were the first words he had uttered. The voice was so different from her brother's that she was terrified. Her limbs quivered. In another instant the speaker had struck a wax vesta, and holding it erect in his fingers, he looked her in her face. "He, he, he, he!" The laughter was her husband, the Viscount. He laughed again, and his eyes gleamed like a couple of tarnished brass buttons in the light of the wax match. Ethelberta might have fallen dead with the shock, so terrible and hideous was it. Yet she did not. She neither shrieked nor fainted. But no poor January fieldfare was ever colder, no ice-house more dank with perspiration, than she was then. "A very pleasant joke, my dear, he, he, and no more than was to be expected on this merry, happy day of our lives. Nobody enjoys a good jest more than I do. I always enjoy a jest. He, he, he. Now we are in the dark again, and we will alight and walk. The path is too narrow for the carriage, but it will not be far for you. Take your husband's arm." While he had been speaking, a defiant pride had sprung up in her, instigating her to conceal every weakness. He had opened the carriage door and stepped out. She followed, taking the offered arm. "Take the horse and carriage to the stables," said the Viscount to the coachman, who was his own servant, the vehicle and horse being also his. The coachman turned the horse's head and vanished down the woodland track by which they had descended. The Viscount moved on, uttering private chuckles as numerous as a woodpecker's taps, and Ethelberta with him. She walked as by a miracle, but she would walk. She would have died rather than not have walked then. She perceived now that they were somewhere in Enkworth Wood. As they went, she noticed a faint shine upon the ground on the other side of the Viscount, which showed her that they were walking beside a wet ditch. She remembered having seen it in the morning. It was a shallow ditch of mud. She might push him in and run, and so escape before he could extricate himself. It would not hurt him. It was her last chance. She waited a moment for the opportunity. "We are 1 to 1, and I am the stronger," she at last exclaimed triumphantly, and lifted her hand for a thrust. "On the contrary, darling, we are 1 to 6, and you considerably the weaker," he tenderly replied, stepping back adroitly and blowing a whistle. At once the bushes seemed to be animated in 4 or 5 places. "John," he said in the direction of one of them. "Yes, my lord," replied a voice from the bush, and a keeper came forward. "William?" Another man advanced from another bush. "Quite right. Remain where you are for the present. Is Tompkins there?"
"Yes, my lord,"
said a man from another part of the thicket. "You go and keep watch by the further lodge, for there are poachers about. Where is Strongway?"
"Just below, my lord."
"Tell him and his brother to go to the west gate and walk up and down. Let them search round it among the trees inside. Anybody there who cannot give a good account of himself to be brought before me tomorrow morning. I am living at the cottage at present. That's all I have to say to you." And turning round to Ethelberta, "Now, dearest, we will walk a little further, if you are able. I have provided that your friends shall be taken care of." He tried to pull her hand towards him, gently, like a cat opening a door. They walked a little onward, and Lord Mountclair spoke again with imperturbable good humour. "I will tell you a story to pass the time away. I have learnt the art from you. Your mantle has fallen upon me, and all your inspiration with it. Listen, dearest. I saw a young man come to the house to-day. Afterwards I saw him cross a passage in your company. You entered the ballroom with him. That room is a treacherous place. It is panelled with wood, and between the panels on the walls are passages for the servants, opening from the room by doors hidden in the woodwork. Lady Mountclair knew of one of these, and made use of it to let out her conspirator. Lord Mountclair knew of another, and made use of it to let in himself. His sight is not good, but his ears are unimpaired. A meeting was arranged to take place at the west gate at 7:30, unless a note handed from the balcony mentioned another time and place. He heard it all, he. When Lady Mountclair's confederate came for the note, I was in waiting above, and handed one down a few minutes before the hour struck, confirming the time, but changing the place. When Lady Mountclair handed down her note just as the clock was striking, her confederate had gone, and I was standing beneath the balcony to receive it. She dropped it into her husband's hands. Lord Mountclair ordered a brougham to be at the West Lodge, as fixed by Lady Mountclair's note. Probably Lady Mountclair's friend ordered a brougham to be at the North Gate, as fixed by my note, written in imitation of Lady Mountclair's hand. Lady Mountclair came to the spot she had mentioned, and like a good wife rushed into the arms of her husband. As if by an ungovernable impulse, Ethelberta broke into laughter also, laughter which had a wild, unnatural sound. It was hysterical. She sank down upon the leaves, and there continued the fearful laugh just as before. Lord Mountclair became greatly frightened. The spot they had reached was a green space within a girdle of hollies, and in front of them rose an ornamental cottage. This was the building which Ethelberta had visited earlier in the day. It was the Petit Trianon of Enkworth Court. The Viscount left her side and hurried forward. The door of the building was opened by a woman. "Have you prepared for us, as I directed?" "Yes, my lord. Tea and coffee are both ready." "Never mind that now. Lady Mountclair is ill. Come and assist her indoors. Tell the other woman to bring wine and water at once." He returned to Ethelberta. She was better, and was sitting calmly on the bank. She rose without assistance. "You may retire," he said to the woman who had followed him, and she turned round. When Ethelberta saw the building, she drew back quickly. "Where is the other Lady Mountclair?" she inquired. "Gone." "She shall never return? Never?" "Never. It was not intended that she should." "That sounds well. Lord Mountclair, we may as well compromise matters." "I think so too. It becomes a lady to make a virtue of a necessity." "It was stratagem against stratagem. Mine was ingenious, yours was masterly. Accept my acknowledgment. We will enter upon an armed neutrality." "No. Let me be your adorer and slave again, as ever. Your beauty, dearest, covers everything. You are my mistress and queen. But here we are at the door. Tea is prepared for us here. I have a liking for life in this cottage mode, and live here on occasion. Women attend, Lady Mountclair." The woman who had seen Ethelberta in the morning was alarmed at recognizing her, having since been informed officially of the marriage. She murmured entreaties for pardon. They assisted the Viscountess to a chair. The door was closed, and the wind blew past as if nobody had ever stood there to interrupt its flight. Full of misgivings, Christopher continued to wait at the North Gate. 7:30 had long since been past, and no Ethelberta had appeared. He did not for the moment suppose the delay to be hers, and this gave him patience. Having taken up the position, he was induced by fidelity to abide by the consequences. It would only be a journey of 2 hours to reach Anglebury station. He would ride outside with the driver, put her into the train, and bid her adieu for ever. She had cried for help, and he had heard her cry. At last, through the trees came the sound of the court clock striking 8, and then, for the first time, a doubt arose in his mind whether she could have mistaken the gate. She had distinctly told Sol the West Lodge. Her note had expressed the North Lodge. Could she by any accident have written one thing while meaning another? He entered the carriage and drove round to the West Gate. All was as silent there as at the other, the meeting between Ethelberta and Lord Mountclair being then long past, and he drove back again. He left the carriage and entered the park on foot, approaching the house slowly. All was silent. The windows were dark. Moping sounds came from the trees and sky, as from sorrow whispering to night. At this time he felt assured that the scheme had miscarried. While he stood there, a carriage without lights came up the drive. It turned in towards the stable yard without going to the door. The carriage had plainly been empty. Returning across the grass by the way he had come, he was startled by the voices of two men from the road hard by.
"Have ye seed anybody?" "Not a soul." "Shall we go across again?" "Oh, what's the good? Let's home to supper." "My lord must have heard somebody. He wouldn't have said it." "Perhaps he's nervous now he's living in the cottage again. I thought that fancy was over. Well, I'm glad 'tis a young wife he's brought us. She'll have her routs and her rackets as well as the high-born ones, you'll see, as soon as she gets used to the place." "She must be a queer Christian to pick up with him." "Well, if she's charity, 'tis enough for we poor men. Her faith and hope may be as please God. Now I be for on along homeward." As soon as they had gone, Christopher moved from his hiding, and, avoiding the gravel walk, returned to his coachman, telling him to drive at once to Anglebury. Julian was so impatient of the futility of his adventure that he wished to annihilate its existence. On reaching Anglebury, he determined to get on at once to Melchester, that the event of the night might be summarily ended. To be still in the neighbourhood was to be still engaged in it. He reached home before midnight. Walking to their house in a quiet street, as dissatisfied with himself as a man well could be who still retained health and an occupation, he found Faith sitting up as usual. His news was simple. The marriage had taken place before he could get there, and he had seen nothing of either ceremony or viscountess. The remainder he reserved for a more convenient season. Edith looked anxiously at him as he ate supper, smiling now and then. "Well, I am tired of this life," said Christopher. "So am I," said Faith. "Ah, we were only rich." "Ah, yes." "Or if we were not rich," she said, turning her eyes to the fire, "if we were only slightly provided for, it would be better than nothing. How much would you be content with, Kit?" "As much as I could get." "Would you be content with 1,000 a year for both of us?" "I dare say I should," he murmured, breaking his bread. "Or 500 a year for both?" "Or 500." "Or even 300?" "Bother 300. Less than double the sum would not satisfy me. We may as well imagine much as little." Faith's countenance had fallen. "Oh, Kit," she said, "you always disappoint me." "I do. How do I disappoint you this time?" "By not caring for 300 a year, 150 each, when that is all I have to offer you." "Faith," said he, looking up for the first time, "are of course Lucy's will. I had forgotten." "It is true, and I had prepared such a pleasant surprise for you, and now you don't care. Our cousin, Lucy, did leave us something after all. I don't understand the exact total sum, but it comes to 150 a year each, more than I expected, though not as much as you deserved. Here's the letter. I've been dwelling upon it all day, and thinking what a pleasure it would be, and it is not, after all." "Good gracious, Faith, I was only supposing. The real thing is another matter altogether." "Well, the idea of Lucy's will containing our names! I'm sure I would have gone to the funeral had I known." "I wish it were 1,000. "Oh, no, it doesn't matter at all, but certainly 300 for two is a tantalizing sum. Not enough to enable us to change our condition, and enough to make us dissatisfied with going on as we are. We must forget we have it, and let it increase." "It isn't enough to increase much. We may as well use it." "But how? Take a bigger house? What's the use? Give up the organ? Then I shall be rather worse off than I am at present. Positively, it is the most provoking amount anybody could have invented, had they tried ever so long. Poor Lucy to do that, and not even to come near us when father died. Ah, I know what we'll do. We'll go abroad. We'll live in Italy."
End of chapter 47. Sequel of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Sequel, Anglebury, Enkworth, Sandbourne. 2 years and a half after the marriage of Ethelberta and the evening adventures which followed it, a man, young in years, though considerably older in mood and expression, walked up to the Red Lion Inn at Anglebury. The anachronism sat not unbecomingly upon him, and the voice was precisely that of the Christopher Julian of heretofore. His way of entering the inn and calling for a conveyance was more off-hand than formerly. He was much less afraid of the sound of his own voice now than when he had gone through the same performance on a certain chill evening the last time that he visited the spot. He wanted to be taken to Knowlsea to meet the steamer there, and was not coming back by the same vehicle. It was a very different day from that of his previous journey along the same road, different in season, different in weather, and the humour of the observer differed yet more widely from its condition then than did the landscape from its former hues. In due time they reached a commanding situation upon the road, from which were visible knots and plantations of trees on the Enkworth manor. Christopher broke the silence. "Lord Mountclair is still alive and well, I'm told?" "Why, he'll live to be 100. Never such a change as has come over the man of late years." "Indeed?" "Oh, 'tis my lady. She's a one to put up with. Still, 'tis said here and there that marrying her was the best day's work that he ever did in his life, although she's got to be my lord and my lady both." "Is she happy with him?" "She's very sharp with the poor man. But happy, I don't know. He was a good-natured old man for all his sins, and would sooner any day lay out money in new presents than pay it in old debts. But 'tis altered now. 'Tisn't the same place. In the old times I've seen the floor of the servants' hall over the vamp of your boot in solid beer that we had poured aside from the horns because we couldn't see straight enough to pour it in. See, now we couldn't see a hole in a ladder. And now, even at Christmas or Whitsuntide, when a man, if ever he desires to be overcome with a drop, would naturally wish it to be, you can walk out of Enkworth as straight as you walked in. All her doings." "Then she holds the reins?" "She do. There was a little tussle at first, but how could an old man hold his own against such a spry young body as that? She threatened to run away from him, and kicked up Bob's a-dying, and I don't know what at all. And being the woman, of course she was sure to beat in the long run. Poor old nobleman, she marches him off to church every Sunday as regular as a clock, makes him read family prayers that haven't been read in Enkworth for the last 30 years to my certain knowledge, and keeps him down to 3 glasses of wine a day strict, so that you never see him any the more generous for liquor or a bit elevated at all as he used to be. There, 'tis true it has done him good in one sense, for they say he'd have been dead in 5 years if he'd gone on as he was going." "So that she's a good wife to him, after all?" "Well, if she'd been a little worse, 'twould have been a little better for him in one sense, for he would have had his own way more. But he was a curious feller at one time, as you all know, and I suppose 'tis as much as he can expect. But 'tis a strange reverse for him. It is said that when he's asked out to dine, or to anything in the way of a jaunt, his eyes fly across to her afore he answers, and if her eye says yes, he says yes, and if her eye says no, he says no. 'Tis a sad condition for one who ruled womankind as he, that a woman should lead him in a string whether he will or no." "Sad indeed." "She's steward and agent and everything. She's got a room called my lady's office, and great ledgers and cash books you never see the like. In old times there were bailiffs to look after the workfolk, foremen to look after the tradesmen, a building steward to look after the foreman, a land steward to look after the building steward, and a dashing grand agent to look after the land steward. Fine times they had then, I assure ye. My lady said they were eating out the property like a honeycomb, and then there was a terrible row. Half of 'em were sent flying, and now there's only the agent and the viscountess and a sort of surveyor man, and of the 3 she does most work, so 'tis said. She marks the trees to be felled, settles what horses are to be sold and bought, and is out in all winds and weathers. There, if somebody hadn't looked into things 'twould soon have been all up with his lordship, he was so very extravagant. In one sense 'twas lucky for him that she was born in humble life, because owing to it she knows the ins and outs of contriving, which he never did." "Then a man on the verge of bankruptcy will do better to marry a poor and sensible wife than a rich and stupid one. Well, here we are at the 10th milestone. I will walk the remainder of the distance to Knowlsea, as there is ample time for meeting the last steamboat." When the man was gone, Christopher proceeded slowly on foot down the hill, and reached that part of the highway at which he had stopped in the cold November breeze, waiting for a woman who never came. He was older now, and he had ceased to wish that he had not been disappointed. There was the lodge, and around it were the trees, brilliant in the shining greens of June. Every twig sustained its bird, and every blossom its bee. The roadside was not muffled in a garment of dead leaves, as it had been then, and the lodge gate was not open, as it always used to be. He paused to look through the bars. The drive was well kept and gravelled, the grass edgings, formerly marked by hoofs and ruts, and otherwise trodden away, were now green and luxuriant, bent sticks being placed at intervals as a protection. While he looked through the gate, a woman stepped from the lodge to open it. In her haste she nearly swung the gate into his face, and would have completely done so had he not jumped back. "I beg pardon, sir," she said on perceiving him. "I was going to open it for my lady, and I didn't see you." Christopher moved round the corner. The perpetual snubbing that he had received from Ethelberta ever since he had known her seemed about to be continued through the medium of her dependence. A trotting, accompanied by the sound of light wheels, had become perceptible, and then a vehicle came through the gate and turned up the road which he had come down. He saw the back of a basket carriage drawn by a pair of piebald ponies. A lad in livery sat behind with folded arms. The driver was a lady. He saw her bonnet, her shoulders, her hair, but no more. She lessened in his gaze, and was soon out of sight. He stood a long time thinking, but he did not wish her his. In this wholesome frame of mind he proceeded on his way, thankful that he had escaped meeting her, though so narrowly. But perhaps at this remote season the embarrassment of a rencounter would not have been intense. At Nulsea he entered the steamer for Sandbourne. Mr. Chickerell and his family now lived at Firtop Villa, in that place, a house which, like many others, had been built since Julian's last visit to the town. He was directed to the outskirts, and into a fir plantation where drives and intersecting roads had been laid out, and where new villas had sprung up like mushrooms. He entered by a swing gate on which Firtop was painted, and a maid-servant showed him into a neatly furnished room, containing Mr. Chickerell, Mrs. Chickerell, and Pickety, the matron being reclined on a couch, which improved health had permitted her to substitute for a bed. He had been expected, and all were glad to see again the sojourner in foreign lands, even down to the ladylike Tabby, who was all purr and warmth towards him, except when she was all claws and nippers. But had the prime sentiment of the meeting shown itself, it would have been the unqualified surprise of Christopher at seeing how much Pickety's face had grown to resemble her sister's. It was less a resemblance in contours than in expression and tone. They had an early tea, and then Mr. Chickerell, sitting in a patriarchal chair, conversed pleasantly with his guest, being well acquainted with him through other members of the family. They talked of Julian's residence at different Italian towns with his sister, of Faith, who was at the present moment staying with some old friends in Melchester, and, as was inevitable, the discourse hovered over and settled upon Ethelberta, the prime ruler of the courses of them all, with little exception, through recent years. "It was a hard struggle for her," said Chickerell, looking reflectively out at the fir trees. "I never thought the girl would have got through it. When she first entered the house everybody was against her. She had to fight a whole host of them single-handed. There was the Viscount's brother, other relations, lawyers, ladies, servants. Not one of them was her friend, and not one who wouldn't rather have seen her arrive there in evil relationship with him than as she did come. But she stood her ground. She was put upon her mettle, and one by one they got to feel there was somebody among them whose little finger, if they insulted her, was thicker than a Mountclair's loins. She must have had a will of iron. It was a situation that would have broken the hearts of a dozen ordinary women, for everybody soon knew that we were of no family, and that's what made it so hard for her. But there she is as mistress now, and everybody respecting her. I sometimes fancy she is occasionally too severe with the servants, and I know what service is. But she says it is necessary owing to her birth, and perhaps she is right." "I suppose she often comes to see you?" "4 or 5 times a year," said Pickety. "She cannot come quite so often as she would," said Mrs. Chickerell, "because of her lofty position, which has its duties. Well, as I always say, Berta doesn't take after me. I couldn't have married the man, even though he did bring a coronet with him." "I shouldn't have cared to let him ask ye," said Chickerell. "However, that's neither here nor there. All ended better than I expected.
He's fond of her."
"And it is wonderful what can be done with an old man when you are his darling," said Mrs. Chickerell.
"If I were Berta, I should go to London oftener," said Pickety, to turn the conversation. "But she lives mostly in the library, and oh, what do you think? She's writing an epic poem, and employs Emmeline as her reader."
"Dear me!
"And how are Sol and Dan? You mentioned them once in your letters," said Christopher.
"Berta has set them up as builders in London."
"She bought a business for them," said Chickerell. "But Sol wouldn't accept her help for a long time, and now he's only agreed to it on condition of paying her back the money with interest, which he's doing. They've just signed a contract to build a hospital for £20,000.
Pickety broke in. "You knew that both Gwendolen and Cornelia married 2 years ago and went to Queensland? They married 2 brothers who were farmers and left England the following week. Georgie and Myrtle are at school." "And Joey?"
"We're thinking of making Joseph a parson," said Mrs. Chickerell.
"Indeed, a parson." "Yes, 'tis a genteel living for the boy, and he's talents that way. Since he's been under masters he knows all the strange sounds the Romans and Greeks used to make by way of talking, and the love stories of the ancient women as if they were his own. I assure you, Mr. Julian, if you could hear how beautiful the boy tells about little Cupid with his bows and arrows, and the rows between that pagan apostle Jupiter and his wife because of another woman, and the handsome young gods who kissed Venus, you'd say he deserved to be made a bishop at once." The evening advanced, and they walked in the garden. Here, by some means, Pickety and Christopher found themselves alone. "Your letters to my sister have been charming," said Christopher, "and so regular too. It was as good as a birthday every time one arrived." Pickety blushed and said nothing. Christopher had full assurance that her heart was where it always had been. A suspicion of the fact had been the reason of his visit here to-day. "Other letters were once written from England to Italy, and they acquired great celebrity. Do you know whose?" "Walpole's?" said Pickety timidly. "Yes, but they never charmed me half as much as yours. You may rest assured that one person in the world thinks Walpole your second. You should not have read them. They were not written to you. But I suppose you wish to hear of Ethelberta?" "At first I did," said Christopher, "but oddly enough I got more interested in the writer than in her news. I don't know if ever before there has been an instance of loving by means of letters. If not, it is because there has never been such sweet ones written. At last I looked for them more anxiously than Faith. You see, you knew me before." Pickety would have withdrawn this remark if she could, fearing that it seemed like a suggestion of her love long ago. "Then on my return I thought I would just call and see you, and go away and think what would be best for me to do with a view to the future. But since I have been here I felt that I could not go away to think without first asking you what you think on one point, whether you could ever marry me." "I thought you would ask that when I first saw you." "Did you? Why?" "You looked at me as if you would." "Well," continued Christopher, "the worst of it is I am as poor as Job. Faith and I have 300 a year between us, but only half is mine. So that before I get your promise I must let your father know how poor I am. Besides what I mentioned, I have only my earnings by music. But I am to be installed as chief organist at Melchester soon, instead of deputy as I used to be, which is something. I am to have £500 when I marry. That was Lord Mountclair's arrangement with Ethelberta. He's extremely anxious that I should marry well." "That's unfortunate. A marriage with me will hardly be considered well." "Oh, yes, it will," said Pickety quickly, and then looked frightened. Christopher drew her towards him, and imprinted a kiss upon her cheek, at which Pickety was not so wretched as she had been some years before, when he mistook her for another in that performance. "Berta will never let us come to want," she said with vivacity when she had recovered. "She will always give me what is necessary." "We will endeavour not to trouble her," said Christopher, amused by Pickety's utter dependence now, as ever, upon her sister, as upon an eternal providence. "However, it is well to be kin to a coach, though you never ride in it. Now, shall we go indoors to your father? You think he will not object?" "I think he will be very glad,"
replied Piketty. "Berta will, I know."
End of sequel of The Hand of Ethelberta. End of The Hand of Ethelberta by Thomas Hardy.